But again, as always, guys, God bless you guys. Thank you for the support. Thank you for coming back. I'm going to read the hadith as well today, just to show Muslims again that this idea that they have free will in Islam is a joke. It's an absolute joke. I'm just trying to find this. Beautiful. So let's get ready to rumble. Let's go. Let's talk. Let's have conversations. Please, guys, please, again, it says, I'm going to write it down again, just so we understand each other, that the conversations have to be with Muslims, or else we're just in an echo chamber. So 1 second, I'm just trying to find this pagan symbol. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's see. Let me just remove that and that. There we go. Let me bring up. Alrighty, now we can start bringing people up. We've got Capov.
Hi, what do you mean by illusion?
1 second.
Oh,
you there?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, what do you mean by illusion? I disagree that it's an illusion.
Are you a Muslim?
No, but I would just say that, like, it's pretty clear that you don't have free will in Islam. So,
but do Muslims know that? So to them, it's an illusion, right? The Muslims know that, right?
You got me.
Yeah, we know it. We know it's a fact that there's no free will in Islam. It's just the Muslims are in this illusion of free will. Where we've had last week a couple of people actually confirm that there is no free will in Islam. There is none. It's all predetermined, destined, preordained, and then they contradict themselves.
I don't know. I could be wrong. I'll drop you.
No worries, bro. Take care. Let me bring up next one. We've got Paul and...
Hi.
How are you, sir?
Are you a Muslim?
No, sir.
Oh, I thought you were a Muslim because your whole page is full of Islam.
Yeah, have you ever watched it? You see what it says?
There's nothing about Christianity in your TikTok or in your belief or in your soul.
That'll give you an idea of what the conversation is about then.
Why are you not spreading Christianity? Is there anything bad in Christianity that you are not proud enough to spread your own religion?
Let me help you, my man. Listen, if you had a cup, and in that cup, or let's just say a bucket, and somebody took a dump in that bucket, would you pour clean water, drinking water in that bucket, or would you
stop philosophy so much?
Or would you have to clean out that bucket first?
Go and spread your Christianity, demigod, or whatever you want. Okay.
Okay.
We all know that you're worshiping a demigod that is cursed according.
You're in a panic, my brother. You're in a panic. It's okay. Again, the reason that you have to first eliminate the crap that's in the bucket is because the bucket will contaminate anything pure that will be poured into the bucket. So what I'm doing now is I'm taking the contaminated soul of the Muslim and I'm trying to cleanse it first before I can start spreading the gospel. So if you didn't understand that, then you have a problem. Now you've got a cross in your bio.
Okay.
Are you a Christian?
Huh?
You've got a cross up there in your picture, haven't you?
Do you see my profile picture?
It looks like a cross up there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, covered with fire. You know why? Because Christianity is full of evil. Yeah. You know why?
Okay, so
because according to your Bible, Jesus is cursed.
Let's go slowly. If Christianity is evil, again, you're not listening. Again, you came up with an agenda. You're trying to flex your little girly biceps. You think that you, Aisha, tried to step in a room with a grown man. And now I'm asking you again. You came up. Would you like to tell the people in the chat, instead of crying like a little Aisha, would you like to talk about the illusion of
God is according to Galatians 3:13 cursed, you know that? And according to you Bible, I have to eat.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Glad you graced us with your presence. I feel fantastic now that you managed to come up and entertain us just for a little bit. That's lovely. But, you know, lovely jubbly, man. Funny a Muslim calling someone else a pagan when they bow down to a black stone, kiss it, touch it. If they don't, Allah's going to be the one, the stone's going to say, he didn't touch me, he didn't touch me. And Allah Akbar with these pagan symbols are going to be punishing the people that didn't. And they want to call us pagans. Can't make this up, but it's okay. All we're trying to do, man, is have conversations. If you guys are requesting, it means you want to have a conversation. Please, I saw, man. Hi there, Nikab. How are you?
Hello, man. How are you? I just noticed you are very aggressive with my fellows. Let me talk to you for a second.
I'm aggressive. Is that what you said?
Yeah. So no. Listen, which religion are you yourself? You know, I'm Muslim myself. So you're targeting me.
I'm not targeting you. I'm asking you questions. If you feel targeted, it's because you are getting targeted. Again, I'm not giving you, I'm not saying anything directly to you. My question is the illusion of free will in Islam. Do you believe that you have free will in Islam? And then do your dawah, which is another form of lying, and bring people to Islam. So again, let's have the conversation. Do you, as a Muslim, believe that you have free will in Islam, or is it an illusion?
Yes, it is not an illusion when I have free will. I can go now, do whatever I want. Sure, it will be like haram, or maybe it will be bad, but I can do it. God is not stopping me. Sure, you can.
Allah is not stopping you.
I will not argue with
Allah
you.
tells you in your Quran that everything is predestined. What does he mean by that?
It means that he knows, he's omnipotent, he's omniscient. He can see into the future and the past. God is one, that's why.
So hang on a second now. So you're saying Allah knows what you're going to do before you do it, right?
Yes.
Does Allah control what you do?
No.
Okay, beautiful.
He can only see it. He doesn't control us. He gave us free will to be on this planet and pray to him.
Okay, so watch this. Can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
If Allah doesn't will it, yes, you can. You can defy him. He is not controlling you in the form of actively defying your will. He has given us this.
Have you ever read the Quran, Najib? Have you ever read the Quran?
Yes.
So when it says that for example, that I cannot become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it, is Allah lying or are you lying?
What will this? I just can you repeat that question, please?
Not a problem. If I want to become a Muslim and Allah doesn't will it, can I become a Muslim?
I don't think Allah can will it actively. You know, He doesn't do the things mortals do in the same way. He's more greater than comprehension of humans. He doesn't do it actively, like say.
What does the Quran say though? What does the Quran teach us?
What does the Quran teach us?
Yeah.
Quran teaches us to follow the will of God.
No. Yeah, okay, beautiful. So the Quran teaches us to follow the will of Allah, correct?
Yes.
Okay, not your own will, but the will of Allah.
I don't think that is true.
You just said it.
Wait a minute. That is a Christian thing, you know?
No. You just said it. Najib,
yeah, but
your words, my man.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Okay.
Well, don't ask me any questions. I want you to go open your Quran. Do you have a Quran with you, Najib?
No, not really, no.
Seriously, man. How come to a conversation about Islam and have no Quran? So I'm going to read a verse for you, and I want you to pay attention to this one verse, right? Listen carefully. This is from the Quran, 100. And listen to what it says. It says, no soul can believe. No soul can believe except by the will of Allah. Now again, is that a true statement from Allah?
If it's in the Quran, yes, it is.
Okay, so I can't become a Muslim unless Allah wills it, correct?
I will give you that point. I will give you that point. Can you
Thank you
move
so
on to
much.
the
You're
next?
so gracious. So again,
Yes.
if that means that you have no free will and Allah has to will it, then the question again, do you, as a Muslim, have free will?
As a Muslim myself,
Yeah,
I
you
believe
Muhammad,
I
you
have.
guys that follow Muhammad, do you guys have free will?
Do you guys have free will? I cannot say for everyone, but I personally believe that I have free will.
Okay, now watch the difference. See, I'm not saying that you don't have free will when it comes to like you requesting up over here, or you deciding to have peanut butter jam sandwich, or you deciding to have a cup of tea. That's your
That is pretty
free
funny.
will.
That's
right?
pretty funny.
Not
I
even
haven't tried peanut butter actually.
Seriously, come on, man. Come
Yeah,
on, man.
bro.
You know,
I'm not from the West, bro. I don't even know peanut butter existed.
Seriously?
Yeah,
okay,
bro.
but it's okay. It's okay, my man. But listen now. Listen to what happens now. The choices that you make like that, I'll give it to you. That's free will. I mean, you can have free will whether you want to come to the live or not. Now, again, you assume you have this type of free will, right? You're assuming it. But now watch again. If it comes to religion, I can't choose. Allah has to will it. For example, watch again. In Islam, we are taught in Islam that, for example, whether we are going to go to heaven or hell before we can even start sinning. That's because the Quran says that Allah created many of the mankind and jinn for hell. Now we know that because we got hadiths as well that confirm that while you were still in your father's loins or your mother's womb, Allah decided if you're going to be a good person or a bad person, meaning whether you're going to heaven or hell. So now, Najib, you have to ask yourself, do you know where Allah has destined you to go? Do you know whether you're going to heaven or hell?
Listen, okay. As much as I like to believe with you, okay, I know in this case we are taught, at least I was taught, that I can choose whether I can do kindness in this world or evil, and if it depends on my actions, not on God's will, because I don't know which teachings are you doing. Are you reading to the Sunni Quran or the Shia?
What are you? Are you Sunni?
No, I'm not Sunni.
What are you, Shia?
Yeah.
Okay, so you read the same Quran though, don't you?
I don't. No. I think some rules are different.
So you have different Quran for the Sunni and different Quran for the...
Yeah. There is. We have like 12 prophets compared to the other one. I don't know how many.
So your Quran, the main book that you use, your Quran is different to the Sunni Muslims, right? That's why you have the different rules.
I didn't study. I think yeah. Okay. We have different rules, but from me personally, I was taught that I can choose kindness or evil. So I don't know what are you are talking. So I was confused about that narrative. Yes,
I get you, but again, right? We have to ask ourselves, how do we know if we are going to paradise or to hellfire? The Quran tells us that all Muslims will go to hellfire and only the righteous will be taken out. That's in Surah 1971. Your Quran also tells us that, okay, watch this, Najib. Najib, what is the job of Satan, brother?
What is the job of Satan? His job is to lure you from the right path. So you are, actually, we believe that all people are born blanks. Basically, they don't have evil or kindness, but if they live their lives and they are tempted by the devil or shaitan, they will start to collect sins very rapidly, And if they don't pray and they diverge from the path despite knowing it, they will start to accumulate sins. Basically, that's what the sends people to hell. Allah doesn't tell you that all Muslims will go to hell, because if you believe, if you don't sin, you will not go to hell.
Okay, so Satan's job is basically to lead people astray, correct?
Yes, it is temptation. Basically, all the 7 sins that even Christianity teaches, those same are applied here. Except we have interest too. Some basically financial too.
I got you. But now we have so you agree that Satan's job is to lead people astray.
Yes.
To misguide people.
Yes.
Okay. It's too bad you don't have a Quran with you. But did you know that throughout the Quran, it is Allah that leads people astray?
In the Quran?
In the Quran.
Can you quote that?
Yeah, sure. Me. I can give you, for example, Surah 14:4. It says, "And we did not send any messenger except speaking in the language of his people, to state clearly to them what Allah, to state clearly to them. And Allah sends astray thereby whom He wills and guides who He wills." Surah 35:8 says, "Allah sends astray who He wills and guides who He wills." Surah 19:83 says that, "Do you not see that we, Allah, have sent the shaitan on the people to commit more sin or to do more evil?" So Allah is doing the job of Satan, right? By what is he doing now? He's taking people, leading them astray. Now, what is the punishment, Najib? If Allah leads you astray, my man, what is the punishment?
Punishment, I can say for sure. I cannot say on whether Allah is intentionally doing it, but I think that is a pretty bad way to interpret His words.
Well, this is what the Quran is saying, right? Do you speak Arabic, Najib?
Oh, no. Actually, let me tell you something, an interesting fact. Most of the Muslims don't speak Arabic.
I know this, my brother. I know this.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, I don't speak Arabic
Quran,
too.
Right? When we read the Quran, and the Quran is telling us that Allah sends people astray, Allah puts devils on people, Allah created many of mankind and jinn for hell. So He created man for hell. Why? Because He decided, because in the Quran, again, it tells you that Allah predetermines. He decides already whether people are going to go to heaven or hell. Right? He predestines this. Now, that's why I asked you. See, my brother, you don't know where you're going, and your Quran doesn't tell you how you can be saved. So there's no way in your Quran that you can be saved or understand how to be saved. What you know is that if you're one of the lucky ones, if you're one of the people that Allah created for hellfire, you're going to hellfire, and there's nothing you can do about it. And remember, He does all this before you start walking on the earth. All this is decided for you because it's predetermined, predestined, right? So you have to ask yourself, how can you follow a God that decides whether you're going to heaven or hell before you can do any sins?
That is a pretty.
And you are thinking now that you must do all these good deeds, and after all these good deeds that you go to heaven. No, my man. Allah already decided before you were born. He said no soul can believe except by the will of Allah. He says so in Surah 54:49. He says we created everything with predestination. Predestination, my man. Allah already knew where you were going. He's sending you somewhere before you took your first breath. Does that sound like a fair, just God?
If you're describing Allah the way you are, it doesn't really sound that much justice. But
I may be wrong. I'm just saying this is what I'm reading, yes. Right? So all I'm doing is reading the Quran. The Quran tells me, for example, that you shall not wish or will unless Allah wills it for you. So I can't become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it. So if Islam is the true religion, let's say Islam is the true religion, and I want to be a Muslim, but Allah doesn't will it, because Allah doesn't will that, I will go to hell. Why in the Quran does it say that Allah could have created one religion, but he decided to make different religions? In the Quran, it tells us this. He could have made us one, but he decided not to, so that these people, now again, watch this. You said you Sunni, right? You're Shia. Doesn't the Quran say that you mustn't be divided into sects?
Sects, yes, it does say, but again, it was not my choice. It was all the way like 2,000, 3,000 years ago. I wasn't even born. Yes,
I get you. But watch again. This is why I do these conversations with Muslims, right? All I'm asking you to do now is, just from the little information I gave you, is to do research. Because let's face it, Najib, I'm going to ask you now another question. Do you seriously want or believe? I know you believe in God, but do you believe that your salvation is important to you?
My salvation?
Yeah, salvation meaning who's going to save you, or what saves you? Where's your salvation coming from? If Islam is false, then there's no salvation. If Islam is true, you're not guaranteed salvation, because you don't know whether Allah has chosen you to be one of those to be saved. So you don't, either way, you're lost in Islam. There's no guarantees in Islam for your salvation.
That's the thing about Islam, too. You cannot rely, because you have to actively do good deeds, you know. You cannot
watch this, Najib. Why do the good deeds if it's already been decided before you were born whether you're going to heaven or hell? So, for example, Najib, say, for example, you feeding the poor, you building homes for the poor, you do all the good deeds that you can do. But Allah decided that you are one of those that's going to hell, right?
Yes.
If he decided you're going to hell, all these good deeds don't work, right?
Yes. I'll let you tell you something. It depends on your ability to actually believe. If you believe in Allah, He will believe in you. It is like a give and take situation.
Yes,
if you don't
believe, that's not in the Quran.
Yes.
That's not in the Quran.
It is in the Quran. It is not in the Quran. For me, brother.
If you have a chapter,
I don't know if you are reading the Sunni one, but for me, yeah, we do it like we do it like that. So we say if we believe and do
saying,
good,
my brother,
Allah,
my young man, saying something doesn't make it true.
Yes.
Right? Now that's why I'm asking you, what chapter and verse gives you that guarantee? Again, my point again is that there is no guarantee in Islam for you to go to paradise. None. There's zero, my man. Nothing. You have to keep working and working and hoping that you are going to be one of those chosen people.
That sounds pretty depressing.
That's why we have these conversations, my man. But there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Your Quran points to the light. Every religion knows this light. And he himself calls himself the light. You know who that light is?
Yes.
Who?
I don't know.
That's Jesus, my man. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. And he is the one that lights the world for us. Because again, I can show you from your Quran now. Watch this now. Watch this. In your Quran, it talks about this guy called Jesus, correct? Why is it that in the Quran, it tells me that Jesus came from above? Can you tell me of any other person that comes from above? When I say above, I'm talking from God. Which other person comes from God?
What about Adam? He came from heaven after he fell.
Yeah, he was in heaven. What's the difference, Najib? Is Allah in heaven or is Allah above the heavens?
He's above the heavens. He created heaven for the angels and the earth for the humans.
Beautiful. Now watch this. Adam was created in heaven. The dust comes from earth. But now what's the difference? Jesus doesn't come from the heavens. Jesus, according to the Quran, comes from Allah himself.
But,
why is it that Jesus
Allah?
Let me tell you about that. Let me tell you about this Jesus guy. Jesus comes from Allah. Jesus, now again, watch this, Najib. Is the word of God eternal?
Yes.
Okay. In the Quran, who is the word of Allah?
Who's the word of Allah? One of the prophets, the first prophet.
No, my man. The Quran is very clear. It tells us who the word of God is in the Quran. There's only one that is called the word of God.
Yes. Can you tell me who it is?
That's Jesus, my man. Surah 345 tells us that Jesus, he was the word that existed with Allah before he was born, and that the name of the word of Allah is Jesus. Now, again, watch this, Najib. You said the word of God is eternal. If Jesus is the word of God, what does that make Jesus?
Can I say something?
Sure.
Let's say in the Quran, it clearly says that Allah doesn't have a son. Allah is a light. He's a source of light. He's a guidance. He's not. He doesn't have limbs. He doesn't have a head. He doesn't have anything related to a human. He's one and only.
Can I ask you this, Najib? Yes. Najib, just one question. According to the Quran, what is the reason why doesn't Allah have a son? According to the Quran. According to the Quran, what does Allah need to have a son?
What does Allah need to have a son?
Mm-hmm.
If Allah is not even Allah is not a man, so he doesn't even have a son. Allah doesn't actually
listen to my question again. Listen to my question. According to the Quran, what does Allah need to have a son? This is why I say you must always have your Quran with you so I can show you the verses. But again, it's a very simple one, because it tells us in the Quran, in Surah 6, 101, Surah 6, 101, it says that Allah needs a wife or a consort, or even if you want to call it a girlfriend, to have a son. Surah 6, 101. It says, how can he have a son when he has no wife? So according to the Quran, Allah needs a wife to have a son. Now watch this. Again, this is Quran, my man. If you want to jump off the screen now and have a quick look, you're more than welcome to. Right? Surah 6, 101, and check to see what it says. It's saying clearly, for Allah to have a son, he needs a wife. Right? And now watch this. So now we've got a problem, because Allah shows us that he's not all powerful, because he's depending on someone else to do something. But watch what he does now. Now remember what we said. We said that Jesus is the word of God. If the word of God is eternal and Jesus is the word, then that makes Jesus eternal, right? Guys, God bless you. Guys, I just want to talk to this guy first before we get anyone else up. Can stay.
God bless, bro. Good to hear your voice, man.
Hey, it's good to be back.
Hello, man. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, bro?
How are you, man? Where are you from?
I'm from America.
Oh, you are American. Oh.
Yes, and American.
He doesn't speak Arabic. Okay, so let's keep going. I'm sorry, because now you saw what I'm showing you, right? It shows you in your Quran, Surah 6, 101, that Allah is not all powerful. He's depending on his creation to have a child, because in Surah 342, Allah says, if he wants a child, then he will choose from his creation. He will choose from his creation to have a child. And then he chooses Mary in creation to have a child. Tell me, Najib. He says he needs a woman to have a child. Then he says if he wants a child, he'll choose from creation. What did Allah choose Mary for in creation?
He choose Mary because for Adam, not for himself, you know.
What did he choose Mary for? What was Mary's job? What did she come for? What did she give Allah?
Came from the rib.
No, not Eve, Mary, the mother of Jesus. What did Allah give Mary?
Let me tell you, I'm not good at this.
He gave Mary a son, didn't he?
I mean, can you confirm that?
Yeah. Well, Surah 19:19 tells us that.
By the way, Najib, I don't know if you know, I'm a Christian, bro. I'm not a Muslim, so.
Oh my God, I'm alone, bro. Come on, man.
It's just me and you, man. It's just me and you. We're just talking, man. We're not fighting. We're just having a nice.
He's asking me to confirm. I'm not a Muslim, bro, but I'm not gonna jump in the conversation.
Somebody in the chat, you know, the one with the dot name. Can you bring him up? I think he will be a great person since he is saying.
The reason I didn't bring anyone up is because I didn't want I didn't want them to talk over you, because you don't know these things, and this is why it's so important that now that you've heard them, I want you to be able to see what I'm showing you without because again, they're gonna come up and try to more than welcome. This is why we have these conversations, but I don't want them to derail the conversation with lies and nonsense.
Yes, I understand your point of view.
So far, you learned a lot in the last 10 minutes just with me. You've seen things that you never saw before, right? You have a God that is depending on his creation to have a child. Then he chooses Mary to have a child when he says that if I want a child, I will choose from creation. You said to me that Satan is the one that leads people astray and causes them to sin, and Allah is doing the same job as Satan. You agree that in your religion you have no guarantee that you are going to heaven, because there are no guarantees that you're going there. In your Quran, there's no verse that guarantees you if you believe 100% in Allah, you're going to heaven. No, he's giving you need to believe in Muhammad, you need to believe in him, you need to hate your parents and do this, that, and the other. It's just so much, my man. So all I wanted you to do, I mean, I can bring someone up now, and I don't mind that. All I wanted you to do is to see it first for yourself, and then
let me get something. I will try to quote you on that.
Sure, man.
Yeah. You can talk with Amin. I will just mute myself.
Yeah, I mean, why are you? I'm kidding.
You know, James, that should be a topic you do. Why are you not Christian? You know, I think you have done that topic, right?
I have done that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So let me. You want the dot guy to come up? So let me bring him up.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. What name can I call you?
You can call me Mariam.
Call you?
Mariam.
Mariam, okay. Are you a Muslim, Mariam?
Yes, I am, alhamdulillah.
Okay, beautiful. So the topic is the illusion of free will in Islam.
Yeah.
So have you been listening to the conversation I had with Najib?
Yeah, for a little bit. I came from the point where you were talking about how Allah has written everything. That is true. Allah has pre-written everything. He knows what decisions you are going to make. But that does not take away from the fact that you still have free will. Every human has free will on this earth.
Are you a Sunni or Shia?
I'm Sunni.
Okay. So let's now, and Najib, he's actually a Shia, but I'm not going to cause any, between the two of you. I just wanted you to.
No, there's no trouble. I still respect every human being.
Beautiful, beautiful. So let's just focus on what you said, right? You said that every human being has free will. So again, using the Quran, can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
Well, yeah.
So that means I'm more powerful than Allah. So my will is stronger and greater than Allah.
Wait, you said can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it? No, you can't. Sorry. I wanted to say, like, if Allah doesn't will it, you can't become a Muslim.
No, perfect. Okay. So then I don't have free will. Because as you said, in the Quran, in Surah 81:29, it says, and you do not will except that Allah wills.
Yes, exactly. Because Allah chooses who he guides.
Beautiful. So if Allah doesn't guide me, that means I will be misguided, correct?
Yes, by shaitan, because you are not seeking for the guidance of Allah.
That's not the point. The point is that we just showed verses that Allah is doing the misguiding. He is the one putting devils on people to lead them astray.
Okay, so 50 Muslim. Okay, wait.
Say again?
Let me think of my words so I can express myself correctly. I don't speak English normally, so I just have to think.
What is your other languages?
What do you mean?
What other language do you speak?
I speak French, Dutch, and Wolof. Okay, so Allah does not
help you a little bit with the Dutch. Pas très bien.
Okay, so Allah does not guide people to the bad. He has given Shaitan the order to misguide the people. Okay? And wait. Can you repeat your question, please? I'm just a little bit stressed because I don't.
It's okay. Listen, don't stress. We just chatting. It's okay. It's okay. Again, we're talking about free will, and I said in the Quran, Surah 81:29 says, "And you do not will except that Allah wills." Then it also says in Surah 10:100 that if no one can believe, no one can become a Muslim, no one can become a follower of Islam if Allah doesn't will it. It says no soul can believe except by the will of Allah.
Yes.
Okay. So if I can't become a Muslim because Allah doesn't will it, that means I have.
Are you interested in being a Muslim?
Say again?
Are you interested in being a Muslim?
Well, I can't. It's up to Allah if He wills it or not. See, He willed that I become a Christian. He willed it, and then He gave me my Injil and told me to judge and use it in my as a Christian. That's what He did. And then when we talking now about the free will part, Allah says even if you have free will, in Surah 1971 it says all Muslims go to hell, and then He says only the righteous will be taken out. So again, even if I want to be a Muslim and Allah wills it, there's still no guarantee that I will go to paradise. Why? Because Allah also has to decide whether I'm righteous enough. And then if we look at the hadiths and the tafsirs, we can see that we have zero chance of deciding because Allah decided for us while we were yet in our father's loins or while we were in our mother's womb, whether we're going to heaven or hell. And you know this as a Sunni because Allah writes down 4 things when you are born, correct?
Yes, He writes down the destiny, the path that you will walk.
Okay, and if He decided that you are going to hell, then there's nothing that you can do to change that, correct?
Well, no, but you have to see it this way because have you read the whole Quran?
Yes.
The whole Quran.
The whole Quran, a few times.
All of the Christians on the stage have read it multiple times. It's not that big of a book.
Well, okay, it was just a question. And yes, Allah writes our destiny, but you can still choose what path that you walk.
But okay, let me read the hadith for you because you take this. So this again will tell you what is being decided. This is Sahih Bukhari. It says Allah decides whether you're going to be a wretched person or a blessed person, meaning whether you're going to heaven or hell. Now let me read the hadith and you tell me whether I'm going to heaven or hell and whether it's my choice. This is what it says. It says that He decides 4 things: the provision, the age, whether He's going to be wretched or whether He's going to be blessed in the hereafter. Then the soul is breathed into him. So this is before the person even has a soul. This has been decided. And by Allah, a person among you, now this is where it shows you have no free will, may do deeds of the people of the fire till there is only a cubit or an arm breadth distance between him and the fire. And then the writing which Allah has ordered the angel to write precedes, and he does the deeds of the people of paradise and enters it. So, for example, you're a sinner your whole life, but because Allah wrote down that you're going to go to paradise, the last second, just before you kick it, Allah takes you into paradise. He makes you do something good, and he takes you. Now, you don't know where you're going. Then the other part says, and a man may do deeds of the people of paradise, meaning he's a good guy, till there is only a cubit or two between him and paradise, meaning he's about to kick it. And then that writing precedes what he does, and he does the deeds of the people of the fire and enters it. Now, the reason that he's doing the deeds of the fire is because Allah already decided that he's going there. Now, watch this. I'll read this one hadith. This is Mishkat al-Masbih, 101. And it says, Abdullah Amr reported that he heard Allah's messenger say, Allah created his creatures in darkness and cast some of his light upon them. Those on whom some light falls will have guidance, but those who are missed by it will go astray. On that account, I say that the pen has no more to write about Allah's knowledge. So do you notice that there's a trend now? Allah, he decides whether you're going to heaven or hell. He, again in this hadith, is the one that gives some people guidance and some people will go astray. So again, if you have the light, if you have the guidance, you're one of the lucky ones. How do you know that you are going to paradise, or well, most women are going to hell?
Well, you cannot know if you are going to paradise or not.
Say again?
You can't know if you're going to paradise or not.
Exactly. So this was also asked to Muhammad. Then why, if everything is predestined and preordained, then why should people do good deeds if they've already been destined for hellfire?
Because you have to do the good, even if you, okay, so you're saying that Allah does not create people to go to Jahannam. He does not want people to go to Jahannam.
The Quran says that. The Quran says in Surah 7, 179, that Allah created many of the mankind and jinn for hellfire.
Well, he does not want anybody to go to hellfire. The actions you do in this world decide that.
Okay,
and you can
watch this.
do what actions you do.
Okay, watch this then. Do you believe that if a child dies, do the children go to heaven or hell?
Wait, what do you mean if a child dies?
A child, let's just say a 3-year-old. If a 3-year-old dies, does a 3-year-old go to paradise or hellfire?
I'm not really sure about this, but I think he will go to paradise.
Why? Why do you think that?
Because it is only a child.
Beautiful. The child hasn't started sinning yet, correct?
Yes.
So let's do this. If a child that hasn't sinned goes to hell, is Allah a just and fair God?
If a child that hasn't sinned goes to hell, how do you know that a child that hasn't sinned has gone to hell?
No, well, this is my question to you. I'm asking you, if a child that doesn't sin is sent to hell, is that a fair and just God?
I'm trying to be careful with my words because
I got you. But okay, so this is where you have to be.
The question that you are asking,
difference between being fair and also being honest. You need to be honest with yourself, because again, I do this for people's salvation. They need to know if they're going to be saved at some point in their lives and to know whether they're going to heaven or to hell, right? So this is my question. You have to ask yourself, thinking about your God, ask yourself, if God, for example, punishes a child that has never sinned, is that a good God?
But I don't think Allah would punish a child that has not sinned.
Unless, okay, let's say, okay.
If he hasn't sinned,
if he does do that, if the child does get punished.
If he does get punished, if he does go to hellfire, first of all, you don't know who is in hellfire. You can't know if somebody has gone to hellfire or not. So I cannot speak on that. And
okay, that's why we have evidence. Watch this. So I'm going to show you a couple of hadiths and we'll see if it's true or not. The first one is Sahih Muslim. Oh, sorry, where to go? There we go. Sahih Muslim 2662C. Okay, you can check it yourself. 2662C. This is from sunan.com and it says this. Allah's messenger, this is Aisha talking to Muhammad. Allah's messenger, there is happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise. Now listen carefully. For it committed no sin, nor has he reached the age when one can commit sin. He, Muhammad, said, Aisha, peradventure it may be otherwise, because Allah created for paradise those who are fit for it while they were yet in their father's loins, and created for hell those who are to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. The reason I asked about the if, Muhammad is given an explanation saying that it doesn't matter whether the child is old enough or whether the child sinned. It is Allah that created them for hell when they were still in their father's loins. Yes, go on.
No, because I saw a comment saying that I might not be educated enough for this topic. But my thing that I wanted to say is you do have free will, and that Allah, like, I want to talk about that specific thing.
Well, this is the free will. This is all to do with free will. This child hasn't committed sin. And if Allah is sending the child to hell and the child hasn't committed sin, it's not the will of the child, it's the will of Allah, meaning that if he had free will, then Allah would have taken him to heaven, to paradise, because he hasn't committed sin yet. But this shows you that you have no free will if Allah has already decided while you are in your father's loins. That's why I asked you, can God be judge and loving if he's sending a child to hell that has never committed a sin?
James,
Allah is always loving.
Is this loving to send a child to hell? Is that loving?
And also, the hadith is not from Allah himself.
Oh, okay. Now we're there. Oh,
James,
yes, sorry, Gamin.
No, sorry, go ahead. Mariam, go ahead.
What?
No, you were getting ready to say something about the hadith. I'll wait till you finish saying that, and then I'll make a comment. Go ahead.
That was what I was... No, say what you want to say. Mm-hmm.
What I was going to say was, so in Islam, the reason you're fighting it is most Muslims say, yes, we have free will. And typically what they'll do is they'll explain free will differently from like the Christian perspective, which is fine. Like, you can try to explain it in a different way that fits your paradigm. So what they'll say is, because Allah is powerful, nothing can be out of his control. So therefore, if you can do something outside of Allah's will, then that means that Allah doesn't have control over, the earth or over his creation. So it makes sense for you guys to say, okay, well, he is the one that is, causing things to happen. But the problem with that particular interpretation is that, and I don't mean any disrespect by this, this is just kind of how we see it. Muhammad seemed to have missed something very important. He's assuming that by Allah being all powerful, that means that Allah has to cause everything to happen.
But because Allah does not cause everything to happen. He allows things to happen.
Right, but this is what I'm saying. In your particular idea of free will, you're thinking that by Allah allowing things, it equals him causing it. And
no,
the reason
I
we
don't
say
think he
this,
causes it.
No, okay, listen to what I'm saying. I know you don't think that, but this is what Muhammad thought. So when we read the Quran and we read the hadith, this is what we get. The free will that you want to have is the free will that's in Christianity, because our scriptures say that God allows things to happen and uses everything that a person does for the greater good. So it doesn't matter what you do. He gives you the free will to do it. But even if there are evil people who try to do something bad, because God is God, he can even use the bad things that people do for his good. But Muhammad's idea of free will is no. I have to, Allah's the one causing the good and the bad. And then from him causing it, he gets the greater good or something from it. We don't believe that.
So all I want to just we just want to focus again. So you can say that you don't really take the hadiths and stuff. I can go take you back to the Quran. My whole point again is this child had no free will to decide where the child was going. It was already predetermined by Allah himself. I want to show you another one. So now I showed you that that children in Islam go to hell, which is really unfair, unjust, and you can't call this a God that cares for his people or is loving, because we know that God your Allah isn't a loving God. Now this is another one where it says, the woman who buries alive her newborn girl and the girl who is buried alive will both go to hell. So a newborn girl, a girl goes to hell. Can you tell me, please, what sin does a newborn child commit to go to hell?
I would rather have you take surahs from the Quran itself.
No worries. Watch this.
The Quran is worse.
So again, this again is Surah 81:29. It says, and you shall not will except that Allah wills, right? So you cannot will, Allah wills. I'll show you another one. Surah 6, I think I'm thinking 123 or 125, 123 says.
Okay, but are you still on the same website?
No, I'm in the Quran. I'm in the Quran now.
What website?
Surah 6, 123.
Okay, what website? What?
Tell me which website you want me to go to. Give me any website you want me to go to. I'm on Quran X.
Does anyone in the comments, a Muslim, have a good, credible website?
I can take you to what's it called?
No, I would rather have it come from a Muslim themselves.
Okay, Mariam, do you have a Quran with you, like a physical Quran?
I do, but I cannot touch the Quran at the moment.
Okay.
So hang on, there's a guy in the request called Jamil Quran. Let's see. Let's see. Jamil, you there? Jamil,
yes, I'm there.
Okay, beautiful.
I'm there. Yes, I'm Muslim.
Do you have a Quran with you?
Not physically, but I've been just watching the live, talking about free will and all that stuff.
Well, hang on, I brought you up specifically, but she's gone. Okay. Okay, then that doesn't matter.
Having a specific what must have.
No, it doesn't matter. She's gone, so you and I can continue the conversation. So it's okay. So same question to you as to all the others. Do you? Sorry about that. I said, do you believe that you have Islam?
Sorry, do I believe?
Do you believe that you have free will in Islam? And guys, I didn't drop her. She must have left.
Yes, I have. Yes, I believe we have free will in Islam.
Okay, beautiful. So when it says in the Quran that, let me just see, 1 second, 81, I'm going to go to Surah 81:29 when it says that, 1 second, let me just go there so I don't mess it up. 81:29 says, and you do not will except that Allah wills. This is from Allah, correct?
Yeah, it's from Allah.
Okay, so can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
So that question, I look at it like because we have free will, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guided us to choose between them. So it is upon you, the burden of performance is upon you to choose, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created two paths.
Okay, I don't think you understood what I just said there.
So it's upon the free will which He gave you to choose.
No, again, if it says that I cannot will except if
I understood very well.
Okay, so in Surah 10:100, in Surah 10:100,
can you pull up that verse, that ayah?
You said you have
in Arabic. You said it's 81.
81:29. In fact, go to 10. Go to 10:100. It's clearer there. Hey DJ, God bless you, bro. DJ, you there? God bless, bro.
Let me see. 981.
Just go to 10:100. It's easier. 10:100. Surah 10:100.
The surah is 10:100. What's the name? If you could just give me the name. Because we don't memorize just
no, it's my brother. It's Yunus. No, it's Yunus. Yunus 100.
It's Surah Yunus.
Mm-hmm.
Surah Yunus 100.
Are you Sunni?
I'm just a Muslim.
My man, come on, man. Are you Sunni?
I prefer just to be called a Muslim.
Okay, so do you pray 3 times or 5 times?
I'm a Muslim who prays 5 times a day.
Okay, then that's a Sunni. Thanks. That's how simple that was.
Yeah, it's you who categorize me that way.
My man, you have chosen the Sunni way of being a Muslim. I didn't make you a Sunni Muslim. The Quran says pray 3 times. You decided to pray 5 times because you're a follower of Muhammad. You're a Mohammedan. But that's okay.
Who said that the Quran says pray 3 times?
It's okay. You're not arguing
again, it's Surah Yunus.
Let's go to Yunus 100. I can't be teaching you guys Islam and guiding you through this, man.
Surah Yunus. Just give me some time. So how does it read?
No soul can believe except by the will of Allah.
So mashallah, that's what they think. Wa mashallah. Isn't it?
My man, can you read the verse for me, please, brother?
No soul can believe except by the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Okay, so I asked you, can I be a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us free will.
My man,
either you choose to be a Muslim or not a Muslim.
Focus. According to the verse you just read,
I'm focusing.
The verse
you're denying free will.
Said, no soul can believe except what? What is the exception? What has to happen for me to believe?
Now, when we go to Balagha, okay, that says except to Allah wishes. So the question, did they say Muslim except to a Muslim? Where is the word Muslim there?
Listen again. I don't think this is going straight over your head because you're trying to think instead of actually focus. Listen carefully. The verse says, no soul can except by the will of Allah. What has to happen for me to be a believer? What has to happen?
You have to align yourself with the principles which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Oh my God, it tells you in the verse, dude. Jamil, focus, dude.
Yeah, Jamil,
you should. It says
right. Jamil, you should align yourself with the principles with the Quran. What does the verse say?
I'll read it again. I'll read it in slow motion this time. Let me read it in slow motion. It says, no soul can believe. No soul can believe. What do I need for me to believe except by the will of Allah? Can I be a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's will is that we are supposed to choose. So the burden on performance is on us.
My man.
Is that what you say, or is that what the Quran says?
Is that what the Quran says? Because it is MashaAllah, that ma is open-ended.
Oh my gosh, this is hard. This is why you're a Muslim, bro, because it's probably easy in your head. Again,
this is tough.
I know. Let's see what the verse actually says, Jamil. Let's try that. Let's trust Allah for once. Try that. In the verse, it says no soul.
You pop the verse up.
What?
Pop the verse up for all those to see.
Oh my gosh, sure. But is that going to help your case?
Like, yeah, brother, you're not reading it?
Up.
This is hard, man. This is truly hard.
Yeah.
You have a Quran in front of you. All you have to do is just read what you have in front of you and let's see what it says. How's that?
Now I'm just trying to look for where the verse is. I'm just trying to get through it.
Okay, listen, all I'm asking you to do is just read it. Is it possible for you to use your little interweb, your data system, whatever you want to call it, and just read what it says? That's all I'm asking you to do.
That means I have to leave the live if I want to go and read it.
Okay. Well, let's read it. Maybe if I read it, he'll actually
I'll put on the screen.
Listen to it.
I'll put on the screen. It's okay. I just wanted him to actually do the homework, just to try to trust Allah just once. It says, no soul can believe except by the will of Allah. No soul can believe.
So that's where we have the problem.
By the will.
You want to a tafsir. I want the Quran.
This is the Quran.
This is the Quran. This is the Quran.
No. Bro. I saw Yusuf Ali over there. They're going to a tafsir.
This is crazy.
This is Quran, bro.
Dude, this is
the Quran.
This
is chapter 10,
Surah Al-Yunus. Which Quran do you want me to go to? Which Quran do you want me to go to? You guys are thicker than
you have gone to the tafsir. I saw your sneaky way.
This is not tafsir. Listen. There's tafsir. See that? That's tafsir.
Is this real life?
Tafsir.
Hang on. Jamil. My brother, this is why they used you as a slave.
Let's go to the Arabic. I challenge you.
See there? There's the tafsir.
Let's go to the Arabic.
Tafsir.
Jalalain, tafsir. Yusuf Ali up there.
Okay,
was it written to Yusuf Ali?
Okay, go to the
DJ,
let's show the Arabic only.
Okay, watch this, guys. Watch this. I
challenge you.
Jamil, I'll show you the Arabic. Jamil, tell me, who wrote down chapter 10:100 for Muhammad? Who is the original author of 10:100?
It was revealed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. No one wrote it down.
Who wrote it down?
It's a revelation.
Who wrote it down?
No one wrote it down. It was revealed to Prophet Muhammad.
Hang on. What is this? Is this something written down? Is the Quran written down?
You go to you shift the camera there and see what you're doing.
Is the Quran written down? There's the Arabic. See there? Translation.
Was the Prophet in translation speaking Arabic. English?
There is the Arabic.
I don't see an Arabic.
There's the Arabic. I don't read the Arabic. I don't have the Arabic.
Let's go.
Shut up. I want you to listen. Shut up. Shut up. Now you start to annoy me. I want you to listen carefully, Jamil. I don't read Arabic
because of exposure.
Listen. Stop talking and listen. I don't read Arabic. That's why the Arabic wasn't up. Now, since you're being cocky and you don't believe who Arbari is and Hilali and Khan and Pickthall and all of these, I'm asking you, who was the original writer of this one verse? Who wrote it down for Muhammad?
There is no writing. It was revealed Tanzil. That's how we see it in our university in Islam.
And wrote it down so that people like you can read it. Who gave us Surah 10:100? Who gave us this? Who is the author of this?
It was revealed to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and it was written by his scribes.
Who wrote it down?
Why are you so adamant in the writing? Why are you not so adamant in the revelation?
You don't want these. You said, oh, this is a tough
tafsir. You see, Al-Khan, Asahi International,
listen quietly. Listen quietly. You said these are tafsirs, but these are just translations. Now, again, because you're Muslim, it's difficult for you to tell the difference between a translation and a tafsir. Okay? These are translations. I'm asking you, according to you,
means translation,
be quiet,
by the way.
Be quiet. Be quiet. According to you, I want to know who is the author of Surah 10:100. Prove to me that Arbery isn't the author of 10:100. Tell me who the author is. Who took a pen and who had a piece of paper?
Let's read the
that
Arabic.
Wrote down 10:100.
Because in our universe, when we talk about Quran, we want to read the Arabic, okay?
Listen, 90% of you Muslims don't know Arabic. This is why I have it in English, because you guys
have you seen my bio?
Understands that.
Among the 90%.
I don't care. I'm asking you, who is the author of Surah 10:100?
It was revealed to the Prophet ﷺ in Arabic. So let's go to the Arabic, please, and I break it down.
Muhammad was an illiterate, correct? He couldn't read and write, correct?
Yes, but he was eloquent. So that's why we have the Quran.
Dude, listen again. Listen, try not to be as dumb as you sound. Listen carefully. Who? Which man, which person wrote it down for Muhammad, and how can I trust him? That's what I want. Who is the author of this? Surah 10:100. Who is the author of this?
Which entity revealed it to the Prophet ﷺ? Not who wrote it down.
Wrote it down. Don't talk about the devil that came to Muhammad. I want to know
the source?
Who is the one that wrote it down in the Arabic?
The Quran wasn't written down. It was revealed in Arabic. Duh. Okay. Every Muslim knows that's our universe.
Do you have a physical Quran in your home?
Yes, I have a physical Mus'haf.
So somebody wrote down the bloody Quran for you, didn't they?
Yes, but originally it was oral tradition.
The Quran was recited.
Originally it was oral tradition.
How do I know who the author was that penned this verse? How do I know this is a true verse coming from Allah to Muhammad through through Jibril? How do I know that this actually came from Allah? Who is the author that I can trust was one of those that was with Muhammad to give me this verse? Who do I go to?
You're asking who was with Muhammad when Angel Jibril reveals to him the ayah.
It's okay. You're too stupid to understand.
It's not being stupid.
My man, you're too stupid to understand. Just read. Ikra. Read the
you're
verse.
Forcing me.
Read the verse.
Okay.
Ikra.
وَمَا كَانَ لِنَفْسِهِ أَيُؤْمِنَ okay إِلَّا بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ okay وَيَجْعَلَ الرَّجْسُ عَلَى الَّذِينَ لَا يَعْقِلُونَ okay.
So what does the verse say?
So that was very hard. Okay. So you have to go there, say wa. So that wa means and, meaning there was an ayah before. God. So you have to read the whole thing.
An idiot.
Is there a question that starts with and? Is there a sentence that starts with and? Listen, we study the Quran. And wa ma kana li nafsihi. Where is the and?
Can you tell me?
So it means there was an ayah before. So can you back?
Let's go one before. Let's go to one before. Let's go to one before.
Gotcha.
There's no gotcha. This helps my case. You.
Aha. Lausha Arabika. Let's go. Lausha Arabika. If it was no.
Ikrab.
Lausha Arabika. La amana. Again, there is another wa. Amana mafil awdi kulluhu jami'an. Okay. So now let me break it for you down in the Arabic language, because our main topic was free will.
Okay. So again,
in the Arabic language, in the eloquence of the Quran, when we say,
my question to you was, can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
As I told you, there is free will. Okay. Huh?
Okay. What does the verse say? 99 and 100.
You brought a translation. You didn't bring the ayah.
I didn't bring a translation. I rang a bell and Jibril appeared. So now we've got Holy Spirit Jibril. He's not an angel anymore. Sorry,
hey, brother,
Jibril, can you please read this one?
Brother?
God bless you, brother.
Jamil, you claim in your bio that you teach Arabic or Arabic Quran, yes?
Yep.
Okay, can you read, please?
وَلَوْ شَاءَ رَبُّكَ لَآمَنَ مَنْ فِي الْأَرْضِ كُلُّهُمْ جَمِيعًا أفأنت تكرهه الناس حتى يكونوا
أفأنت what?
I can't see the anta. الناس حتى يكونوا مؤمنين.
Okay.
So the question is that, are you going to hate people
read أفأنت
shift first?
Keep
Tell
going.
him to go back. He's not there where he wants for anta. Tell him to shift back.
Yeah, okay.
فأنت تكره الناس.
What?
أفأنت تكره الناس.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Keep going.
حتى تكونوا مؤمنين.
حتى what?
يكونوا مؤمنين.
How many mistakes, man, in one verse? How many?
Yeah, I just wanted to test you. It was just sneaky. It was just sneaky.
Another liar.
It was just a sneaky way.
Liar. You got busted.
You guys are just like, I've got your mistake.
You are a liar.
7 mistakes. 7 mistakes.
حتى تكونوا
7 mistakes in one verse, and you claim you teach reading Arabic Quran. Go away, man.
Listen, it was just a trick.
Go to the next verse.
No, you're a liar.
Hold on a second. Okay, now read this.
لماذا تقول أنا مكذب؟
All right, come on.
What? No, read the verse, dude. Stop, bro. Just read the verse. Nobody's a liar except you. Read the verse.
وما كان لنفس أن تؤمن إلا بإذن الله.
Okay.
ويجعل رجس على الذين لا يعقلون.
Only one mistake.
So the question which was asked that if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala chose, can I be a believer? Okay. If he chose someone to be a Muslim, then can someone be a believer? Hence, there's no free will. That's what he was basing.
I asked, can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
So as I told you, and I've been telling many times, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us free will and we choose between two paths. Okay. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala operates outside of time. So he's Al-Alim, he knows everything. But his observance of everything, of how we use our free will, is just for Judgment Day. So when we enter Judgment Day, we'll be judged because of our free will.
Okay, watch this. Let me school you just a little bit, because you think you're smarter than most again. Just sit quietly now in the corner, pretend pigeon on the Kaaba. Listen carefully. A child that does not commit sin, does not commit sin, or is not old enough to commit sin, do those children go to paradise or to hellfire?
Are you asking me? Can I reply?
No, I'm talking to myself. Jibril came to visit me. I'm talking to Jibril. Who do you think I'm talking to? I'm asking you.
If a child has not committed sin and they die, are they going to paradise or to hellfire, right?
Yes.
So according to the Quran, according to the teachings of the Prophet ﷺ, if they don't reach the age where their deeds are recorded, then they go to paradise.
Beautiful. So now watch now. You said according to the Quran, and I asked you earlier if you're Sunni Muslim.
No, I said according to the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. I never said Quran.
So you take the hadiths now.
I never said Quran.
You took the hadiths. You took the hadiths, right?
Yes, let's go to the hadith. I know you'll go to that hadith. Break it down. Let's go.
Okay. So yeah.
No, let's go to the hadith.
We're gonna go. It's okay. We are going. Jamil, remember, I'm taking you on a journey, bro. You don't understand much. This is why I've got to break it down.
Listen, I walk the journey every day. You can't take me to any journey.
The only thing you know about journey is going around and around in a circle. You think you can get the Kaaba, but it's okay. Let's see this.
I wish to reach the Kaaba one day.
From Allah's Messenger that a person performs deeds like the deeds of the people of paradise, apparently before people, and he would be amongst the dwellers of hell, and the person acts apparently like the people of hell, but in fact he would be among the dwellers of paradise. So now watch this. The deeds that are being done, performed, who is the one that tells people or creates what deeds they're going to do and they're not going to do? Who writes?
It is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who sets everything, good deeds and bad deeds.
Beautiful, beautiful. So now we're going to just take you on another journey. So when it says, now remember, you are left shoulder, African like me, you are left shoulder, and you are going straight to hell because that's what Allah created you for. In Surah, in Mishkat Al-Mazbit 119. But let's see what else he says. He says, Allah created his creatures in darkness and cast some light of his light on them. Do you know, Jamil, if you have light of Allah or not?
I just feel it in my heart because I know the darkness. You're talking of my skin, right?
Yeah, sure, sure.
You guys are so obsessed with racism, blackness.
Those on whom, my brother, look at my color, man. I'm going to hell. I'm left shoulder like you, man. Allah's sending me and you both to hellfire.
No. That's
you're created for hell.
What the hadith
anyway,
says.
Let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. Those
darkness
some light
is a metaphor for evil.
Guidance.
Light is a metaphor for good.
What?
Not
rubbish,
the physical thing which is usually you assume.
Rubbish. Why are you gonna have a white?
Oh, it's your assumption.
Panda when you get to heaven.
In my universe, it's okay.
Black skin and a black body and white face.
No. It's our souls, not our skins.
It's okay.
Because I don't
now
see
that
any
we can see
there.
that Allah gives some people guidance and leads other people astray, you still don't know whether you're coming or going.
No. Where does it say he leads other people astray? Don't be so sneaky. Okay, you just highlighted something,
but those
where does it say he leads other people?
Shut up and listen. Those who are
missed by
it will go astray. Who is the one? Again, listen. You're not smart enough to do both. Who is the one?
They will go. The burden of performance is them. They will go. It's not Allah who led them astray. They will go.
Who is the one that is giving them guidance?
The light that falls will have guidance. It's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the source of guidance. Okay.
Okay.
So it's us human beings to get that guidance.
Try to read and see what it says. Those on whom some of the light falls will have guidance.
Falls.
Okay. Those that some of the light falls will have guidance. Correct?
Yes.
Now
continue.
Who is the one?
Continue.
I'm about to continue. Sit quietly. I told you. Pretend you at the kindergarten trying to find an ex-wife. Sit quietly. Focus on the girls. Listen to what it says. So Allah is the one. He casts some of his light upon them. Allah does some on them. Some of his light. Those on which the light falls will have guidance.
So you expected all of Allah's light to be cast upon?
Shut it. Shut it. I'm reading. Shut it. Listen. But those who are missed by it will go astray. Those who are missed by it. Those people that are missed, Jamil, those that are missed, is it their fault that they were missed?
Yes, it was their fault.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
They had an umbrella.
What an absolute muppet. Okay, so now they get...
Because as I told you, the burden on performance,
he created
a train coming.
His creatures in darkness, right? Allah created them. So it's not their fault, guys. It's not their fault. It's Allah that gives the guidance and Allah that doesn't give guidance. So Allah, by not giving them guidance, is leading them
Allah created them.
Right? Now watch again. Well, I'll show you guys even more hadiths that confirm what I'm saying, not what this liar is saying, right? Because again,
also we don't have free will.
The pen has been lifted from three. The sleeping person until he awakes, and for the boy until he becomes a young man, and for the mentally insane he regains sanity. But look what it's saying. The pen has been lifted only 3 times. So again, there's nothing that you can do. Let me give you another one. Watch this. When Moses,
the pen has been raised only for recording these which you chose.
Watch this, guys. When Moses was talking to Adam, and I imagine how stupid this is, they're having a conversation, all recorded by Muhammad. Muhammad records it. Imagine that. He must have been sitting there on his flying donkey when he got this one. Look what happens. I'm just showing you guys from all these hadiths. Look what happens. He says, do you blame me, this is Adam talking to Moses, for an action which Allah had written in my fate 40 years before my creation? So who decided that Adam was going to commit that sin? Who was it, Jamil? Was it Adam that had free will, or did Allah decide 40 years before his creation that he was going to commit a sin?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decided that Adam's free will led him to commit that sin and learn from it.
How could be decided and free will in one sentence?
Yes, I'm listening to myself.
I know, it's stupid.
Allah created both free will and we choose between good and bad.
Okay, watch this. Watch this. Listen again.
So now let me ask you, if Adam didn't sleep, how would he know that something is bad or good?
Allah's talking to Moses. Adam's talking to Moses. He says, do you blame me for an action which Allah had written? So who decided the action?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created situations for the action, and
Who
Adam
decided
chose
the
it through his
action?
free will.
Who decided the action?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created the two sides. Free will was by Adam alayhi salam. The burden on performance was on Adam alayhi salam.
Which Allah had written in my fate 40 years before my creation. If Allah wills something, Jamil, can you change what Allah wills?
No, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala willed free will. So can I change free will?
Idiot. I'll try again, Jamil. If Allah wills
it's not something like an idiot.
If Allah wills something, can you change what Allah wills?
It's what they call qadr. Because
if
in
Allah
our Islam here we believe
something, can you change what Allah wills for you?
I cannot change what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has chosen for me. Either I'm the one supposed to do it
if
or
Allah
not. That's what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala chose for me. Two paths.
If
Either
Allah
I do hellfire or I do Jannah.
Hell,
those are the two paths.
Change, if Allah created you to go to hell, can you change where Allah is sending you?
In Islam we say the default position is Jannah. That's our view in Islam, in our universe.
Let's see that's
the default
true.
position is
let's
Jannah.
See if that's true.
Except when you do bad deeds, those are the things that lead you to hell. But that's the default position.
Can a newborn child do any bad deeds?
No, because even it's unlike you Christians, you say that a child will go
because
all
newborn
of us
child
have sinned because
in
of
Islam
Adam.
Go to hell?
A young child,
let's read. The woman who buries alive her newborn girl and the girl who is buried alive, both will go to hell. Can you tell me what sin?
No, continue, please
do?
continue.
Okay,
continue.
This tradition was also transmitted by Masud from the Prophet in the same effect through a different chain of narrators. Okay, now the newborn girl. What sin did the newborn girl commit?
Listen, you first go to the hadith in Arabic. Let's go to Arabic. Let's go to the Arabic part.
What sin?
No. Let's go to the Arabic part. I see how you guys are sneaky.
There's the Arabic is there.
Let's go to the Arabic part.
Come on, Satan. Come on.
Let's go. Ibrahim and Musa.
Read loud so that Jibreel can laugh at your Arabic.
All right, start.
Come on, read louder. Come on. We want to hear you make another big cock up. Come on.
حدثنا إبراهيم بن موسى الرزي حدثنا ابن أبي زايد قال حدثني أبي عن عامر قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Continue. Go to the next part. الوائدات الموائدات في النار. قال
What? Go back. Read it again.
الوائدات
wrong. الوائدة والموءودة Al-wa'idatu. Say it.
Wa'idatu.
Exactly. Go.
I said al-wa'idatu.
Al-wa'idatu.
Al-wa'idatu. Yeah, it's like as if there's the fatah. You're saying al-wa'idatu. It's al-wa.
Hey, just carry on. Just carry on. Listen, left shoulder. Keep pretending you're Arabic. Keep reading.
Come on, read.
Al-wa'idatu wal-maw'udatu fi nar. Qala. Qala Yahya bin.
What does al-wa'idatu wal-maw'udatu fi nar? What does that mean? Don't worry about that part. Don't worry about it. That's not going to help you. Don't worry about it. What does al-wa'idatu? What does al-wa'idatu wal-maw'udatu fi nar? What does that mean?
Mawa. The one who's saying goodbye like we die. The one who's saying goodbye and the one who's saying goodbye too.
Oh my
we
God.
die.
We die. In Arabic, man. I feel sorry for you students. What do you mean you say goodbye? What goodbye? What does al-wa'idatu wal-maw'udatu mean?
Jamil, you're an embarrassment to Africa and to Islam.
Man, he just read it for you in English.
Not an embarrassment.
He read it for you.
You're an embarrassment as my African brother. You're an embarrassment. So again, what sin does the newborn girl commit that she goes to hell? Show everyone how.
Listen, when we say, I still talk, when you say goodbye, is in that farewell.
Where is she on a trip to
Jibril.
Is she going back?
The one who's saying goodbye to and the one who's saying goodbye to. What's the meaning of wa'ida to? You only laughed at me, but you didn't correct me.
Where is she off
What does
to?
it mean?
Is she going on a backpacking trip? Sail away? I don't know. Where's she off to? Flying the winged donkey?
No. Jibril, please give me the translation. You laughed. I let you laugh. Please give me the translation.
Jamil. According to the English, because I don't speak Arabic, you made another big
No.
Your side.
I got you guys. You went to the English thing and I
got nothing.
Jibril, please give me the translation. No.
Become even
I let you guys laugh. Then I asked just like, what's the translation? He didn't give me.
Just give me a minute.
So
give me a
who's
minute,
lying?
James. Jamil. Al-wa'idatu wal-maw'udatu.
No, just give me the translation.
Jamil, you asked a question. Shut it and listen. Shut it.
It's the one that buries the little girl, okay, and the little girl that got buried. Al-wa'ida, it's the woman that buries the little girl. Al-maw'udata, it's the little girl that got buried. That's what it means. Now, what do you say about goodbye and goodbye? The word, it's not al-wa'ida.
Now, isn't like dafunu from Arabic meaning buried and
Jamil, sit quietly and learn.
Listen and learn. Okay, but when you said goodbye, okay, you mixed it up with another word that says al-muwaddi'a. Al-muwadda' wal-muwaddi'a, it's different than al-wa'ida wal-maw'uda. Okay, al-muwaddi'a, it's the one that says goodbye, the farewell sayer. It's al-wadi'a wal-muwaddi'a. Okay, do you understand now?
Imagine being that stupid and teaching people.
Do you understand now? Jamil, do you understand now?
He's trying
with
to
the ayn at the end.
At least he's learning. But my whole point again, moving on, because I don't want to spend my whole day just listening to someone that doesn't know Islam, doesn't speak Arabic, trying to pretend they know Islam, trying to pretend they speak Arabic. Moving on.
I'm not pretending, okay.
What is the sin of this newborn girl?
Did you hear his claim? He's
at least I said Quran in Arabic, but are we reading Quran?
Are we reading Quran? Only answer the question, Jamil. What sin did this newborn girl commit for her to go to hell?
There is nothing like a newborn girl there. The one who bids farewell. I still am adamant on that.
You can't fix stupid. Man. This is why, guys, these people in the chats, don't judge all Africans based on this guy. I'm an African. I apologize. We are not all this thick. I promise you. And we don't pretend to be something we're not. You don't hear me saying bonjour and then call myself a Frenchman. This left shoulder that's born in Africa now thinks that he's an Arab. But watch again, guys. I'll show him another one. Let me show him another one.
No, I'm not.
Allah's messenger.
But we're speaking in English, right?
For this child.
Is that language?
Man, sit quietly. Sit quietly. Just sit quietly. Pretend you're a pigeon on the Kaaba. Just sit quietly. Allah's messenger, there's happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for it committed no sin. So the child committed no sin, nor has he reached the age when one can commit sin. So the child is sinless, no sin. He, Allah's Muhammad is talking, said, Muhammad said, Aisha, peradventure it may be otherwise, because Allah created for paradise those who are fit for paradise while they were yet in their father's loins. And he created for hell those who are to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. Now notice again, guys, the child has been predestined to either go to paradise. Child has been predestined.
Could you use the word either? So it means the burden of choice is on the child to choose between those.
Go outside, find a stone. You can decide if you want to circle it, use it as toilet paper, throw it, prostrate to it. But at the meantime, let me finish explaining this hadith. Right? So go, if I throw a stone, you can chase it, do what you want to do with it. It'll call it a pebble, whatever. Notice that the child has no free will because Allah decided where this child is going to go before this child committed sin. How can the child or people have free will if Allah already predetermined where they're going? Surah 54:49, when it says everything, we created everything with predestination.
So as I conclude, we have free will, okay? Hence in that hadith, you say either.
Oh my God, oh my God.
You can't make this up. Okay, watch this. Oh Jamil. God. Adultery, is that evil?
A what?
Adultery, the thing Muhammad used to do with Maria the Coptic. Adultery, is it evil?
According to the moral thing, yes, it's evil.
Beautiful. Adultery is evil. And evil comes from who?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created evil.
Beautiful. So Allah gives people evil, correct?
No, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created good and evil so that we can choose.
So we can choose. MashaAllah.
Yes, hence we have free will.
So let's see if it's true. I told you, you have no free will. You haven't proved it once. You haven't taken me anywhere. I've taken you everywhere. You must be feeling like you're going around in circles because you think you're at the Kaaba. Watch this. Verily, Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery. Allah has fixed. Who fixed the portion of adultery? Allah fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in. If Allah wills you to do something, you can't change what Allah has willed for you, and which He of necessity must commit. So again, Allah gives you a portion of adultery. Now, Jamil said adultery is evil. Allah gives you that evil, and He says that you will indulge in it. Again, Jamil, if Allah wills something, can you change what Allah wills for you?
Okay, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created me with desires, right? Now I'm supposed to elevate myself and
not my question.
It's me choosing, right?
If He gave
Allah has already willed.
Jamil, if He gave you desires, then you have a choice when it comes to that, correct?
Free will, yes.
You and your free will. So watch this. If Allah gave you a portion of adultery, and He says that you will indulge in it, you will. Can you change what Allah wills for you?
Yes, I can change it. Do you know how? By elevating myself spiritually.
Jamil, you are actually better than Allah. You are greater than Allah. You are Allah Jamil Akbar, because it seems as if you are more powerful because your will is exceeding over.
Oh my God, man. James, honestly, man, I feel sorry for you. How can you deal with these people, man, day after day after day? I mean, by listening to you, man, honestly, I feel tired. How can you do it?
This is why, my man, this is why I actually took a time out, because I'm not even joking. I went away just to recharge, because you listen to these people and it's crazy. It's honestly crazy, the stuff that they will say. I mean, I'm the one that's showing them from the Quran, from the hadiths, and they just no, you have free will. No, you have free will. And it's honestly, it gets to the point where you think that these people, either they hate Allah or they're blind to Allah. It's crazy. I mean, he said he doesn't accept, he doesn't want to class himself as a Sunni or Shia. He's just a Muslim. Then he goes to the hadiths. And then he, oh my gosh, man, I don't know.
You know what the disaster is? He claims he is teaching Quran in Arabic. Can you believe that?
Listen, I can walk into a village in Africa and just start off with bonjour, and I can say many different words and tell them all, no, you're not. I mean, let me bring you. I can just say words, and these people will sit in the class and they'll be like, oh wow, he spoke French to me.
Man, honestly, I think I can go to Africa and I'll become a millionaire teaching Quran.
Yeah, you can say you can say that Allah himself. They'll be like, oh wow.
You know, James, this act of burying the babies that they used to do in Arabic, it's called wa'ad al-banat. Okay, burying the little girls. Okay, wa'ad. What he confused it with is wada'. When he was saying farewell, the word wada' is farewell. When you farewell someone, okay, wada'. So he confused the word wada' with the word wa'id. They're two different words, totally different meanings. So al-wa'idah wal-maw'udah, he confused it with al-muwaddi'ah wal-muwadda'. He confused it with those two words. And he claims he's teaching Quran in Arabic. Oh my God. I mean, you were listening to this. Did you hear what he was saying?
I had to leave for a minute, but it was funny when we were reading, Surah Yunus, when he read the section, وَمَا كَانَ لِنَفْسٍ and إِلَّا بِإِذْنِ اللَّهِ, he said that was a tafsir. He didn't know, bro. He didn't know that was the Quran. He said we were lying about it. I'm like, bro, this is the Quran. How do you not know this? But remember, he says he teaches Quran. How do you teach Quran and you don't know this is the Quran?
He teaches Quran in Arabic, and he couldn't even read Arabic. He read one verse, he made 7 mistakes. In reading one verse, 7 mistakes, I was counting. In one verse. How many would he make reading the whole Quran?
And it's funny that thing that you brought up about the hadith, about the term, like that's actually in the hadith. In the Arabic, it says the woman who buries and the buried go to Jahannam. It says that in the Arabic. It's very clear.
Read it for him. James read it for him in English, and then he said, no, go to the Arabic. When he went to the Arabic, he totally stuffed it up. He totally stuffed it up. He should have stuck with the English.
English.
Honestly. And
you know what I so appreciate, like you guys coming, understanding the Arabic and speaking Arabic and stuff. As soon as I saw you in the chats, and I know Amin was busy, I know he was at work, so I didn't want to rely too much on him because in case he had to leave. That's why I brought you up, because again, they can't lie to us when we have people that can actually read the language.
Yeah. And you know what he said, something that, again, I sort of took notes of. He said, tafsir is translation.
Translation, yes, bro.
How could tafsir? I was going to ask him, what does tarjama mean then?
Tarjama is translation. Like if I say ena mutarjama, I'm a translator. But if you say tafsir, that means explanation. What is he talking about, bro? Like this guy. But they like to gaslight, bro. They love to do that.
Tafsir is explanation. The word translation is tarjama. They're two different words and miles apart. You can't even confuse the two words. I mean, tafsir and tarjama, they're two different words. But he's even got that one confused with it. No, he had no idea, man. Honestly, the students he's teaching, they must be so dumb that he can get away with it. He can get away with it.
What they do is, here's what they do, Jabril. Like, and this is what they all do. They learn it, and you probably know this. They learn it. They just learn to read it from when they're kids. So they pretty much teach people just how to parrot stuff, but they don't teach them to understand. So So for me, when I started learning Arabic, I didn't want to learn it just so I could recite, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu. Like, I didn't want to do that. Whenever I'm reading it, I want to know what I'm reading. I don't know every word in the Quran, but for the most part, if I'm reading something, I can understand. And that's the most important thing, because they don't understand. And that's why when we bring them this stuff, they just manifest.
Yeah, and it's the same with Pakistanis, Turkish, Persians, Indonesians, Malaysians, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. All of these people, they read it, but they don't understand what they're reading. Mate, 82% of Muslims in the world don't understand Arabic. 82%.
And those that think they understand it sound like this guy. They make the biggest mistakes, and they're like, yeah, no one knows the difference, so I can get away with it.
The only people that read and understand are the people in the Middle East, the Muslims in the Middle East. But the problem is no one reads. In the Middle East, they are the worst readers in the world. They don't read. They rely on their ear. They want to go to the mosque on Friday and listen to what the Imam is saying, and they think that's enough portion of Quran for that day. But they never opened the Quran and read it. And when they read it, they don't even understand it. You see, when we read it, because we read it as a case study, we want to study it because we want to understand it. That's why we go over every verse, every word, every shadda, every dhamma, every fatha, every kasra, everything, every dot. We go over everything. We go to dictionaries, we go to translations, we go to scholars, what they said about these things. We even go to other languages, as Syriac and Aramaic and Hebrew and other and Persian, because Quran is a combination of all these languages, mainly Aramaic and Syriac. And that's why there's a lot of words in the Quran. I know them from my own language, from Aramaic. I know what they mean. But in Arabic, they make no sense. And that's why every word that you see in the tafsir, every scholar said something different. That means it's not Arabic. Because if it was Arabic, it'll only have one meaning. Like the word, Inna a'tainaka al-kawthar. The word al-kawthar, there are 41 meanings for one word. Kawthar. Kawthar. Only this 3-letter word. Or 4-letter word, okay? 41 meanings for it. Why? Because it's not Arabic.
It's crazy. Just let me give a quick shout out to you guys. There's over 300 people. Sorry, give me 1 second. There's over 300 people there's 115 on YouTube and 180 something people over here, guys. For those that are not following on YouTube or even on this, please follow me over here and follow me on the YouTube. It's called The Agents 007, The Agent 007 on YouTube. Subscribe, like, support the live by just sharing it and, liking the live. That spreads to more people. I was away now for 4 days. I tried my best not to open TikTok, which is crazy that I had to come back. It's like an addictive thing. I didn't go live though, but I've been reading all the comments that people have been sending me. So I've had time to read and correspond and talk to people more. Part of the question, part of the reason why so many Muslims are actually attracted to these kind of lives is because in a debate, you can run from the topic. But here we are holding you to a verse, to a chapter. And if you have Arabic speaking people like Amin and Jibril, you are able to hold them 10 toes down and say, explain this. Don't run from it. And this is hard for Muslims to do because they're so used to lying. Yes, you guys are liars because you're allowed to lie in your religion. Say what you want, cry as much as you want. Go and ask your imams, go open you got Chat GPT now. Go ask, are you allowed to lie in Islam? And yes, you can. And I know that Muslims have been asking me this the most. Is it true that Muslims can lie in Islam? And yes, you can. This is why these guys come up and lie about what we just read, like what they just did now with Jibril in the Arabic. And he caught him out and he said he was testing us. No, he wasn't. He made a boo-boo, a big mess up, and he tried just to row your boat back to land.
You know, James, the downfall of this particular religion is their pride. Nothing to do with, because nobody knows everything. Like that's like we honestly, most people don't care, bro. Like nobody's gonna sit here and be like, oh, you missed the fatha, you missed like most people don't really care about that stuff if you're having a regular conversation, because they do this when they talk with each other. Like they say, oh, well, you just missed this, but I understand what you're saying. The problem is because they are so prideful, they cannot admit that they make a mistake. So they'll double, triple, quadruple down. And then it just makes it that much worse when we expose them on it. Like, it's like I said earlier, like these guys, like, I mean, imagine English not being your first language, right? So you grow up somewhere and you say, you find a Michael Jackson song, Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just a girl that claims that I'm the one. Right? So then so then somebody says, Yani A, like, what does that mean? And then they say, Kalimni, you tell me. And then they say, like, I don't understand. Well, then why are you singing the song? You don't understand what it means. Like, so, and then they try to impose that same standard onto you, and it just doesn't work, bro. Most people would just say, like, okay, like, I don't understand. Can you explain it to me? But they like to do this, like, oh, well, you don't understand it, so you can't talk about the, like, you don't even understand it. So it's crazy, man. Like, if you guys would stop being prideful, then we could have an honest conversation. We can give you guys grace, but because you don't want to be honest, it turns into this big debacle.
And that's the thing. It's the honesty. Seriously, guys, the honesty. I was watching this morning, I was watching Lesbiano and a few of the others. When you get so full of yourself and you talk about how you cook everyone and you're the best and no one can take you and no one can do this, you filled yourself with pride. And this is the downfall of Satan, was pride, having too much of pride, trying to make himself equal to God. Because when you're sitting up here telling people that you've destroyed everyone, only God can do something that powerful. You're just a normal person, and that needs to be humbled. So all I'm saying to you Muslims as well, it's funny that we are the ones we are the ones reading the Quran. We are the ones showing you what is given to us. And the craziness of it all is that you guys have never given us a verse or anything to show us that that you're using Quran to support your claims. Is it that all the hadiths that I brought up confirm the position that you have no free will, and then the Quran itself says you have no free will? The Quran says it, that you can't will unless Allah wills it for you. So we keep on bringing this up and showing you guys, but it's because of the hate that you have for everybody else that you have to now, you are so clouded with this hate that you can't have a conversation that is called honest conversation. This is why Muslims are allowed to lie in order to push this Islam, to try to make it work in places it can never work. And the internet was the biggest downfall of the Muslims and Allah, who didn't foresee, the all-knowing God didn't know that internet was going to come and we'd be able to open up this Quran and actually read it for ourselves. And now that and Muslims have told us, right, in all these years I've been on this app, they've said, you guys, you've never read the Quran. Read the Quran, you'll see, you'll find the truth. I found more questions and more unanswered answers that were never, fully answered, because Muslim can't do that. It's crazy. Anyway, let's see. I hope we got a Muslim coming up. We got AB. Remember AB from somewhere.
I remember him as well.
AB, sir, how are you?
He's already into Google.
Ali, now I can hear you. There you are.
Oh, just 1 second, 1 second.
Yeah, guys, please keep tapping, keep liking, keep sharing. Go to Amin's page over here on TikTok TikTok, and you can go to his link. He's doing the amazing work on YouTube, Church Fathers. He's now also teaching us Arabic so we can learn Arabic. So guys, he's teaching us Arabic. For us, we've got Jibril and Amin up here now. Imagine if most Christians knew Arabic. I mean, even if God Logic, right? If God Logic could speak Arabic, can you imagine the damage the dude would do?
Bro, he would take over the world, bro.
It's crazy. Islam wouldn't have a choice. Him, Sam, and David would, you know, and then we are blessed with Jai and DOC that speak Arabic as well. Look at the amount of damage that they're doing. And again, take this live of mine. If Amin wasn't here and Jibril wasn't here, and I was just speaking it just with the English, if I'm causing people to get frustrated with me just reading it in English, imagine the Arabic. Hello, Only. How are you, sir?
James, do not underestimate yourself, mate. You're doing an amazing job, honestly. Even without speaking Arabic, but you get the point so clear, you know, that anybody can understand it.
And just give us a second. Taqwa, just give us a second.
James, can I ask you a question?
Taqwa, just give us a second. Mr. Pius, just wait a second. James, I just wanted to say this too, and Jibril can attest to this. Like, Arabic helps, but I'm not doing it just so, like, you know, you can be super fluent, because I'm not super fluent either. Fluency is like a lifelong thing if you're not a native speaker. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to teach people at least the basics, because you're not gonna, most of the stuff you deal with these guys is not like, oh, you know, you need to speak the whole language and have a conversation. No, it's reading, because what they'll do is they'll lie about what is actually on the paper. So the whole purpose of me making those videos is so you guys can at least parse out text and read it, not necessarily so you can have full-blown conversations. It's about comprehension and about literacy. So if you guys want to check out the first installment, go to my page here on TikTok, click on the YouTube link, and watch the intro to the Arabic alphabet series. I've even made a worksheet for you guys to practice writing it yourself. So the second installment is going to come out this week sometime. But James, you're like what Jibril said, you're doing an amazing job, man. Like, you're doing better than me, because I don't have the patience like you do. So God bless you, bro.
Anyways, so
sorry, AB, 1 second, my man. You just got your mic back. Only, are you a Muslim? Only the lonely. Okay, never mind. AB, you back.
Yeah, so you said the illusion of free will in Islam. Can you explain or elaborate on that point?
Sure. The more I read the Quran, the more I see that you have no free will in Islam. For example, the Quran tells me clearly in Surah 54:49, indeed all things we created with predestination. Right? So when you just look at that one verse, if everything is already made with predestination, that means you're going to struggle to have any claim of free will. It's just an illusion, because if everything is already predetermined, if everything is predestined, then there's a final outcome that you can't change.
No, that's a valid sort of point that you've brought. However, that's not valid in terms of supporting your claim that there's no such thing, there's no free will in Islam.
Okay, so let me give you an example.
I'll just ask you a question if you don't mind, with regards to that, with regards to the statement that you made. You said that your evidence is from the Quran. There is evidence from the Quran to prove that free will exists. So my question to you, therefore,
there's a contradiction then, brother.
No problem. We'll speak about if there's a contradiction or not. So no problem. So my question to you is, James, would you describe somebody who is defiantly disobedient as having free will?
Defiantly disobedient.
Actually, so let me reword it. Can somebody be defiantly disobedient without having free will?
Okay, watch this. If a child at 3 is defiantly disobedient because the child doesn't want to go to bed or eat its fruit and vegetables, is that child a sinner?
Children are not sinners.
Okay.
Children, hold on. Children under the age of puberty cannot sin in accordance to Islam. So my question to you is:
you Sunni, correct?
Give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second.
So you just understand you Sunni?
I'm a Sunni. Yes, I'm a Sunni.
Okay, beautiful.
So my question to you actually isn't about. Let's just speak about adults here. So can an adult be defiantly disobedient and not have free will according to Islam?
Well, everything predetermined in Islam. So again, you're asking me to
no. Forget about the premise that you're bringing. The question is very, very simple. With regards to, it doesn't matter if it's in relation.
It's very relevant. The reason that it's so relevant is, my man, let me explain why it's relevant. It's relevant because in your religion, if it's been predetermined that you're going to be a rebel, you're going to be disobedient, it is Allah that created you disobedient. You can't change what Allah created you for.
Do you know what defiantly disobedience means?
Well, you explain that to me, because that's interesting. Defiantly disobedient.
Yes,
it's like knowing the truth but not acting on the truth.
Yes. So defiantly disobedient in terms of the Quran, Allah explains in many verses, for those people who have been brought the truth and who have been brought the revelations from God, and they have continuously on their own terms rejected the verses, those are the people who are defiantly disobedient.
Well, watch this. Was Adam defiantly disobedient?
He was not defiantly disobedient. He disobeyed, but he wasn't defiant. That's what I'm explaining to you.
Okay, so watch this then.
Just 1 second, let me just finish. At least no problem. Just let me finish. So my point is, defiantly disobedience and disobedience are two different things.
Okay. So Adam.
You still haven't answered the question, by the way.
Well, I'm trying to establish now, because again, you can't be a Muslim and ask me that question, because if Allah created you to be disobedient or defiantly disobedient, if He was the one that leads people astray, if He is the one that puts devils on you to make you commit sin, you can't be the one that's defiantly disobedient when Allah is the one making you do that. This is why I'm saying, when Adam and Moses were having the conversation, and Adam said to Moses, why do you blame me for something that Allah wrote or determined that I was going to do 40 years before? Who did wrong? Did Adam do wrong when he did what Allah created him to do?
What has been predetermined is for you to commit the action. It's not being predetermined for Allah to commit the action on your behalf. So my question to you, just give me 1 second. My question to you is very, very simple. Can somebody be defiantly disobedient without having free will?
As a Christian, yes.
No,
even a Muslim, no.
Okay, so prove to me that's claim that you just made. Prove it to me.
But as I said, in Islam, if we just read the hadiths and the Quran itself, here's my example to you. This is my easiest example. Am I being defiantly disobedient by not becoming a Muslim, or does Allah have to will that I become a Muslim?
No, defiantly disobedience and being disobedient is two different things. I'll give you an example.
I can know the truth now.
Let me explain.
I know the truth, correct?
Let me just explain. Let me explain. Defiantly disobedient. Oh yeah, for example, in your situation, if somebody consistently comes to you and brings to you the truth of Islam over and over again, you blaspheme, you reject, you make claims, you make lies. I'm not saying that you do. I'm just saying, just giving an example, right? Mm-hmm. Then in that case, you are essentially defiantly disobedient. If a Muslim, I'll give you an example. If a Muslim commits a sin once, for example, I don't know, they steal or they backbite or I don't know whatever they do, they are disobedient because they've disobeyed God's legislations. However, if you are constantly, repeatedly breaking and violating the legislations and regulations given to us by God, then you're defiantly disobedient. So my question, the reason why I asked that question, James, is because if somebody is defiantly disobedient, there's no way for them not to have free will, because they've chosen out of their own will to be defiantly disobedient. For example, in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in chapter number 18, verse number 29, I'm paraphrasing here, He actually makes mention that whoever
you
wants
shall not wish unless it is willed by Allah.
So what did you say? I can't hear. What did you say?
I read the verse. It says, but you shall not wish unless it is willed by Allah, or you shall not will unless it is willed by Allah, the Lord
Not
of all
really,
worlds.
not really. It says that the truth is from your Lord. So whoever believes, let them believe, and whoever disbelieves, let them disbelieve. So that verse
in front of me, it doesn't say that. It literally says that you shall not will except as Allah wills.
can you bring up that verse so we can read it together?
I have it in front of me. I can show it to you.
Out in and out of the.
Yeah, no worries. I'll show it to you. So 81:20 is the verse I read earlier. That's the Arabic, right? There's the Arabic.
Can you go on Quran.com? Can you go on Quran.com? No,
Say again?
can you go on Quran.com? I don't know these websites that you guys keep bringing up. It's like Christians, they love Quran X. I don't understand.
Because it's easier to maneuver. It's easier for them to perceive.
Quran.com is very simple.
I'm telling you why. And I can use any Quran you guys want. You guys that don't like the Quran.
I didn't mind the translation of Sahih International. I didn't mind, but just anyways, it's fine. No problem. 1829.
81:29.
18:29.
18. Okay, well, this is 81:29. I can show you.
No.
I'll go there. I'll go to 18, but this is what it says. It says, and you cannot will except by the will of Allah. You cannot will except by the will of Allah. So here's my question. Can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't? I'm going to go to your verse, but listen to my question. Can I become a Muslim?
I don't want to go off topic though.
I know that we're still on topic. I promise you, we'll speak. Are we still on topic? I'm going to your verse, but again, listen. Can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
No, if you cannot. No.
Beautiful. So then I don't have free will.
Yes, you have free will because hold on, just give me 1 second before you go there. You had the free will to choose what you wanted to do, correct?
No, I don't. This is where the problem is. You guys are misunderstanding it.
Hold on.
If Allah wills
just 1 second, because one second. Just go to 1829, as we were saying before.
I'm on my way there. If Allah doesn't will it, it can't happen, correct?
Okay, just 1 second. 1829, and then I don't even know how you got to 81. I don't know if you heard me wrong or something.
No, I was reading 81:29 earlier.
Okay, no problem.
So it says, and say, let me just take it from here, and say the truth.
No, that's not how Arabic works. That's not how Arabic works. You don't break it down. It won't make no sense to anybody.
Well, so you can see how they lie in the Quran.com by putting stuff that doesn't matter.
So when
you agree, hang on a second, go slowly. Oh, Abi, go slowly. You agree that Quran.com is helping Muslims make sense of the Quran by adding things to the Quran, correct?
Well, yes, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, oh my God, He says, obey Allah and obey His messengers, adi'u Allah wa adi'u Rasulah wa ulil amri minkum.
That's not my point. Not my point. I'm saying in the verse, okay, watch this. Can I add to the Quran?
There's no thing to the Quran.
Can I add to the Quran?
No, you can't.
No. If I add to the Quran, am I going outside of Islam?
Like, what do you mean? If you add verses, of course you're going outside Islam.
Okay. So when over here it says, and say, O Prophet, is O Prophet in the Arabic?
The O Prophet is not in the Arabic, but is that going to make sense though?
So what they've done is they've added to the Quran, correct?
Is that going to make sense though?
This is my point again. The Quran doesn't make sense. You need someone to try to help this clear Quran make sense. But it's okay.
So we require, anyways, just carry on. We'll get into that.
I'll read the whole thing. And say, O Prophet, this is the truth from your Lord. And for those that are just listening, this is not in the Quran. This is not in the Quran. All the inverted commas, not in the Quran. And say, O Prophet, this is the truth from your Lord. Whoever wills, let them believe, and whoever wills, let them disbelieve.
Okay, stop there. Just 1 second. Stop there. From that verse, do you believe now, from that verse, that one cannot have free will?
If I say from this verse, yes.
Can you explain that understanding to me? Explain it.
Well, you can. If you will, whoever wills, he will.
No,
he can believe, meaning he has. Say again?
James, I said, can you not have free will? Is it possible for a person to not have free will?
No, I said I agree that this verse is saying that they can have free will.
Okay, so my question to you now is, you said that in the Quran, or according to Islam, one cannot have free will.
Oh my God, I just showed you the verse in 81:29 that you cannot will unless Allah wills. AB, is that true or not?
Can I just interrupt for a minute, James? Can I just interrupt?
AB, sure.
AB.
I'm gonna forget my point.
No, just one sec. You're reading this verse and you're going by it and you're claiming that this is free will. Have you heard of abrogation in the Quran?
Where has this verse been abrogated in the Quran?
Have you heard of it first?
Okay. Check to see if it's abrogated.
Where have you seen that this verse has been abrogated?
Okay. So you know what abrogation means, yeah?
Yes, show me where this verse has been abrogated.
Okay. All these verses were abrogated by Surah At-Tawbah, chapter 9.
Give me the ayah.
Chapter 9 says, قاتلوا الذين لا يؤمنون بالله ولا يحرمون ما حرم الله ورسوله ولا يدينون دين الحق من الذين أوتوا الكتاب حتى يعطوا الجزية عن يد وهم صاغرون. Okay, in that verse it says, fight those who don't believe in Allah.
No, just pronounce the verse right. Just next time you're reading it.
No, that's fine. I'm just reading from my mind. I'm looking at it. Okay.
But the Quran, you can't make mistakes with the Quran. You have to pronounce it correctly.
Okay. In that verse, it says, fight those who don't believe in Allah and His Prophet.
Brother, just 1 second before you get to that verse, man. You guys keep jumping. James, anyways, go to 81:29. We'll speak about it.
I'm just going on the topic of free will. If I have a free will, why does your Allah say, fight those who don't believe in me?
So you are mistaken an order with free will. My friend, I don't know why you bring up this verse. 81:29.
How can I see? Hang on, AB.
Because
I hear what Jibril just said.
Verse that you read.
Yeah, listen to what he just said, because that's also a valid point, right?
What's the point he's making?
Like that.
What's the point? Okay, no problem. What's the point you're making, my friend Jibril? What's the point you're making?
The point I'm making, the verse you just read, you gave the impression that everybody's got the freedom to believe or not to believe. Okay?
Yes, so in the Quran,
chapter 9, verse 29 says, no, fight those who don't believe in Allah and His Prophet.
Yeah, so hold on. James, I now have to go off topic and answer his question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure, bro.
Yeah.
If you want to, you're more than welcome to.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. He's now brought an ayah with no context and no explanation whatsoever. This ayah, when was it revealed, Jibril?
What does it matter, my friend? Read the ayah and understand it.
If you brought me a verse from the Bible, I would never take it out of context. I would ask you, even me as a Muslim, I'd ask you what the context is. So my question to you, hold on, just give me a second. My question to you, Jibril, is what is the context of this ayah that you brought? When was it revealed? Who was it revealed to? And why was it revealed? Can you tell me? Because I can tell you.
Beautiful. Your answer is in this is
9. 1 second, no, Jibril, because you're the one who wants to go off topic. I'm speaking about predestination.
My friend, listen.
You're the one who wants to talk about this ayah. Let's go.
You asked me a question, okay? You asked me a question. You got to wait for the answer. To your question, as far as the context of this verse, which is chapter 9, verse 29, is in chapter 9, verse 28. So if we read chapter 9, verse 28, you will understand the chapter 9, verse 29. Okay? So if you have you read chapter 9, verse 28?
Friend, can you please answer the question?
Have you read chapter 9, verse 28?
Please answer the question. Please answer the question.
I am answering your question. I'm asking you, have you read chapter 9? Have you read chapter 9, verse 28?
When was this ayah revealed? Who was it revealed to? And why was it revealed? Please answer my question. Please.
I just answered you. Your answer is in chapter 9, verse 28. وَإِنَّمَا الْمُشْرِكُونَ نَجَسٌ وَلَا يَقْرَبُونَ الْمَسْجِدَ الْحَرَامَ بَعْدَ عَامِهِمْ هَذَا وَإِن خِفْتُمْ عِيلَةً
It's Masjid al-Haram, not Majlis al-Haram. It's
Masjid al-Haram, Habibi. Masjid al-Haram. I'm telling you, I'm reading.
Say Majlis. Why say Majlis?
I'm reciting.
Bro, here comes the gaslighting.
From memory. You understand exactly what I'm saying, okay? So when he said, إِنَّمَا الْمُشْرِكُونَ نَجَسٌ, okay, they are dirty. They are not supposed to go to Masjid al-Haram. The people of Quraysh complained to Muhammad. They said, we do a lot of trade. We make a lot of money out of these people. How are we going to make money? He said, وَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ عِيلَةً, if you fear poverty, if you feel you're going to lose money, Allah will compensate you for it. And then chapter 29 or verse 29 came, قَاتِلُوا الَّذِينَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ لِأَنَّهُمْ at the end of it, it says حتى يعطوا الجزية, which is money, عن يد وهم صاغرون. So in compensation to the mushrikeen najis and not to go near al-Masjid al-Haram, Allah will compensate Muslims of Quraysh, okay, by taking money from people of the book, the Jews and the Christians, and give it back to the Muslims. This is the context of the two verses. Understand?
This man, not only did he lie to all of you. Oh, just give me a second. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay, go.
Not only did he lie to all of you, he could not even bring me the explanation for when this verse was revealed. Who was it revealed to?
I just told you.
Hold on, just give me a second.
I just told you.
Just give me a second. You lied. Just give me a second. One second.
I just told you. Okay, I didn't lie. You know who lied? You know who lied? You know who lied?
James.
Ibn Kathir, Al-Qurtubi,
He's giving you. You're saying he's lying, and he's providing proof for you. AB, come on, man. He's telling you where he's getting it from, and you're saying he lied. You've got no proof that he lied.
Listen. 1 second. Let me break down tafsir. Ibn Jibreel.
I did not lie. I'm telling you. Ibn Kathir, Al-Qurtubi, Al-Sa'di, Al-Tabari, all of these people lied, not me.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one question.
Anyway, it's okay. No, we took a look.
Anyways, James, let's
I want to go to the verse you took me to.
I really need to go back.
It's okay.
I was going to say that.
Let this go off for a bit. Focus again. Now.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, James.
No, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say the verse that he took us to. What was that chapter? Was it 18 or something? 1829.
But you didn't read 1828.
Yeah, but even in 1829, it still doesn't negate anything that we're saying, because he says in the verse, it does say that. It says, whoever wills, let them believe. Whoever does not will, let them disbelieve. But the problem is, the Quran has an idea that it's Allah who is making you will to believe, and he's making you not will to believe. That's why we went to the other verse. So this is why the topic is. Hold on, AB, stop. AB, hold on. I'm not done talking as yet. Just relax. This is why the topic is the illusion of free will. That's why this is the topic.
Okay, so this?
This is not a problem.
Hang on, AB, you went to 1829. watch this.
No,
guys, watch what he said. It says, whoever wills, let them believe, and whoever wills, let them disbelieve. But look what it says, the verse before. One verse before, it says, and do not obey those whose hearts we have made heedless. Whose hearts we have made heedless of our remembrance. Who's the one that made these people heedless of the remembrance, AB?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you who. I'll answer your question. The answer to that question you'll find in chapter number 2, verse number 29, where Allah says, subhanahu wa ta'ala, we do not misguide except those who are defiantly disobedient. So my question comes all the way back to you, James, because I can't even answer Amin's question, because you're answering me a question, he's asking me a question. My question to you, James,
I asked you a question. I was just reading what it says.
No, I'll tell you.
The one verse before you went to it, the same verse that you took me, 1828.
I'll answer a question. The people whose hearts are made heedless are those who are defiantly disobedient.
Who made them defiantly disobedient?
Do you know what defiantly disobedient means?
Who made them that way?
Themselves. They have the free will to do
Let's see if it's true now. Let's see if that's true, right? That's why my question to you was right at the start. Can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
If you decide out of your own will not to become a Muslim, you have the free will to do so.
No, dude, that's not what it, bro. Why is he lying? It doesn't. No, it doesn't say. It says it's. Hold on. It says.
Let me finish.
Hold on, dude.
Brother, let me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on. It says. Dude, stop. It says. Al-Falna.
Bro,
we have made them. What are you talking about,
bro? Can you let me finish?
Oh my God!
This is insane, bro.
Can you let me
finish? Bro, can you let me finish? You're a dimmy. Shut up.
Bro, you're a dickhead. Who are you? Who are you? Some waste man. Do you have the free will to become a Muslim, yes or no?
Not according to this verse. Not according to this verse. And hold on a second. I'm answering you. So stop. In 1828, in 1820, can you stop, dude? You asked me a question, I'm answering you. In 1828, when James read it, who is the one that makes these people? It says, "Aghfalna." We have done it. Who's the we there?
Oh, mate, you know what, yeah? Hey, listen.
Dude, stop tone policing. Stop tone policing. Can you please just answer the question, dude?
Why is it?
Who is the one who has made them heatless?
Bro, do you have to become Muslim, yes or no?
No.
No.
I just gave you the answer. It's in 1828. It says who is I didn't drop him, by the way, guys.
Near die.
Again,
it's funny. It's funny how they try to gaslight us. That's why I told him in 1829. I mean, he can come back up. In 1829, that's why I was explaining. It doesn't matter if it says that you have, because it does say that whoever wills let them disbelieve. But this is why the topic is the illusion of free will. Hold on, dude. Just give me a second.
Wait, man, wait.
That's why the topic is the illusion of free will, because many verses in the Quran say that Allah is the one who makes you do it. He's the one who wills you to do it. And the very first verse before the one he brought up, it says, we have made you heatless. We have made their hearts heatless. Who is the we?
Hello.
We is Allah.
Hello there, sir. How are you?
Can I talk?
Yeah, but listen, let me just say this, please, guys. If you walk into a room, the best thing to do is just wait till you address and let the people finish sentences instead of just jumping in there. I mean, it's just a common courtesy,
Can I ask you a question?
No, you can answer the question.
Yes, I will answer every question you. That would almost be like me walking into Murshid's house while he's talking to his wife and interrupt him and his wife while they're talking and expect to be able to ask whatever question I want to Murshid at that point in time. I will answer every question you want. But first, can I ask you a question?
You don't even know what
Can I ask you a question?
Answer the bloody question, yes.
Yes, I will answer you. I will answer you.
Ask the question.
Yes. Does your God want you to be a Muslim?
No, my God doesn't want me to go to Satan.
Yes, answer me. Does your God?
I'm answering you. My God doesn't want me to go to Satan, so I can't become a Muslim. My God wants me to come to Him. Now that I answered your question, let's move on.
So, who doesn't want you to be a Muslim? My God or your God?
As I said, your God is not a God. Your God's the devil. My God is the true living God. My God doesn't want me to be a Muslim.
So don't.
Again, would you to talk about the topic?
Now, number one, don't blame my God.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Watch your head, man. Watch your head. That was me. I have no problem admitting when I drop someone.
This is sad, man. Like you can't even have regular conversations with these people. And
watch this. And guys, I'm not sure. The Quran keeps giving us, and there's so much we miss it. In Surah 6:123, Allah appoints leaders of the wicked ones in every land so that they can conspire to be wicked. Surah 6:123, right? If Allah is leading people constantly astray, putting devils on them, creating leaders, in fact, even the prophets have been given devils so that they can be tested and led astray. How in the world is this God saying, come to me, I will give you salvation, when He does everything and a bowl of fries to make you commit sin? Everything. Surah 6:163 says, and thus we have placed within every city the greatest of its criminals or wicked ones to conspire therein. Imagine, this is the God of Islam that's giving these people, all these cities, evil people, so that they can commit sin.
Yeah, I just want to say something really quick. Jabril,
Yes,
did you hear how he tried to gaslight you when you were in the verse from memory? He was like, "You mispronounced it, and you did." But then when we just asked him one simple question about the Arabic, one Arabic word, he couldn't answer. One Arabic word he couldn't answer.
And you know that word that I asked him, it's the key word, which is ailatan. It's poverty, all right? And that's why the verse 29 was revealed to compensate the Muslim for losing trade by Allah calling them najas, dirty. So they are not supposed to come to Mecca anymore. And that's, if you read the two verses, 28 and 29, they answer each other. The whole story is in verse 28 and 29. They linked together. And that's all the Mufassirin said. They all of it. You can read it. He can go and read it and understand it. He's asking me for context. I gave him the context. The context in verse 28. 28, you'll understand what 29 means.
Okay, let's see if we got another person that come up. I just read another verse where it says this. Surah 9:51, it says, "Say, never will we be struck except by what Allah has decreed for us." Never. Nothing will befall us except what Allah has decreed for us. And nothing shall ever happen to us except what Allah has ordained for us. These are the different translations. So again, if Allah has not decreed or decided or accepted me to become a Muslim, then I can never be a Muslim. I'm Rita. I'm Rita. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
Oh, no, we're just getting made to be. Are we good? Are you a Muslim?
Are you Muslim?
No, ma'am. Are you a
What
Muslim?
is your religion? No, I am not.
I'm a Christian, man. I believe in my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Okay,
I have a
what do you-
question.
we have a topic. We're trying to stick to the. So if you have something on the topic, you're more than welcome to.
Why would a non-Muslim come up here and want to debate if there's free will in Islam or not? That doesn't make sense to me.
I'm sure a lot of things don't make sense to you.
And one of them is you.
And Jihad.
Yeah, one of them is you. So you can go and make your argument down in the chat.
Yeah, yeah. Hey,
Hold on.
guys, I just want to ask, I mean, the whole panel, is leaving Islam that considered as a free will if you wanted to leave Islam?
Well, this is it. It was decreed by Allah that you're going to leave.
If you leave, I don't want to become a Muslim anymore. Is that free will?
Surah 9:51 says, nothing will happen except by the will of Allah, unless Allah has decreed it.
So, okay, so if a Muslim decides to leave Islam, why did Muhammad say in Sahih al-Bukhari, "Man baddala dinuhu faqtuluh"? Whoever changes his religion, then I'll alive him. Where is the free will then? I mean, you're giving me free will, but I can't practice it. Is that what it means?
To his religion, to me, mine. But if you leave this religion, I'll unalive you.
I mean, where is the free will there? It's my free will. If I want to leave the religion, I should practice my right to have that free will. Why do you want to alive me then? That means I don't have that free will. And this is by the say of Muhammad himself in Sahih al-Bukhari.
Again, I just want to just let you guys know this, that we have been the only ones providing, and this is like a theme I notice on all the different topics we have, the only ones that bring verses are Christians. And if a Muslim, a controverse, it's basically contradicting, there's a contradiction in the Quran, because if it says you can't become a Muslim, you can't will unless Allah will, and then you say, but yes, Allah says that you can will, and that's a contradiction. They both can't be true at the same time. The verses have been abrogated or this is why they call them abrogation. It's because Allah is supposed to replace it with something better. This is why Jibril went to that topic earlier, because they both can't be true at the same time. You can't have free will when the Quran tells you that is by the will of Allah. Surah 9:51 says, nothing will happen to us except what Allah has decreed for us. So me being a Christian has to be by the will of Allah. This is his decree. Now, if being a Christian means I'm going to be punished for being a Christian, who is it that decreed for me to be a follower of Christ? This is why we can. Allah leads people astray, and Allah is the one that is the best deceiver. You want to say something, Jibril?
No. I mean, that's totally right. The bottom line is, I mean, they all know it. Muslims believe in al-qada wal-qadar. Al-qada wal-qadar. It means it's predetermined and it's finalized. Allah already has decreed it and predetermined it. So it's finished. That's it. There's no questions about it. Al-qada wal-qadar.
How are you, sir?
Pretty good. I like your conclusion, but which of the gods did you ask to give you that response?
We went straight to the pagan god Allah. We went straight to the pagan god Allah. We went on our hands and knees. We took a stone, we drew a circle, and we walked around and around till we got dizzy. And then we said, Allahu Akbar, Allah, can you help us?
Man, they cannot track, bro. Like, I swear. Guys, you realize there's a verse in the Quran. It says, do not insult them lest they insult Allah. Stop doing that. Stop. And we won't insult you guys. Just have a normal conversation. We don't want to do this.
Yep.
I dropped them.
Actually, it doesn't say do not insult them unless they insult Allah. No, it says do not insult them, because if you do, they will insult Allah. And and then it becomes your problem because you made them. You made them insult Allah.
How are you, Barikanto?
Alhamdulillah, fine, good.
Beautiful. You are a Muslim, I take it, correct?
Yes, I'm correct Muslim, alhamdulillah.
Beautiful. I'm not sure.
I want to also say I have a lot of I have also a lot of Assyrian friends who I do business with. They are good people, mashallah. They are Christians, you know, and they are very respectful people.
He has a question. Did Allah make them Christian?
Huh?
Did Allah make them Christian?
Did Allah make them Christian?
Yeah.
Look, I have also this many discussion with my friends, you know, with my Assyrian brothers. The thing is, what I told him also, because, you know, in the Christianity, you have a lot of Bibles, you know?
Like the Qurans, but yeah.
No, Quran, we have just one Quran.
Which Quran do you use? The Hafs?
There is no Hafs, there is nothing. There is just one Quran, my brother. I don't know what...
I know, well, this is why I like the Quran from the Circle 7 Quran. That's the true Quran.
No, there is no 7 Qurans, there is nothing.
So it's called
just one Quran I know.
Quran. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. That, in fact, do me a favor. Google or do ChatGPT and ask how many different Qurans do we have, and let's see.
We don't have many different Quran because every Imam he knows what he's reciting from the.
Are you from Morocco? Are you from Morocco?
Yes, I'm from Morocco, my friend.
Okay, in Morocco, do you have the Hafs Quran?
We don't have Hafs of.
You have one Quran in Morocco. I was in Morocco. I was in Morocco. And I was talking to a Muslim in Morocco, and on my phone I had the Hafs Quran because we were talking about it. He told me never to mention Hafs and never to show that Quran in Morocco. So you know that you're lying. You know you have the washed Quran in Morocco, and you know that it's not the same Quran as in Saudi Arabia.
I go to
now,
every mosque.
This is why you're allowed to lie in Islam.
I go to every mosque to Morocco. These kind of people, they are sects.
No,
you know?
He's asking you. Hold on. Asking you about the different qira'ah.
Let me speak out, my friend, like I speak my friend also out. Listen, the thing is, you know, we alhamdulillah, we have a Quran. This never change it. There's always the same. You know, ask every Imam, he knows the Quran on his word.
My man, I apologize, but you're wrong, my man.
Wait. The thing is, you know, in the Bible, you have so many books, so many things, so many different Bibles. And the thing is, they change
Hold on, wait a second. What if I show you one where there's words missing? What if I show you a Quran where there's words missing?
And he's gone.
Who dropped him?
No one.
I didn't drop him.
No, he was a good customer.
But again, I just want everyone to notice again how these people are willing to lie about there being in 2025. If a Muslim ever says to you there's one Quran, he's an absolute muppet. He's a muppet, a liar, and this is what they do. They know that there's more than one Quran. They know that the Qurans are coming from different parts. I was in Morocco. I was threatened by these people telling me never to mention Hafs and never to show that Quran because I had it on my phone. Well, I went into Quran.com and I used the Quran from Quran.com. If I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong, but yeah.
There's one that says, I think it's in Surah Al-Fatiha, it says Maliki Yawmiddin, and the other says Maliki Yawmiddin. One means owner, and then the other means like king or whatever.
Yeah, it is. It is Al-Fatiha, yes. It's Maliki Yawmiddin and Maliki Yawmiddin. Yeah, it's in Al-Fatiha, yes.
So, I mean, like, I can even show him, there's a verse in Surah Al-Hadith where there's a whole word missing. Now, the meaning is the same. That's not a problem. But remember, their claim is that not even one harakat is changed. Not even one harakat. I can show you one of the canonical readings where a whole word is missing. So, I mean, which one is correct? If there's only one, which one is correct?
You got the expert. You got the expert on that on the panel. You got the expert, Rob Christian. How are you, brother?
Hello, God bless you guys.
Hello. On this topic, mate.
Hello.
Guys, let me just say hello to 1 second. Let me say hello to Sama.
Yes, I said to you, there is nothing.
You know what I found out? You know what I found out the past years? That Christianity and Islam are corrupt. Both are corrupt, man.
Beautiful. Thanks for
it will never be corrupt Quran, because you know why? There is not so many testaments like the Bible. You have to know that the Quran
Hang on. Stop.
Okay,
this is
James,
where you guys must just stop. Just
give me the big screen, please. Because I'm tired of this guy. Please, can you just give me the big screen? Because he reads Arabic, so I want him to explain this. I'm so tired of this, man. It's dumb. Like, we do this every single day.
Why we are dumb? Because the Bible every time is writing.
My gosh, dude. Hey, this
Okay,
is why.
all right, okay.
Listen.
Okay,
man.
please read this, bro. Okay, you read Arabic, right?
I have not to read Arabic, my friend. The Imams in the Holy Mosque in Mecca, they always the same.
Okay, I'm asking you. Do you read
there
Arabic?
There is no lie. That's why they destroyed Christianity. That's why they want to destroy also
Dude,
Islam.
Relax. Relax.
Please stop, Addy, stop, dude. Stop, man.
My ears, bro.
My God.
They played with your books. That's why Allah sent the last book for the humanity. You know?
حبيبي
على مهلك يا زلمه، على مهلك easy, breathe in, breathe out.
My God, man. Okay, so I'm just gonna read it for the people. So this is Surah Al-Hadid, ayah 24, and it says, it's very small, so forgive me. Sayna Allah huwa al-ghani al-hadid. So this is the Hafs. Right? So it just means like, and Allah, he is like, what is it, like the most generous or something like that, Rob? Or the most
the rich. Literally it says Huwa al-Ghani, the rich. So he's basically all powerful. He has he owns everything. He has the authority over everything. So as you see, it says Huwa al-Ghani. So if you go to another qira'ah, you'll see that the word Huwa is gone. Can you remove the label
so
there?
So this is Kulun an-Nafi.
You remove, Brother James, can you bring down that Muslim request thing down, because it's blocking the upper qira'ah?
No, it's the one that's in the middle. You see it right there?
Go lower even, if it's possible, James. Or there, yeah, perfect. You see, Brother Amin, what Brother Amin is showing on the screen. We have qira'at Qalun in the bottom, Qalun an Nafi'. It says Allah al-Ghani. But if you look closely on top, it says Allah huwa al-Ghani. So the complete word huwa He is, huwa, is missing 2 words, not just one. 2 words, basically, in English, if you want to say it. Huwa means he is. In the Arabic, it's 1 word, but it's okay. So you see an entire word is gone.
Yep. So the meaning is the same, but remember what their claim is. Their claim is that not even one harakat, the diacritical markings, not even one of those is different or changed. But if that's the case, why is a whole word missing?
Yeah.
Which one of these, if there's only one Quran, which one of these was revealed? Which one?
Allahu alam.
So these guys, man, if that guy wants to come back up, Rob, you can deal with him. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
It's okay. We don't go there down this. They're gonna just to say.
Hello,
Ali. When you
Yes,
walk into
brother.
someone's house, do you just like kick your feet off, put your feet on the table,
Yeah,
or
no,
wait to
because
be
you were
invited
talking.
in?
I say hello. I wanted to know if you guys hear me
Yeah,
or
but
not.
guy, you can hear the people are talking. Just wait. You just mute yourself. Wait when you enter the room, and we'll address you, man. But
I don't
anyway,
know that.
welcome, Ali. How are you, sir?
You're welcome. So, what was the topic about? You wanted to say basically Quran has been changed or something?
No, that's not. We know it has been changed, but that's not the topic. The topic
No, it's
is. Are you a Sunni?
I am.
Okay. What happened to the verses of breastfeeding and stoning?
There is none.
There is none. But according to the hadith, it says that they had the verses, correct?
What are you, first place? Who are you?
I'm a questioner. I'm an interrogator.
No, you are not.
No, but then again, so far you are missing 2 verses: the stoning verse, and you're missing the adult
First thing
breastfeeding
I wanted
verse.
to tell you,
That's
gotta
to
bring
start.
the Qanun.
That's
The
to start.
Qanun is a
Now
rule
we haven't
of
even
how do
spoken
you
about
read
the
it.
Hafs. We
Brother,
haven't spoken the
this
Al-Susi.
is
We haven't
something.
spoken about the Ruh. We haven't
Okay.
spoken about the Al-Duri. We haven't spoken about the Wash. We haven't spoken about the Al-Bazi. All these are Quran. Circle 7. Now again, we know that there's different Qurans.
Okay.
It's a different topic.
Are you gonna let me speak now?
No, now you can speak. Yeah,
you
sure.
speak. Okay. First thing first, you just bringing something up is just so dumb first, because
I'm
Quran
not
is
a
only
Muslim,
one,
so you can't say
and
it's
the
dumb.
one you brought it up is a Qanun. The way how do you pronounce is nothing to do with the Quran is being changed or not, because it's never been changed. It's only one, and some reading is like that. But the word still is in there. Sometimes you see.
So hang on, my man. What I'm going to do is, Ali, listen carefully. I'm going to read a hadith for you. I'm going to read it. I'll give it to you in a second. I want to read it first, and then I want you to tell me where I can find it. Okay, listen to what it says.
I know what my Quran is. You don't need to.
I'm about to help you,
messing up yourself.
Ali, I'm going to read a hadith. Tell me where I can find the verse. Can you listen, please? Listen. Try your best.
It's only one Quran. You listen.
Try your best. I'm going to read something for you.
So just speak. You think like you can win over me like that? Never.
I can. Watch this.
What?
See how easy it is over you?
Boom. Guys,
That was
he
a good
said,
one. That was a good one.
notice, guys, he said the Quran is never changed. Now, James, can you give me for a second the big screen so that I can show an authentic hadith, how even the early Muslims actually confirm from an authentic sound narration, sahih narration, that the Quran has been changed. Watch. Here is al-mustadrak ala sahihain. Al-mustadrak ala sahihain. For example, if you can't find authentic hadiths that are basically missing in Bukhari or Sahih Muslim, Al-Hakim al-Naysaburi has included in his book the authentic hadiths that Bukhari, for example, did not include in his Sahih collection, or Imam Muslim as well. So all of these hadiths are Sahih. Al-Mustadrak ala Sahihain, Al-Mustadrak on the 2 Sahihs, Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. Volume 4 by Al-Hakim al-Naysaburi, giant Sunni scholar. Okay, volume 4. On page 244, we have an authentic hadith, 244, hadith sahih ala shart al-shaykhain. And Brother Jibreel, you can confirm. The hadith is authentic on the condition of the 2 shuyukh, Imam Bukhari and Imam Muslim. Now let's see what it says. After the an, okay, look what it says. ذهب ربع القرآن. Zayd ibn Thabit, the collector of the Quran himself. Zayd ibn Thabit himself. Maybe you want to call him a liar? It's on you. The companion of Muhammad said, when Salim, the freed slave of Abu Hudayfa, was unalived, okay, this is one of the 4 people who Muhammad told you to go to learn the Quran. That's Salim for you. They said that a quarter of the Quran was what?
Lost.
Oof. Hadith Sahih. Quarter of the Quran what? Lost. This is the Sunni version of the story. If you go to the Shia, it says that Muhammad was given 17,000 ayahs in the Quran. How many ayahs are left in the Quran nowadays?
6,000, 11,000 gone. Boom.
More than half of the Quran, according to the Shia, authentic hadith is gone. But according to the Sunni version, quarter of the Quran is lost. What happened to it? Allahu A'lam. The hadith is sahih.
أكله الداجن.
طبعا, the goat of Aisha ate quarter of the Quran. Quarter of the Quran is poof, disappeared in the stomach of the goat. Goat, where are you, goat? Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to get back to the topic. For those that want to join, we can have another topic another day about this Quran that keeps changing and Muslims say it hasn't. Just remember, you Sunni people that are following the Hafs Quran, last year was the 100-year anniversary of the Hafs Quran. Okay.
Wait, guys, before our sister down here in Humanity speaks, how are you doing, sister? It's been a long time. You doing all right?
Yeah. How are you?
Good, I'm good. So before we start this conversation, please, we will give you as much time to speak as long as you give us time to speak. I know this stuff gets heated, and I know how it's been in the past between us, and please we'll try to be as respectful as possible if you do the same. Can we both agree on that?
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right, James, go ahead.
Okay. So, we'll start off just as always. Do you believe that you have free will in Islam?
Free will as in like I have the ability to choose like what I want to do like with my time and my day and my beliefs and all of that?
Yeah, take that for example.
I would say 1,000%.
Okay. Can I become a Muslim if I will it?
I would say you can become a Muslim, yeah, if you were truly like sincere and you were open, then yeah, Allah would guide you.
Okay, beautiful. So, can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
No, Allah has the ultimate like overarching power decree to determine things, so you would not be able to supersede the will of Allah.
Exactly. See, you're the first one. You're the first one that actually basically said what I was hoping a Muslim should say, because that's true. I can't supersede. I can't be. My will is not stronger than Allah's will. Correct?
No, you are the creation of God. He is the ultimate power.
Muslim men, you Muppets that question, please listen, because she is the first one that actually agrees that Allah's will supersedes, is akbar, is over me. I can't choose to become something if Allah doesn't will it. But therein lies the problem.
They believe the same thing. I think
no, they don't.
They
don't. You see, they don't, because they don't. That's not what they said. But notice what you didn't know.
No, they've literally said that they can change Allah's will. Like literally multiple times they've said that. They said that they can change.
So
Seriously.
there are special nights, like the night of decree, where you can worship and you can pray and you can change like your destiny, like Allah, but Allah gives you that opportunity. That's not something you can just decide on your own. But yeah, ultimately
He
does give you specific days in the year where he's like, okay, if you worship on this day, like you can change your destiny.
Okay, which days are those?
So the night of decree is one of them. That was the night.
When is that? When is that?
That was the night that the Quran was revealed to the Prophet.
Do you know which day it was?
Qadr.
Yeah, I know that was.
Laylatul
So
Qadr.
97.1.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah, it's 97.1 in the Quran. But now, how do you know which day that is?
So you follow what the Prophet taught you, right? So he taught you that the last 10 nights of Ramadan are the most special nights. And one of those odd nights is the night of decree. So the goal is for you to worship all 10 nights, of course.
So in that, do you notice how crazy that sounds? It's like it's like, you know, it's like playing the lotto. If you're lucky and you prayed on that particular night, you're one of the lucky ones. If you didn't, but now again, I cannot become a Muslim unless Allah wills that. Correct? Because again, in the Quran it says that indeed all things we created with predestination.
Yeah.
Okay.
So okay, wait, really quickly, the part where you're saying like, oh, it's like a lottery, like in a sense, yeah. One who are righteous and they're worshiping all 10 nights, like you're gonna eventually catch it, even if you don't know. However, if you're not as strong in your faith, you just worship like one day, you're gonna miss the night of decree. So the goal is to worship all 10 nights.
But hang on now. Again, this is where we get backwards. See, this is like it's a spider's web. So, but let's just stick to this one. I can't believe and become a Muslim unless Allah wills it. So my free will to become a Muslim is second to Allah's ultimate will. So I don't even have free will to believe in Allah. So we can't believe unless it's the will of Allah for us to do so. Correct?
So are you saying like Islam doesn't give me free will? Like God has already ordained for me to be a Christian and die as a Christian, so I can't do anything about it. I can't be Muslim. Is that your argument?
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's what the Quran teaches, though. For example, in Surah 81:29, it says, "But you shall not will unless Allah wills it for you."
Okay.
Right? So I can't will to be a Muslim. Allah has to will it. And this is where the problem starts, because the more you start reading into the Quran, it's telling you over and over that you have no free will, especially when you start reading hadiths. The hadiths tell you clearly that you can't change anything. For example, in 154, it teaches that Allah ordains everything. He even predetermines the slaughter of the Muslims in the verse. Right?
Yeah, and James, if I can add something on top of that, Imam Malik, among the four top main scholars of Sunni Islam, the founder of the Maliki Madhab, the Islamic Maliki jurisprudence. When Imam Malik was in Medina, nobody dared to issue fatwas when he was there. Imam Malik said, anyone who believes in free will should be put to the sword. Again, Imam Malik said, anyone who believes in free will should be put to the sword. That's Imam Malik for you. Go ahead.
Right.
So I have a question for you then. So do you know when you're going to die?
No, we don't.
No, right? So would you live your life anticipating death? Like would you, like you don't know how you're going to die, right? So are you going to live your life just thinking that you're going to die at some point?
No, you hope you live while you're living, and if you die, you die. But that's a good question, though, because in Islam it's quite opposite. You see, in Islam, it doesn't matter how many good deeds or bad deeds you do during your life. When you die, Allah has already decided if you're going to heaven or hell. Meaning that it doesn't matter how many good deeds you do if you have been predestined to go to hellfire. You agree that when you are in your mother's womb, Allah writes down whether you're going to go to heaven or hell, correct?
Yeah, like yes. So obviously Allah is all knowing. So he knows where we're going to end up. However, we don't know, right? So it's up to us to try to achieve paradise. Now, how will you do that? Well, you have to follow the truth. You have to seek the truth and search for the truth. You don't live your life saying, "Oh, well, God already destined me to hell. He made me a da da da." You have to break through your beginning. You have to break through.
But you don't have free will. That's the problem.
Yeah,
you
so
don't have free will to choose.
This question was asked to Muhammad, exactly what you're saying now. They said to Muhammad, so if everything is predestined for us, then why should we do good? What is the point with us doing good? And again, the part that I was talking about, when Allah writes it down in your mother's womb, it says that he writes down whether to be blessed or cursed or go to heaven or hell. And he says this, he says, after he's decided that, after he's decided whether you're going to heaven or hell, it says, then the soul is breathed into him, and by Allah, a person among you may do the deeds of the people of the fire. Now listen to this. He says that you may do the deeds of the people of the fire, meaning you will sin, till there is only a cubit or an arm breadth between you and the fire. So you did all this sin and you're just about to die. This is what it says. But then that writing which Allah had ordered the angels to write precedes, and he does the deeds of the people of paradise and enters it. So he was a sinner his entire life, but because Allah already predestined him to go to paradise, in the last seconds of his life, he'll do something good, and boom, shaka, he goes now to heaven. And then the opposite is true. It says, and the man may do the deeds of the people of paradise, meaning a good man, till there's only a cubit or two between him and paradise. And then that writing precedes, and he does the deeds of the people of fire and enters it. Why? Because according to Muhammad, according to Islam, Allah has already decided where you are going. Now watch this. Can I change where Allah has destined me to go?
Yeah, like I said, like if you took the step
See what
towards
you just did there?
Islam,
See what you just did? You just showed me that I am
now
more
you
powerful
contradicted
than
yourself.
Allah.
Yeah. Because
Yeah,
remember
you
at the
just showed me
beginning
that
you
my
said
will
you
is over
can't.
Allah as well.
Because remember at the beginning, sister, you said that you can't change that. Like nobody is stronger than Allah. But now you're saying, one of these nights by the Eagles. Now you're saying that if on one of those nights you can change his will, but I mean you can't. You just told us. So that's a contradiction. And in fact, there's actually a verse in the Quran in chapter 7, verse 179. It says that Allah has created many men and jinn for the hellfire. So this is what James is saying. How do you know that you're not one of those people? You don't.
Literally. Imagine Allah creating creatures and their only destination is hell. So imagine, sister, what the brothers are telling you is this. Let's say you are a practicing Muslim. You pray 5 times a day. You go to Hajj. You have visited Mecca once in your life. You did the big pilgrimage. You are 100% good practicing Muslim. But Allah, according to the Quran, He can, whatever Allah wills, He can guide you or guide you. So that means Allah, if He wants, because you're nothing but a toy in the hands of Allah, Allah can literally guide the best Muslim. So what's the point in doing all of these rituals, kissing the black stone, running between the 2 hills, Safa wal Marwa, because Allah can decide to remove you out of Islam. What's the point?
Okay, can I respond to you?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
So when you read the Quran, right, it very clearly tells you, do not despair, right? Those who believe in your Lord, believe the Lord is one, and do righteous deeds, paradise is there for them. Gardens in which like rivers flow beneath, right?
Yeah, but you forgot about that Allah can guide. Allah can guide whoever He wills, and misguide whoever He wills. So, what is your guarantee? Question: what is your guarantee that Allah will not pick you out, Sister Dani, in humanity, and misguide you, making you a kafir like this James
I know what
here.
you're saying.
Hold on.
I got it.
Maybe Allah, hold on. Maybe Allah will pick you out of all these Muslims, and you are trying to be a practicing Muslim.
Yeah, it
but
could
Allah,
happen.
hold on. Allah will make you a kafir like James because he's a big kafir. Go ahead.
Yes, yeah. So I'm not disagreeing.
You're not supposed to agree with him.
No, it's true. If let's say I stopped praying my salah, right? Let's say I'm a hypocrite, right? Allah can take me out of the fold of Islam. If I'm here and I'm preaching to you guys about Allah, but behind your backs, I'm doing like really sinful things and I'm living life as a hypocrite, God can take me out of the religion. So you have to be humble. You have to constantly worship Allah. Right? That's why
that's not the point. That's still not, that did not solve. Hold on, guys. That this still didn't solve the issue, the dilemma that you Muslims have to face. That even if you are doing it correctly, you are, like I said, you are practicing Islam to the dot. You're doing your 5 daily prayers. You never skip prayers. You give zakat. You do all of that. But Allah then, for some reason, because Allah misguides you and you become a kafir.
No. I just told you.
What do you mean no? So you're telling me that Allah doesn't know what He's talking about in the Quran? Hold on.
Then you hold on. No,
you're not better than Allah.
If you believe
Allah said He can misguide whoever.
You talked already, right? If you're not scared, then don't cut me off.
Chance to answer.
Yeah, don't cut me off.
I didn't cut you off.
Okay, that's fine. Right? When you read the Quran, there's several verses in there that tell you do not despair, right? Even if you committed wrong and you turn to Allah, Allah is the ever relenting.
But that has nothing to do with the topic. Despair is something, and Allah, you see, you're mixing two different topics, and we call that a deflection.
Okay.
What I'm asking you, I'm not about. Hold on. I'm not asking you about despair. Everybody sometimes in a bad state. Every one of us, we are humans. That's not the point. The point is, that's a different topic on itself. The point is that Allah can choose, pick out literally the best Muslim, the best Imam out there, right? And He can make him a kafir. What do you mean no? Are you calling Allah a liar now? Didn't Allah say He can misguide whoever He wills?
Stay in the lane. Stay in the lane.
But don't go outside
random
of the topic. Despair, sister in humanity, despair has nothing to do with the fact that Allah can misguide you as the best Muslim.
Yalla, remove despair, right? Forget what I said.
It has nothing to do with this topic.
Okay, then forget despair.
Let's just get back on track over here, because again, I just want you to see. I want to read that.
Yes, you guys are saying like, regardless, you're doomed because you were born a Christian. God made you a Christian, and God already knows
Allah.
whether I'm going to heaven.
Please, can I show you this question?
There's no point in me worshiping Him. There's no point in me trying to do good because God has already destined.
I got you, but I'm going to read a hadith to you.
This is disparity.
No, it's not. Just 1 second, guys. I want to read the hadith where this question
so Allah tells you,
Muhammad.
do not despair.
Guys, hang on. I want to read a hadith where Muhammad was actually asked this question.
Okay, but you guys understand what I mean, right? When I say that you are in disparity.
We're disagreeing with you. This is why we're bringing you additional that goes against what you're saying. So listen again.
Do not despair. Do not despair.
Please pay attention to what I'm saying. Please just focus. Sahih Muslim, book 33, hadith 6406 says this. What is your view what the people do today in the world and strive for? Is it something decreed them or preordained for them? Or will their fate in the year after be determined by the fact that their prophets brought them teachings which they did not act upon? I said, of course, it is something which is predetermined for them and preordained for them. He said, then would it not be an injustice to punish them? So why punish them if Allah already is decreed it for them? It goes on.
We're going in circles.
I'm going to read the rest of the hadith before you can answer. Just relax. He said, I felt greatly disturbed because of that, and said, everything is created by Allah and lies in His power. He would not be questioned what he does, but they would be questioned. Thereupon he said to me, may Allah have mercy upon you. I did not mean to ask you, but for testing your intelligence. Now it goes to Muhammad. The two men of the tribe came to Muhammad and said, Allah's messenger, what is your opinion that the people do in the world and strive for? Is it something decreed for them, something preordained for them? And will their fate in the year after be determined by the fact that their prophets brought them teachings and they did not act upon it, and thus they became deserving of punishment? This is Muhammad's answer. He said, of course, it happens as it is decreed by destiny and preordained for them. This view is confirmed in the verse of the Quran, consider the soul and him who made it perfect and then breathed into it its sin and its piety. So according to this, Muhammad is confirmed that everything is predestined and that you will be punished even though it's been predestined for
James,
you. Yes,
I agree with you. I agree with you, right? You don't know Allah's decree. You don't know where he has destined you to go, right? All you know is what he has revealed to you in the book. And he tells you to do righteous deeds and believe in him, and for you will be paradise. So you put two and two together. Okay, so I'm basically like, I can achieve paradise because I believe in him and I do righteous deeds.
Okay, here's another example for you. Do children in Islam go to paradise or to hell? Children in Islam, before they start committing sin, do those children go to heaven or hell?
I believe that children before the age of puberty can't really make decisions upon themselves. So every child, if they were to pass away, they would like achieve paradise.
You just went against the Prophet because
let's just see if that's true for a second. Let's see if that's true what you just said, right? So Sahih Muslim 2662C. Sahih Muslim 2662. Let's see if that agrees with what you just said. Allah's messenger, there's happiness for this child. This is Aisha talking to Muhammad. There's happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for it committed no sin, nor has he reached the age when one can commit sin. So the child hasn't yet sinned. Muhammad said, peradventure, Aisha, it may be otherwise, because Allah created for paradise those who are fit for it while they were yet in their father's loins. And created for hell those who are to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. So, according to this, against what you believe, because children can go to hell if it has been decided for them while they were in their father's loins. One more before we move on. One more.
Okay.
This is another one where it says, the woman who buries alive her newborn girl, and the girl who buried alive, both will go to hell. Can you tell me what sin has a newborn girl committed to go to hell?
I don't know. This is Aisha talking, right?
Yep.
Muhammad and Aisha.
But
the first one is Muhammad and Aisha over here.
They're having a conversation with each other.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Aisha's position is, Ya Rasulullah, husband, this is a baby. He did not commit any sin, Ya Rasulullah. It's going to be a bird among the birds of paradise. But Muhammad said, no, Aisha. It could be otherwise. Allah can put this baby in hell because it's already written on that baby before he was created that this baby will go either to hell or hell, to Jannah, to paradise. So either hell or paradise. So according to your Prophet, listen carefully, James showed you two authentic hadith. According to your Prophet, a baby can go to hell Wow.
This is my question again, my sis. What
Now,
sin?
before
Hang on, I just want to know. You can answer this first. What sin has this child committed to be deserving of going to hell?
I don't know, right?
It's a big fat time sinner. Babies are sinners in Islam, Brother James. Babies commit a lot of sins.
We look at the message of Islam, right? So if this hadith, this one hadith is confusing you, right? What you need to do is you need to look it up.
It's clear as day. It's not confusing for me.
Yeah.
It's extremely clear.
For me,
Islam.
If Islam is claiming this,
go to
but then the hadith is saying something else.
Hang on a second. Let me explain it.
Right?
Let me explain.
You have to.
No, Danin, you're not honest now.
Hang on.
Actually, the hadith is very clear.
Does this go against?
Hold on, Danin. The hadith is very clear because Aisha's saying, Ya Rasulullah, this is an innocent child. It will go automatically to Jannah, to paradise. Muhammad said, no, Aisha. It could be actually otherwise. It could be possible that Allah will send this baby to hell instead. So don't say it's confusion. No, it's very clear. It's on the screen. Don't play those games.
Let's give a chance.
You see, James here is very
Calm down, Rob.
Hold on. So James here is very immune. He always makes sure to eat his 7 ajwa in the morning. Because he's a Christian, he get the extra, he comes immune for taqiyya. So don't try.
So just make it make sense to me, please. I just want to understand this, please. I just want to really understand. What reason can anyone be sent to hell if they have not committed sin?
Yeah.
Unless
so obviously Allah
created for hell.
Okay. So what this is emphasizing is Allah's divine decree. It's not saying that infants are sent to hell for sin. It's saying that you cannot judge something on the outward appearance, that you are not the one who is the one who judges. So for us to say that someone is good, someone is innocent, they're going to heaven, only Allah knows their heart and their destiny. This is just
Can I explain? Hang on, Rob. Can I explain how I see it? Let me see. I'll show you from the writing itself. The reason why in the verse, in the hadith, tells me why the child can go to hell. It says because he was created for hell. Yep. It says clearly, it explains the verse. So I don't need to ask 1,000 questions. Just read it and see what it says. It said, because Allah created for paradise those who are fit for it, while they were yet in their father's loins. And for hell, he created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. Now watch again. Yeah. If Allah created this child for hell, can the child or anybody do anything to change what the child was created for?
Yeah. Come on, Danin. Come on, Danin. Okay. You are smarter than this, Danin. I don't believe that you're half-brained like the Prophet said. You're smarter than this.
No, Rob. Take it down
just answer the question.
Because you're trying to insult me. So if you're going to insult me, Rob, you can just stay on.
I'm not insulting. I'm actually telling you that you're smarter.
Rob, it's okay, guys. Let's just focus.
I want to make it clear because she's putting words in my mouth. Yeah, what I said is that I believe that you're smarter than your Prophet told you that.
Okay, Rob. You need help. You need help, Rob. Yeah, please get on mute and stay on mute.
Please focus. Guys, come on, man. Focus.
Stay on mute, Rob. Stay on mute.
It's okay. Forget about muting. Please focus. I just want to know. Don't stop it. Stop. Come on, man. Stop.
No, he started it, right?
And I'm putting an end to it. I'm begging you both of you to please stop.
Okay.
Stop.
You're right.
So let's focus. According to this, the child, if he was created for hell, can the child or anybody else change what he was created for? If this...
The brain is not functioning. Stay mute.
No, Rob, the thing is, I won't engage with people like you who are trying to provoke me. So if you want to...
I'm not provoking, I'm quoting your Prophet.
Come on, man. Come on.
Provoking
Rob, guys, come on, man. Let's just focus, man.
And I can quote the Bible too. That's a cop-out. That's a cop-out. I'm not weak like that.
Did your prophets call you half brain? Yes.
That's a cop out.
Rob, we off the topic again. Just hang on, man. Come on, guys. Please, man. We're getting a breakthrough because I want all these other Muslim, especially the female Muslims that are listening to this, notice that especially, well, all Muslims, child that is committed no sin and hasn't reached the age when one can commit sin will be sent to hell if that's what they were created for in their father's loins. Is it just and fair of Allah to throw someone into hell if they committed no sin?
Like I said, this, even when you read the tafsir, the explanation of this hadith, it tells you that the Prophet is emphasizing divine decree. It's not saying that, oh, innocent people the infant is going to hell. It's telling you, you cannot just assume that somebody is innocent and that they're going to paradise.
I agree with that. I'll even give you that. I'll give you that as well. But again, listen to what I'm saying. If Allah decided when they were in their father's loins that they were created for hell, and the child dies, if Allah decided in the father's loins where the child will go, can the child change where he is going to go?
The children, right, before they reach the age of puberty, they are destined to paradise.
Show it to me.
Wow, she just lied about a prophet.
Show it to me, please.
She just called her prophet a liar, and you gotta love it.
But
you gotta love it that these people
asking for the claim, please, Daneen. I just want evidence of the claim.
And you're just showing yourself to be dishonest.
Forget about all that. Forget. Focus on me, please. I asked you for evidence for the claim you just made. Just give me the evidence for the claim you just made that all children go to paradise. That's what I'm asking for.
There's more hadith in there.
Can you give me evidence? Why are you saying there must be?
Okay, let me find
more hadith, brother.
So again, guys, notice
the ones that are obsessed with hadith, right?
Every time to a verse, guys, just notice that it'll be a contradiction if it says something else. Just like the Quran when it says that none can be a Muslim, but you're supposed to look for the hadith. You look for the hadith and I'll do the talking. When you get the hadith,
I found it. I found it. Okay. So the thing is, what you guys are doing, right? Your tactic is to pull one hadith that you don't understand and then slap that on over.
I said I understand it. Don't say I didn't understand it.
So
why are you saying that? I said I understand it.
Look at the religion holistically.
I said I understood it. I don't put words in my mouth. I understand exactly what it says. When it says the newborn and the mother, how am I being deceptive when I'm reading it word for word?
So if I pulled up the Bible and I pull up the verse in Numbers where it says to unalive infants, right? which is actually
Daneen, can you just put
the
the hadith on the screen? The one that you found, can you just show it to us, please?
Yeah, but do you guys understand my point before I get to that?
Yes.
If I just
we understand.
One verse or
I'm pulling actual passages from the Bible.
Daneen, we understand. You're saying that we're taking things out of context without looking at the complete corpus of information. We understand.
Yeah, and I could do the same thing, right? I could
just get to the point, please, now, man.
Say that God in the Bible commands you to unalive infants, right?
Daneen, I just explained to you.
So don't
it's fine. It's fine. Daneen, I just told you. Daneen, please stop. I just repeated back to you. We understand what you're saying. Can you just provide the source you brought so we can read it together?
Yeah, show us the source. I'm interested to learn.
Well, then don't be a hypocrite. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so teach us hypocrite the correct hadith. Clearly you have that hadith which James and Amin I don't have. So show us that awesome hadith, that authentic hadith that says babies, that babies can go to, that babies will always go to Jannah. Show us that hadith. I want that hadith right now.
Okay.
And I'm sure James is dying.
Give me the hadith, please.
Shut up, Rob. You talk so much. Shut
okay,
up.
give us the mute. Give me that hadith.
Oh, my Lord.
Like, damn. You
what
think
is the
the
hadith?
more you talk, the more
Give us the hadith, woman. Give us the hadith.
Sahih Muslim 2635.
لعنة الله على الكذاب. Give us the hadith.
Okay, I'm going to read it. It says, I said to
She doesn't have it.
I got it. Rob, I got it. It's 2613, 2635. Let's see what it says. I said to Abu Huraira that my two children had died. Would you narrate to me anything from Allah's Messenger? A hadith would soothe our hearts in our bereavements. He said, yes, small children are fowls of paradise. If one of them meets his father, or he said his parents, he would take hold of his cloth, or he said with his hand, and I take hold of the hem of your cloth with my hand, and he, the child, would not take off his hand from it until Allah causes his father to enter paradise. The hadith had been narrated on the authority of Tamim with the same chain of transmitters, and he reported, said, did you hear from Allah's Messenger anything which may soothe our hearts in bereavements? He said, yes.
Okay, and there's another one. We can go to Sahih.
Let's analyze this for a second. We need to read it, reread it now to see what it actually says. So what is your understanding of this hadith, just so I understand?
So what do you mean? You said all you have to do is read, right? Their little ones are the page boys of paradise. One of them will meet his
boys of paradise. You're obviously reading an explanation of the hadith.
And take hold of his hand as I hold the edge of your garment. He will not let go until Allah admits him and his father to paradise.
So it's contingent on the father?
No. It's explaining,
well,
I don't know
yes,
what it's,
the child can't enter paradise unless his father's with him.
No,
if one of them meets his father,
saying like that the young are roaming around.
It says if one of them meets his father, he would take hold of his cloth. So it's a conditional.
Okay. So do you want another one?
No, hang on. No, we can't just move on.
Let's look at this one.
There's a condition on this. The child doesn't enter paradise unless the father is there and he's holding on to the father. So the child is not entered paradise, correct?
It's saying like him and his father. Like it's actually.
Yes. So can the child enter without the father?
He can, yeah. The small children, it says the small children are in paradise.
Yes, but what gets them there? It's contingent on what? It's depending on what?
Innocent.
No, it's hadith right here. It says, and he, and then it says in parentheses, the child would not take off his hand from it until Allah causes his father to enter paradise.
Yeah.
So if the father, right? So if the father, right? It's explaining it. If the father does not enter, then the child doesn't.
Okay. Don't look at it
Allah
with this lens.
Let's read. It says, until Allah causes the father to enter paradise. So the child cannot enter paradise unless Allah lets the father enter paradise. So the child does not automatically go to paradise.
Okay. Now I understand what you guys are doing. When you read these hadith, you're looking at it with this lens already that it's wrong, that it's...
Oh my gosh, you gave it to us.
We're just reading what it says.
I know.
And I've actually never seen this before. This is interesting.
So take the lens off, okay?
What lens?
Don't come looking at you. You have this lens on that, oh, this is demonic.
Wait, James, let's do this.
So if it says,
James, let's do this.
Wait.
Okay. Hold on. Yes, I do. You saying that we're looking at it in a particular way that fits our narrative. Okay, that's fine. So let's look at it according to what the hadith says. So according to the hadith, not according to what Amin, Rob, or James says, not according to what Deneen says, according to the hadith, if the father is not there, will the child enter?
Of course, yes. It says that the children are birds of
paradise. Can you show me that from the hadith?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So if you go to Sahih Muslim 2635, it says small children are the birds of paradise. If one of them meets his father, he will take hold of their garment and will not let go until Allah admits them both into paradise. So the child is already there in paradise. He sees.
Keep reading. Keep reading.
Okay, hold on. And the child is telling Allah, please, like also let my father in. So then Allah is saying, okay, like for you, small child, like I will let your father in.
Can I ask this question before you say anything? I mean, I just want to ask you this. A child that is not a Muslim, say a 2-year-old, not a Muslim, the child dies. Does that child go to paradise?
Everyone is born a Muslim. They're Muslim.
Beautiful. So that child would go to paradise. Okay. Now, which father is that child's hem who's going to be holding? Whose hem is he going to be holding?
So, like, let's say there's a 2-year-old named Mackenzie, and Mackenzie dies, and Mackenzie's father's name is John. So Mackenzie will be already in paradise. The day of resurrection comes. She sees her father, John. She goes and she grabs his father. And she's
John is not a Muslim. John is a Christian. Whose hem does she hold?
She's holding the hand of her father.
So her father is going to paradise as well?
I mean, maybe. Only Allah knows.
He's a Christian. So the Christians are going to have Christian. Let me show you another one. Thank you, Banku. It says, Messenger of Allah said, what happens to the believers? He replied, they are joined to their parents. I asked, Messenger of Allah, although they have done nothing? He replied, Allah knows best what they are doing. I asked, what happens to the offspring of the polytheists? Messenger of Allah, he replied, they are joined to their parents. I asked, although they have done nothing? He replied, Allah knows best what they were doing.
Oh, wow. So the kids go to hell.
What sin has a child committed to go to hell if the parents are the sinners?
Oh, okay. So in Islam, right, we do not bear the burden of our parents, right? This is clear cut in the Quran.
No, it's not.
Wait, but it says it right there.
Yeah, maybe you guys shouldn't be arguing a hadith then.
The Quran says that you can bear the burden of another.
But you guys don't understand hadith.
The Quran says, I do understand the hadith. I do actually understand more than you, I think. And I understand the Quran better than you. Because the Quran also tells me that yes, you can bear the burden of another in the Quran.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you this. In the Quran, can one bear the burden of another?
No.
If I can show you that you can, then what?
Okay,
and you'll accept that the Quran is full of lies and confusion.
Do you believe in that we bear the burdens of another?
You do in Quran as well. I'm going to show it to you now. I'm going to show it to you.
This is a fundamental belief.
I'm about to show it to you.
Original sin is a fundamental belief in Christianity.
It's in Islam as well.
Not a fundamental belief in
Let me
Islam.
show it to you. Hang on, watch
if
this.
you have a problem with it, then you have a problem with Christianity.
Watch this. Dina, watch this. Watch.
I'm going to end it on that.
Can you tell me, are you in paradise right now?
Stop deflecting. Stop.
No, we're talking about original sin.
Why are we
original sin?
You're deflecting.
How are we deflecting?
Your problem.
I can show you that you have original sin in Islam.
Right?
I can show you. Listen again. No, listen. I can show you that you have original sin.
Why are you arguing it?
Again, you're not listening because you know that that's why you're sighing so much. You're sighing because you realize that you stepped into the wrong arena. In Islam, yes, you have original sin. In Islam, yes, you can bear the burden of another. In Islam, children do go to hell even though they committed no sin. This hadith shows you clearly, child will accompany his parents and go to hell because of his parents. So again, every point that you try to be smart on smacks you back in the cheek.
Okay. So if you have a problem with bearing the sins of another, why do you follow Christianity?
I don't have a problem with that. We accept it. You don't.
Wait, James.
Why arguing it?
Wait, hold on. Wait, Deneen. That's also in your rescue from hellfire is us.
Okay.
Did you know that?
She knows that.
Okay. I'm trying to understand.
Okay. Say yes or no.
Well, okay. Let's have
that's in the hadith.
Answer the question, woman.
No. Let's have a genuine conversation.
It says.
Are you? What is your actual issue? What is your actual issue?
That you have no free will in Islam.
We don't have an issue. Wait, hold on. Wait, Deneen. We don't have an issue. You do because you keep saying these. Hold on. Wait, please. As Christians, But then we say, okay, well, if it's a problem for us, it has to be a problem for you, because as I stated earlier, for your objection, your rescue from Jahannam is us. That's in the hadith.
Okay.
Did you know that?
Okay, I know what you're.
Did you know that?
You're talking about. Yes, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Okay.
What is he talking about?
Okay, so then it's not a problem, right?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that you guys keep doing is you guys are overlooking the beliefs in the Quran, right? And then you're finding a hadith and you're saying that this is what Islam is. But you overlook
We are
the
taking you to the
scripture.
Quran as well. You're not listening to that again. Notice.
No,
each time I show it to you in the Quran, it's so okay. Watch this. Watch
Which
this.
honestly isn't even the way to
According to the
practice Islam.
Quran, let's go slowly. Let's go slowly. I'll take you through the Quran alone. In the Quran, do you have free will?
What is
Just the Quran?
Free will?
We'll go through each of these things, right? In the Quran, no, you have no free will. In the Quran, can you bear the burden of another?
James, let's use our brain. Free will means I have
Watch this, guys.
ability
Let's
to
not
do-
use Islam. Let's not use the Quran. Let's not listen to Allah. Let's use our brain.
Don't.
He doesn't have the
don't
full
listen
capacity
to
of the praise.
Islam. Don't follow Islam. Don't. Just
No,
don't.
I'm trying to stop other people from following Islam, because again, you're a prime example as to how you've got to twist and turn the Quran hadith to make it make sense, and
James,
again,
your
go against
goal
what it
is
actually
to try
said.
to tear people away from Islam. That's your goal, right?
You don't know what my
it's
goal
very
is.
demonic.
But again,
Okay.
but
Okay,
again,
that's all I need to
again,
know.
stop talking and listen.
That's why you have
So
this
far, why
cater
is
lens.
it that I am the one telling you from your book, from your Quran, I quote, and you said, let's use our brain. Who has turned his back on God, me or you? You've thrown Allah, the Quran, and all your Islamic belief under the bus, and you saying, let's use our brain.
On top of that, James, according to the shuyukh, the big scholars like Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, you're not even allowed to use logic, because Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, let me finish. Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah said the one who has used philosophy has used logic, and the one who used logic is a zindiq, a kafir, wal-iyadu billah.
Okay, then don't follow
Don't use
Islam.
logic, don't use brains, according to Shaykh al-Islam.
Okay,
This is,
that's fine.
but Daneen, please focus. I know, I understand it's easy to say then don't follow Islam. My question to you would be, everything that you've said goes against what Allah says.
Okay.
So either you are telling the truth or Allah is a liar.
Okay.
Which is it?
Okay, listen, at the end of the day, like, I cannot, like, convince you.
You're not a scholar, right? Just I'm not a
No,
scholar.
I cannot convince you to believe in something, right?
But that's because Allah has led me astray. Allah has blinded my
don't
eyes,
follow
covered my
Islam.
ears and my heart.
Okay, then leave him. If you think he has just doomed
So then
you
my
to
question
hell,
to you is,
then don't
why
follow
are
him.
you following him if he's doing the same thing to you? Give me one guarantee that you have that you are going to paradise.
Okay, so when I read the Quran, it tells me, like, literally every other verse, as long as I believe in God and I live a righteous life, then for me is a place in paradise.
Okay, now watch this. According to hadiths, there's more women in hellfire, correct?
I know, but you jump to hadith.
Again, okay.
The hadith is like explanations, it's narrations of like the prophet.
It's explaining why women are in hellfire. Girl, give me one. You're saying to me, if you say end of Ramadan, there might be a loophole somewhere where you can like sneak through the, this little opening that you might be able to be one of those, that your will is stronger than Allah's.
It's not a
You said a
loophole
lot
that you
of stuff
sneak through.
that
It's
is like
a blessing.
wishful thinking.
It's mercy from your Lord. Where
That's
in
not
Christianity,
mercy. You don't.
What
owe
mercy
us
if more than
grant you the
half
mercy.
of the women are in hell? Where's the mercy?
Okay, then explain to me, where is the mercy?
The majority of women are in hell. What is the mercy?
Okay, the majority of women are in hell. Then explain to me, where is mercy in Christianity? Where can I find mercy?
Jesus Christ. There
Jesus
we go.
is the
There's
mercy.
one word.
He is the
That's
mercy.
it. But that's
Jesus
not my point.
Christ
Again,
had
she's trying
die
to
for
rob.
my
Just
sins.
don't
But
bite
that's
on this,
not
because I
mercy.
can see what she's doing, right?
Yeah.
But notice now. Notice now.
You see
Right?
exactly what
I'm telling you that the answer is Jesus Christ. That's enough. That's enough said for that.
Okay, but if
notice again.
Jesus, but where's
Janine,
the
please,
mercy?
Janine, watch this. Watch
James,
this.
where's the mercy?
Again, all you tried to do is whataboutism and deflection. You have not been able to tell me or give me one guarantee. When you said that I must believe in Allah and I will go to paradise, that's also a lie. That's only partly true. I have to also take Muhammad and all his baggage with me. I've got to accept him, and I've got to love him more than my mother and my father and everyone else, because he's trying to make himself equal to God. I will never follow that man, because we both know that he was not the nicest person or the best example. But again, that's not even a guarantee. The Muhammad guarantees are something in hadith. He says that he guarantees paradise for those that promise him what's between his legs and what's between his mouth, i.e. his private part and his tongue, and then Muhammad will guarantee him paradise. Notice the difference. Muhammad wants what is between a man's legs and what's between a man. Now notice my word is correct. Man. He wants what's between a man's legs, and he wants what's between a man's mouth, and then he, Muhammad, does what Allah does and guarantees him paradise.
Okay.
All night long.
So we believe in all of the prophets. We believe they all came with the same message. We worship one God. We pray to him 5 times a day. If this to you is not the truth, if it doesn't sound right to you, then you don't have to follow it, right?
It's not up to me. I don't have the free will according to Allah. You don't get it.
But you don't follow Islam. So why do you care what it says?
You don't get it. I cannot be a Muslim because Allah hasn't willed it.
So
Allah
you
has
believe in
led
Allah.
me. Allah does the job of Satan by putting devils on me.
Okay, so James, you believe in Allah.
I don't believe in your God. That's
okay, then why do you care what he says?
You care about what he says.
I care.
Anyway,
yes,
sis,
but
thank you for
don't.
coming. This is just going in circles. I'm glad. I hope we do get excited every now and then, but it's all with respect. And I hope for those that are listening, and let them make up their minds to find truth, to seek truth.
Ameen.
Yeah, I mean to the fact that women in Islam are animals.
But Rob, what you
and
do,
Aisha said, you have compared us, you Muhammad, you have compared us to dogs and donkeys, women. That's your position in Islam, woman. You're an animal. Alhamdulillah for Islam, right? This is the respect that Islam gave to women like you. Alhamdulillah for Na'mat Allah in Islam. The religion of respecting women. وَاضْرِبُهُنَّ, but use a siwak, tap her lightly.
How are you?
I'm not too bad, thanks. And you?
I'm all good with Christ. Are you a Muslim?
No, I'm a Christian.
I was hoping to get Muslims up. I had to remove that. So, see, you can't answer the question because it's for Muslims. So,
why you call her an animal? She's not.
Allah calls them that. We don't. Allah says that women are equal to dogs and donkeys. We don't say that. This is what Muhammad and Allah say. We are not saying that. Allah is the one that says if you take a dump or you touch a woman, you need to wash your hands. So Allah equates women to these things. We are not saying it.
Unbelievable. I thought, James, that you are a Muslim. But anyway.
We can talk about the 3 gods another time, but it's okay, Daneen. It's okay. Counter, how are you? Never mind then. What happened to her? Okay, she's gone.
Hello.
How are you, Murshid?
Why did you drop me? Why do you keep
don't pay attention? It's like talking to a child.
Why do you keep doing this?
Again, would you like to conversation or would you like to get dropped?
Yes, I would like to have a conversation with you.
Beautiful. So let's have a conversation. Do you have free will in Islam?
Yes, I do. Every Muslim has a free will.
Beautiful. So when you say you have free will, can you become a Christian if you wanted?
Yes, I can, because some Muslims can be convert to yes. some Muslims, many Muslims convert to Christianity.
Beautiful.
And they have a free will.
That's because they found the truth. Now, can I become a Muslim?
They didn't find.
Again, just shut up and listen. Man. Can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it? Okay. Yeah, sure. Lovely jubbly.
James, bro, they got you manifesting, man.
Yeah, I'm just talking to myself. Just hoping that we can have Muslims request. It says Muslims request, please, guys. Vanya, you're not a Muslim. Why are you requesting? Yes, Vanya, how can we help you?
Yeah, what was the question?
Are you a Muslim?
Academic question.
So then how can you answer the question if you're not a Muslim?
Take your medicine, sister, in humanity. Take your medicine.
What medicine?
No.
Oh, my Lord. Never mind. Take care. God bless.
Ain't no way.
Oh, man. Yeah, bro, it's pretty tough.
So what's poppin'? I mean, and James, I missed you guys, huh? God bless you.
God bless, bro. I was in Eastern Europe. I just got back there last night.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm leaving to go to Southern Europe next week. So I'm going to catch as many as I can. And then I'm taking another week.
Awesome.
So for those in the chats, those that are listening in, so there's over 300, 400 people, 400 people now listening. Yes, I will go live next week. Holy said, hi, Amin. Holy said, I'm sitting too. I'm in bed. Mike asking, okay. So to Amin, hello. Hi, Amin. God bless you guys. Again, guys, this week I'll be on I'll go live almost every day until Sunday. Monday I'm away until Monday. So I'll be away a week. Just remember, we have Rob Christian and Amin, both of them. You'll find their links in their bios. Amazing work, guys. Rob's got, enough to bring down Allah, the Kaaba, Muhammad, you name it, to crumble. So go watch his videos, get a pen and paper, make notes, take notes. Do me one favor, though. Do not go to a Muslim live just because you watched one Rob Christian video. They would eat you up and spit you out. They take a dump on you. Do not do that, guys. Stay away from Muslim lives if you don't understand the question and right, especially when it comes to these kind of topics. Go to Amin as well. In his bio, you can go to his bio and then learn about the church fathers. He's also now trying to teach us, help us understand Arabic letters and words so that we can, at some point, hopefully be able to read and see what's been given to us so that we can have conversations with Muslims in. Again, you can see how the last guest, a couple of guests before, lies about the actual wording and what it says. And we have to now learn how to combat that and, to checkmate them on that. With that said, on my live, for those that's not following me on YouTube, it's really important that you do so spread and be shared by more people. It's in my bio. It's the Agents 007, the Agents 007. So please go to my bio over here. It takes you 5 seconds to go in and out to follow. Then you've got our Banku over here. This is another sister in humanity. Also, I'm not awake most of the time when she's doing her lives, but she's doing some kick job. She's like really hurting these people where it hurts the most. So give her a follow as well. Yes, Banku, God bless you.
I was gonna say, darn it, I'm losing track. Oh, I got a call. Never mind. I'll tell you after.
And that was Banku, yes.
You forgot to say Isha Ali Jesus, that's why. Nah, God bless Banku.
Okay, we've got, I don't know what the name is, Abu Albany. Abu, how are you? Abu, you there?
Abu. He's in Mecca. He's in Mecca. Don't forget to flush.
Alrighty.
Hey, what's up, Chris Claus? God bless you, Chris Claus, in the chat.
Okay, Murshid. Up one more time, Murshid. Let's see if we can focus.
Listen to your wife, man. Listen to your wife.
Give him 434.
Hello.
Tell your wife to eat your other.
Go to the kitchen, man. Yes.
Hello, fun people.
Okay, my man. How are you,
people?
sir?
What's up, people?
You're fun. Can I ask you this question to you?
No, you can answer the question. You don't have to ask any questions.
Does your God want to be a Christian? Does your God want me to be a Christian? Yes or no?
Again, we have a topic.
Does your God want me to be a Christian? Yes or
when
no?
I read your name, I said Murshid. Now it just sounds like Murshid.
You have nothing to say. All you do is
بلغوا عني بلغوا على النبي يا حبيبي. Didn't your prophet say to mention him in every setting? That's the point. That's your work. You got one job, according to your prophet, one job. You have to report about the prophet. So forget about Jesus. The Bible is corrupted. Tell us about the real religion of truth, according to you Muslims. بلغوا عن النبي يا أخي. Report about the prophet. Didn't your prophet say that in an authentic hadith?
So again, this is supposed to be like a topic that Muslims they walk about, tell you about how there's free will. We've taken it to them. We have now looked at what they've been saying and asking questions on what they say. Like when they say Jesus is a Muslim, we'll ask them, so prove it. They can't. They say free will. This is why the topic is so relevant. It's the illusion of free will in Islam, because they know that they don't. They try to wishful thinking that they do. And you know, Deneen's mom, she's a perfect example of how you are blinded by Allah. How even though the truth is in front of you, you see it, not because you don't want to, it's because Allah's blocking your eyes. He doesn't want you to see it. And over again, it's just become silly because we are saying to you that your Allah tells us that everything is decreed. Surah 97:1 tells us that.
Before I get a call.
Quickly. Go, quickly.
Okay, here we go. Bam. I was saying, Sunan Abu Dawud 47:12, though it's weak, but it's not weak for anything that's important because we all know hadith is bull. But anyway, it's still relevant to the point. It says, okay, that the man asks, what is the status of the children of the disbelievers who die? And the prophet says they are with their parent. Backing all the hadiths y'all said and the hadith that you showed that said that they go with their parents, that the children of polytheists go to hell as babies. That's all I want to say.
Banku, we actually said
beautiful,
that.
Beautiful.
We actually read it and said that. Banku, you got a yellow card. One more yellow and you got a red card and then you're out.
What?
You just went through the hadith.
Yeah, we went through that already.
Yeah, did it? Oh, I'm at work, man. I gotta turn the volume down. We're not talking. I'm wasting my time. Okay, I'm going back down. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Bye.
It's okay. But yeah, so and this is a prime example of how children are paying for the sins of their parents. And Islam is telling you that they don't. And this is why when I asked her, can I give her a verse where it says in the Quran that you can bear the burden of another? She didn't want me to show that because, again, they have to hide these verses from us because it cooks them.
Brother James, since we don't have a Muslim, I want to share something important with the audience. If you can give me the big screen for a second. Thank you very much. God bless you. Look, guys, I will show you, if you know, we all know now that there is no free will in Islam. So if you, as non-free will supporter, if you are a Muslim, you have to believe that there is no free will. That means you have to obey Muhammad and Allah at all times. Now let's see what happens if you disobey the Prophet. If you disobey Muhammad, let's see what happens to you. Sahih Muslim 278a. Again, Sahih Muslim, take a screenshot. 2788. Let's read. Abu Huraira, the father of the cat, said, that's the meaning of the name. Abu Huraira, the father of the cat, said, when anyone amongst you up from sleep, so if you wake up the next morning from sleep, he must not put his hand in the container, in the utensil, in the water container, till he has washed it 3 times. So this is about the ablution water container, okay? So make sure before you dip your hand in the container to wash your hand before that 3 times. For he, the Muslim, does not know where his hand was during that night. Now, as you heard earlier, Sister Danine said, you cannot interpret the Quran on yourself. You're a kafir. You are not allowed to do that. So let us go to the scholars. Okay, let's see what the scholars said about this hadith on the screen, how they interpreted it. Here is Imam al-Nawawi. Imam al-Nawawi in his Bustan al-Arif. Here's the cover of the book. Imam al-Nawawi in his Bustan al-Arifin, Imam al-Nawawi. For the people who do not know, you have, for example, Sahih Bukhari is explained by people like Ibn Hajar. Imam al-Nawawi is the giant scholar who explained, for example, Sahih Muslim. So let's see what he said about this hadith. Look, on page 50 of this book, look how he interpreted this hadith, the same hadith. An innovator, oh, what happened there?
No idea, hang on a second.
No problem.
Just 1 second, patriotic. I'll give it to you another day. I need to delete. I've got too many mods on my thing. I need to
It's okay, brother, it's okay. Don't worry about it, it's okay. Look, on page 50, we have the explanation. Look, that there was an innovator, someone who didn't like the idea, who mocked the hadith. So we have a Muslim who's mocking basically, or maybe he was a pagan who's mocking Muhammad's sunnah. The innovator mockingly said after hearing the hadith, I know where my hand was. It was in the bed. So my hand did not go anywhere, Ya Rasulullah. What is this nonsense? So this man woke up in the morning and had inserted his hand in his anus up to the elbow. Because he did not obey Muhammad, the next morning he woke up, he had inserted his entire arm up to the elbow in his anus. A'udhu billah. I rest my case. Islam is the truth, guys. So if you disobey the Prophet, you might, your elbow will be stuck. Your entire arm will be stuck. Yeah, that's Islam.
Kufman, just 1 second. Kufman, you mustn't use Quran. No, we mustn't use sunnah.com and all this. So for any Muslim that thinks that we're using a website that's corrupted or changed, give us a website to use. We are actually saying to you, give it to us, we will use it. When you say let's Quran.com, we go there. So we're not afraid of going to where you want us to go, because it's going to tell you the same thing. But be sure we will also check it.
Hey, Rob, you missed it earlier. We were reading chapter 10, verse 100. And this guy said, he accused James. He said, you're reading the tafsir. He said, this is not, not the verse.
He actually said the verse is the tafsir, man. That's crazy.
You think, guys, the funny thing is, I mean, and everybody who's listening, Muslims think when we go to the sharh, the explanation of, let's say, an ayah of the Quran, or the hadiths even have sharh, they think it's in their favor. Actually, it's much worse. It becomes even more worse when we go to the explanation of hadiths. What about ayahs of the Quran? So if you think it's helping you, it's actually making it more worse for you. Imagine you don't obey the Prophet, you might lose your entire arm. Good luck.
Ahmed, how are you, man? Ahmed, how are you, sir?
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Are you good, my man?
Yes. Very interesting conversation you're having. So just
okay. So you've been paying attention to the topic.
Sort of. Yes, I was eating while I was listening.
That's all right. So you're a Muslim, correct?
Yes, Alhamdulillah.
Okay, but do you still believe after the conversations? Do you honestly believe that there's free will in Islam?
Yes.
So you haven't really listened to any of the explanations, the hadiths, the verses? None of that?
Free will in what way? You're not if you say to me, oh,
this is why the question,
Islam,
can I become a Muslim?
Islam allows you to do zina, then I will say no. If you say Islam allows you to drink alcohol, then I will say no.
But hang on. Hang on. Let's take zina. Let's take zina. Do I have the free will not to commit zina? You there? You muted.
Yes, hello. Say that again, please.
I said zina is evil, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. And evil comes from someone evil, right?
Yes.
So when you said about zina, so if let's just say, for example, if Satan gives me a portion of zina, Satan gives me a portion of zina, can I say no to Satan?
Yes, as long as you're in the protection of Allah as well.
Beautiful. So what happens if Satan gives me a portion of zina, I can say no, thank you. But yes, if Allah gives me a portion of zina,
the reason why I'm saying
Allah, okay, but if Allah gives me a portion of zina or adultery, if Allah gives it to me, can I say no to Allah if He gave it to me?
Allah doesn't give people zina. Where did you get this information from?
No, I'm just saying, because now I'm just using, I'm trying to figure out now, we've got, if Satan gives you a portion of zina, you can say no. But if Allah gives you a portion of zina, can you say no to him?
Can you prove to me, that the desire of zina comes from Allah?
Well, that's not my question. My question is, can I say no to Allah?
That's what you're trying to put in front of me, that you're saying, if zina comes to me from Allah, can I say no to it?
Doesn't Islam teach that everything comes from Allah? Zina, evil, everything comes from Allah, right?
No. Evil comes from Satan. Evil comes from Satan.
Okay, prove it.
Let's go slowly. We'll see if that's true. Watch this.
Okay.
So we're talking about the portion of adultery.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Adultery is zina, correct?
Yep.
So over here, the portion of adultery will come from Satan, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So verily, Satan has fixed the very portion of adultery.
It says verily Allah.
Okay, so Allah, you said Satan. Watch it. So verily, Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in. So who is the one that gave us the portion of You said adultery is evil, and evil must come from someone evil. So again, if Allah gives you a portion of adultery and you will indulge in it, can you change what Allah has willed for you?
Okay, could you carry on reading, please?
I will, but first we have to go slowly. You said Allah, I said Satan. So you said adultery is zina, and that is evil, and evil comes from someone evil. So Allah is giving you a portion of adultery which a man will indulge in, meaning he has no choice, and which he of necessity must commit. Now I am going to read the next 4 lines. It's not a, but first we have to understand what it says. Are you agreeing with me now that Allah gives us evil?
You would have, I'll read out the whole hadith for me, and then I'll
We're getting there. The thing is, I want you to focus on this part first. Before we read the rest, we have to first break it down. You said, I said Shaitan gives a, you said no, read it with Allah. Now I read Allah gives us adultery. If Allah gives you something and he says you will indulge in it, can you change what Allah has willed for you?
No.
No. Beautiful. So Allah is saying that you will commit it, and of necessity you must commit. Correct? Okay. So now we know that Allah is the author of all evil.
Brother, just one little. Could you just like move your phone a bit back? Like
I'm going to read the whole thing for you. We're going to read the whole thing. The adultery of the eye is the lustful look. Who is the one that gave us the adultery of the eye?
Okay, carry on reading it.
Who? No, say it. Say it. I want you to hear that your God is the one that gives you a portion of adultery, which is evil. I want you to say it with me. So Allah, your God, gives you adultery. The adultery that Allah gave you is the evil, is the eye of the lustful look. That's from Allah. And the adultery of the tongue. So the adultery of is also evil and also comes from Allah. And that is the licentious speech. The heart desires and yearns. Who is the one that makes the heart desire and yearn for this evil? It is Allah, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so Allah will make you do all these evil things, which the parts may or may not put into effect.
Yeah, I don't know what that
So
means.
again,
Not the last bit. What does that mean? Which
That means that there are some people in which he's talking about where it says there are parts may or may not put into effect. That means that if Allah did not will you to commit adultery, then you won't. But if he did will you to commit it, then you will.
Okay.
Right.
So now again, my man, here's the question. You agreed with me, and I'm 100% in agreement that adultery is evil. Your God gives people a portion of evil, and they will indulge in it, and of necessity they must commit. You said to me, when we talked about the free will, you said something about zina, and now we can see, according to your Quran, your hadith, your Allah, your Muhammad, your religion, that this is an evil thing coming from an evil making you do something. So watch this, Abdul. Ahmed,
I'm an Ahmadi Muslim, yeah? I'm an Ahmadi Muslim, so I'm going to give you answers according to that.
Before you answer with Ahmadi brain, I want you to listen carefully to me, please.
Okay.
If Allah wills something, you can't change what He's willed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is Allah in this instant, if this is true, is this a fair and just God? Because watch this. What is the punishment for adultery according to Islam?
If you're married, then it's stoning to death.
Beautiful. So Allah is the one that makes you commit an evil act, and the punishment is to be stoned to death. When you are stoned to death for adultery, do you go to paradise or to hell?
Oh, I'm not sure about that, to be honest.
Come on.
Come on.
Yes, you know.
I think nowhere in the Quran Allah has said that if you commit zina you go to hell. There's no such thing as that. So
okay, we'll see if that's true. Watch this. We'll see if that's true. Now listen again. If your dad makes you, he forces you to do something. For example, go and rob the corner store, and he says, go down, rob the corner store. You rob the store, you come home with whatever you've stolen, and he punishes you for stealing. Is that a good dad or a bad father?
Good father.
He's a good father for punishing you after making you steal.
No. If he tells me to go steal.
Yeah, if your dad tells you to go and rob the store, and he forces you to do that, is that a good dad or a bad dad?
Bad dad.
And if he punishes you for obeying him, is he a good dad or a bad dad?
if he's made me do something evil, then no, he's not a good dad. No.
Beautiful. Your God, Allah, makes you commit adultery. We know adultery is something bad. Then he punishes you for doing something bad. Is that a good God or a bad God?
I wouldn't want to further comment on that because I haven't got the reference of
common sense, my man. Common sense.
I would need to look into it a little bit more. Maybe I'm sure there's an answer to that,
but again, and I'm glad you're going to do that. I want you to understand that this is why.
Yeah, I understand.
Sense, because you know that you would call your father out for being a bad father, for making you do something that bad and then punishing you for it. Same thing with your God. So he has another question. According to Muslims and Islam, does Allah want people to commit sin or not to commit sin?
Not to commit sin.
Okay, beautiful. So because Allah wants you not to commit sin, he will be happy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's see if that's true, right? Let's see if that's true. If Allah is happy with people that do not commit sin. By him in whose hand is my life, if you were not to commit sin, Allah will sweep you out of existence. What? If you were not to commit sin, Allah will sweep you out of existence and commit sin.
Oh boy.
Say that again. Ahmed, notice this, my man.
Brother, I've read this one. I can tell you this is to make the Muslims comfortable and understand Allah's mercy on humans. And
what?
Yes.
Come on, man. Ahmed, listen.
Please
do you
not
think
laugh
Allah
at
would
me
be
and
happy?
allow me to explain,
Okay,
please.
but hang on. If I wasn't a sinner, if I wasn't to commit sin,
brother, look, let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something.
The only people that did not commit sin were from Adam to Muhammad. Yeah.
Nonsense. They all committed sin. Even
Muhammad
in
committed sin. Muhammad
was a sinner in
brother,
the
like you know, like
Muhammad. Hold on.
They did.
Why did you lie about
brother? Why don't you let me finish?
Hold on, no, bro.
You can speak. Let me explain to you.
Hold on. You said the hold on,
about,
brother. Hold on.
He's talking about how merciful
brother.
Allah is.
Hold on.
He's talking about how
the prophets did not commit sin. Your prophet committed sin with Maria al-Qibtiyya in the house of Hafsa, the daughter of Caliph Umar. What are you talking about? Your prophet sent his wife.
Let's get back to the hadith.
Your prophet sent his wife Hafsa to her parents' house, and when she came back, she found Muhammad, the cousin of Maria al-Qibtiyya. What are you talking about? You don't know? You don't know the story?
Who are you cursing?
I'm not cursing. I'm telling you the story. What's wrong? Did I curse?
Ahmed,
I just told you about the story that happened in the life of your prophet.
So basically, right, what we're saying is that you
brother,
would think Allah would be happy
if you allow me to explain, even if you don't agree with me, I can finish and then you can carry on.
But brother, you're wrong about the Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet did commit zina, fornication.
The Quran actually tells you that Muhammad must ask forgiveness for his sins, Ahmed. So it's okay, but that's not my point.
Yes, in a hadith, I've read the hadith
Quran.
where Muhammad asked, where Prophet Muhammad
Quran, not hadith.
Quran, brother, Quran.
Okay, anyways, let me explain to you what this hadith means. This hadith is reassuring the Muslims and the humans, like Allah, the Prophet Muhammad is saying that forgiveness and sins, they're such a regular part of our life that you must repent after sinning.
Okay, let me again, my man. That's not what it's saying.
Obviously, I know you,
okay,
brother.
Guys.
Let me say one. Then you can continue. Now I know you know. The Prophet knows. The Prophet Muhammad knows that there's no man in this world that has not committed any sin.
Jesus.
So that's why he's saying, no, wait.
Jesus.
That's why,
bro, don't lie about the Prophet. Hold on.
Brother, let me finish my point.
No, you said you lied because there is a man who did not commit sin.
Let me finish my point. We'll get to that.
In Islam.
I'm gonna start again, bro.
So why are you lying,
If
bro?
you don't let me
Don't
finish,
lie. No. We will not. We will interrupt you when you lie. You
I'm
said
not lying.
no. You
I'm
said
not lying. I'm
every
putting
man
my point
committed
across to
sin.
you.
Hold on. According to Islam, Jesus was not touched by shaitan. Hence, he did not commit any sin. Else, you need to show us in Islam where Jesus commits sin. Actually, let me make it more worse for you. Chapter 19, ayah 19 says that Jesus is pure.
Question, brother. Let me ask
So
you a
don't
question.
lie. No, don't lie.
I'm not lying, bro. You're not letting me finish
So,
my
okay,
point.
let's
Let
see
me
if
finish
you're
my
not
point.
lying. Let's see if you're not lying.
Is there any human being on this planet in the past or
My
now
friend, let's
that
not
have not
fight.
committed any sin?
Hold on, let's not
Jesus,
fight.
according to hang on, Rob, Rob,
brother,
just a second, hang on.
are you
Ahmed,
allowed to speak or shall I
Ahmed,
leave?
I'm going to mute you for a second. Just listen. Yes, in your Quran, Jesus was one without sin. But he never committed a sin in your Quran.
Yep.
Okay?
Quran, not even a hadith.
So if you want to explain it from there, but that again is taking us away from the where we were. My whole point is that we have to stop you if you're going to say something that's not true. Yep. Muhammad and all the other prophets were sinners. Abraham was a liar according to your books. But Adam sinned, that's why you got kicked out of heaven. Everyone sinned in your book except Jesus. If you can show me that he sinned, I'll accept it.
Okay. So would you allow me to speak now, please?
Sure, my
yeah,
brother.
but can you confirm that Jesus did not sin before?
Brother, I'm not gonna get to that topic.
Okay, so you accept it. Okay,
until you allow me to finish, I'm not gonna get to that topic.
Okay, sure. Let him finish, Rob. Let's get it because it's taking way too long to get from A to B.
Because this guy, he's not. He
just get to the point. Forget about Rob now. I'm giving you an opportunity to land.
Okay. So it's saying that Allah would sweep anyone out of existence if they did not commit sin. Okay, cool. After that, you and I, we both agreed that there were no humans that did not commit sin.
We didn't agree with you. I just said to you, Jesus was without sin. And stop now. The hadith says that Allah will sweep you out of existence if you do not commit sin. Why is Allah upset with people that don't sin?
This hadith is talking about how merciful Allah is on Muslims and humans. Okay. This is what the hadith is talking about. So the Prophet Muhammad is reassuring
what does the person that committed no sin do?
Doesn't matter how much how much and how many times they've committed sin.
I'm trying to work with you. Why does Allah sweep people out of existence if they were not to commit sin? Why doesn't Allah say to the people, listen, this guy is a perfect example, be more like him? Why does Allah want just sinners around him? You know why? Because Allah says that he will fill hellfire with both mankind and jinn. Now you can't go to hellfire if you're not a sinner, and Allah makes them commit sin.
James, notice brother Chris Claus caught it, and everybody in the chat is not that slow as the Muslims are. What is the mercy of Allah? It has to do with the fact that if you do not sin, Allah will sweep you out of his existence. Allah actually put Muslims, mankind on this planet. He created mankind for one purpose, to ask for forgiveness, and he wants to make sin because Allah is such a proud, arrogant God, and one of the names of Allah is actually Al-Mutakabbir, the arrogant one. Allah wants you to sin so he can forgive you.
Yeah, so the concept of it is basically that he said he'll destroy everybody if they didn't sin, so they could go back to God to repent to him, basically.
Thank you for admitting it.
Yeah. But I'm not denying it. It's clear. It's not something that's we're trying to hide or run away.
Beautiful. So just 1 second.
I'm not trying to run.
I got you. Your mama. Just 1 second. I just want to say to research. Are you a Muslim?
Guys. Yes, I'm a Muslim. I'm a reader.
Humble, are you a Muslim? Humble, sir, are you a Muslim? You muted, Humble.
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
No, you research.
I'm a Muslim.
Okay, so again, just back on the topic.
Mm-hmm.
Do you three agree that you have free will in Islam or no free will in Islam?
We have free will in Islam.
You have a free will.
You have a free will. You have a free will.
Research, you have free will?
Pardon?
No.
What, before we
guys, hang on, guys. The reason that you have names. One second, guys. The reason. Humble. Just wait. The reason you are called humble, and he is called research, and the other one's called your mama, is so when I speak to research, research can answer. Humble can be quiet, and your mama can be quiet. So if I say your name, please let that person answer, or else I'll end up with just one me and one Muslim, right? So I'm trying to just get you guys to engage, knowing who you are. Now again, my question to you guys, when Allah created mankind, did Allah decide while the person was still in the womb or in the loins of the father, whether the child is going to paradise or hellfire?
This is quite an in-depth question. I'm not gonna lie, it's a scholarly question.
I'm a scholar. That's why.
Wait. Can I just land? Because in Islam, we do believe that we can change our qadr through dua.
Okay, so you can change the will of Allah. Hang on, your mama. We need to break it down. So your will can supersede the will of Allah.
No. So basically, like, for example, it's known that in Islam they say we can basically change our qadr through dua, through supplication, basically, or through purification, for example. Do you get it? So if someone's say, for example, someone is going to be, like you said, if Islam, on the pretext that, oh, we are all created, like, oh, he's going to heaven, he's going to hell, X, Y, and Z, but we can change that through our actions.
Beautiful. So what Allah has written down doesn't really matter. Correct?
It's not that it really matters. So we've given the choice to act in accordance to what Allah has willed or not, you know, or go against. Yeah.
So again, notice what's going on now. So you saying that everything is written down before we are born.
Yeah. So we have something called Lawh Mahfuz, where a lot of this is recorded. So
okay, so everything is recorded. But now you saying to me, Allah has his Tipex or his little rubber eraser, and he's like, this guy prayed enough. Let me go back and change what I wrote. So you saying that you have now changed what Allah decided for you?
No,
it's consistent throughout Islam, by the way. You do know, like, for example, there's like a hadith that says a man might say a word and it will throw him into the depths of hellfire, or he might say something or do action that will bring him close to paradise. Like, so you could be on your deathbed and you could have been praying your whole life, but you say words of disbelief, for example, you'll be into the hellfire. It's not set in stone. Nothing is set in stone.
No, it is. No, hold on, wait. It actually is. And hold on, I'm about to explain to you. I'm about to explain to you why. Just relax, bro. The reason why it is because, as James stated, as we've been doing this whole life, everything has been written. You can't change what is written. It's even written. I'm about to explain. Just relax. It's even written that you should pray for an outcome to happen. So even you doing the dua, that is written for you to do. So you think that by you doing the dua, it's changing Allah's decree, but it is not, because it's written for you to do the dua so that this happens.
So I can apply that. Wait. Let me speak. Humble, 1 second. So that can be that hadith where it says the portion of zina, yeah? That same concept what you just said right now can be applied to the portion of zina. Yeah? Correct. Yeah.
I'm asking how.
I agree.
What? I'm asking how.
Because God knows human nature. He created us that way.
You mama. Let him bring that evidence. What did he? Well, bring that evidence for us.
What do you mean, bring what evidence? About qadar?
You quote something. Did he quote something or not?
About qadar? About destiny and decree?
You saying that like whatever we are doing, like if we are going to pray or if we're not going to pray, all that one is written. So we are going to like the destination that Allah have wished it. So bring that verse for us.
That's chapter 10, verse 100.
Where?
Chapter 10, verse 100.
And also chapter, James, is that 97, verse 1?
That's Al-Qadr, yeah. Destiny, 54:49. Everything's preordained. In the Quran, Surah 54:49, everything is predestined, preordained.
I want to go with the one Amin is referring to. What referring to?
But before we get isolated, we need to understand exactly what's being said. So notice what you said, your mama. You said 54:49.
Okay, 54.
So what you said is that you can change what Allah has decided for you, right? By prayers and stuff like that. So let's read a hadith and see if it's true.
Okay? Yeah, okay, I can show you, yeah.
Okay, but I love it because you guys are just showing me contradictions more than anything else. Because again, the Quran contradicts, the hadiths contradict. How can anyone follow this religion when it keeps contradicting itself? The hadiths contradict each other and the Quran. And now we've got the Quran contradicting the hadiths and itself. But let's see what it says. Let me read the verse again. Do you agree? And you know the verse as well, the hadith I'm going to read. It talks about Allah writes down everything before you were born.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Again, can you change what Allah has written down for you? For example, if Allah created you for hellfire, can you change what Allah created you for? Research, you want to answer that?
Of course.
You can.
What we're talking about actually is qadr of the free will. And we have qadr al-jinsiyya and qadr al-shar'iyya. There are qadr that is of your own free will. God has given you the free will to do them. And there are those of Allah's will, which He has ordained you to do, which is under the Sharia. For example, stealing is qadr. Allah has the knowledge that you're going to do it. But is it allowed under the Sharia or the Islamic jurisprudence? No, it is not. You would be punished if you do it because it's out of the Sharia. It is qadr al-jinsiyya. You solely committed that. So if you talk about free will, you have to understand the concept of free will in Islam, which is both of the ones I mentioned, which is qadr al-shar'iyya, which is what is accepted under the Islamic jurisprudence, and that of humans being,
you've got some mic.
When you talk about hadith,
research. I'm not sure why
can
your
you hear
mic
me now?
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to
it's
ask.
giving us feedback. I'm not sure what's going on.
Your mic is like really staticky and it's.
Am I clear?
If you're using Bluetooth, come off the Bluetooth.
It keeps jumping over to some static, bro. It's clear now, but then after that.
It's clear. I can hear you.
Of course. So when you talk about hadith as well, I would like you to verify, because there are, stages of verifying hadith. There are da'if hadith, there is makruh, there is sunnah, there is a collection of hadith that is accepted by, which is written by Sahih Bukhari and Muslim. And for us to hadith has to be genuine or not, we have to check the context under the hadith, whether it mentions is reported to be sahih, whether it has a false channel.
We know how the hadith work. It's okay. We understand.
So when you
stop.
I would like you.
We know all this.
Research. You do realize that we are not new to Islam, right? We know. You don't need to give us khutbah al-Jum'ah and to explain to Amin, because Kafir, a big one. To explain him basic stuff about Islam. And if you're here to give us khutbah al-Jum'ah, that's not the place. James knows about this stuff. Okay, we know about this stuff. So get to the point about free will. Do you have free will in Islam, yes or no?
So let me talk to research.
We do have free will.
Research. Let me ask you the question then, and listen carefully to my question. And
can we take one person at a time?
You're talking to me. Focus. Can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
If Allah doesn't will it, it's out of your choice to become a Muslim or not. He's giving you that free will.
I need you to listen to my question.
Let me give you.
Can I become a Muslim? My man, research. You sound to you. Not. It's like you got a delay. But listen carefully again. Can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
Becoming a Muslim is your choice.
Okay,
it's a free will.
Beautiful. If I go back to the Quran, and the Quran says that none can believe except by the will of Allah. No soul can believe except by the will of Allah. Help me understand that.
Good. That context is
and become a Muslim.
Can I answer that question? Now, God is the all-knowing. He knows whatever you are to do or not.
Unbelievable, man.
That's crazy. Guys, research.
We've got the will of whether you will do it or not, because He's all knowledgeable.
Try your best.
You're not giving me the chance. You want me to answer the way you want me to. It's not possible.
You're answering a question I didn't ask.
I'm answering the question. You're talking about. Ask the question again. Let everybody hear it.
Can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it? Surah 10:100 says, no soul can believe except by the will of Allah.
It actually says by his permission, in the law. So that's even worse.
That is, you need to understand what the will of Allah is. You have to understand what the will of God is. He's all knowledgeable.
Man, this is crazy.
If it doesn't say so, how do you explain the verses of the Quran? It says the context. You have to understand the context.
He says he has to permit you to believe. If he doesn't permit you to believe, then you're not going to believe.
But you must take a step. You must take a one step that is giving you that free will. So, like my question is, yeah, are you guys a believer? Are you a believer?
Yes, we are believers.
Yeah, you believe in who?
The one true God.
No. I'm a Muslim. I'm talking to the host of the panel.
Yeah, I'm answering you. I believe in the one true God. We are original Quran only Christians.
You believe in one.
We are original. Listen to me. We are original Quran only.
That's I'm saying you are. You see, are you Christian? Are you Christian?
Yes, we are Christians.
We are original.
Okay, so if you are, okay. So what is the name of your God?
That's. Tell me the name of your God, and I'll tell you the name of my God. Tell me the name of your God, and I'll tell you the name of my God.
My God is Allah.
That's not a name, title. It just means the God. So the God is not a name. That's a generic name.
Okay, what is
your God's name?
Okay, my God name is Allah.
That's not. If I went to a pagan and I said, do you believe in Allah? He would say yes, because he's a pagan. He calls his God the God. If I went to any person, I went to a Christian in Arabia and I said, do you believe in Allah? They would say yes. Christian Allah, the same Allah as the Quran.
Okay, let me give you a clue. If you don't know,
what is the name of your God? Is your God's name Yahweh?
No, listen.
Is your God's name Yahweh?
Oh no, okay, now listen to me.
Is your God's name Yahweh?
Listen to me.
Is your God's name Yahweh?
James, I'm sorry, man. I just starting to get irritated, man. Like,
Muslims are a special type of slow today. I think something was in the water, in the Zamzam water.
Marcus put it in Jesus.
What did he say?
We're not answering the question you want us to. That's why you find it quite funny.
We're not answering questions.
Why wouldn't you answer what I asked?
We're knowledgeable about the religion. And that gives you a bug.
What?
What, man?
A bug?
Man, what?
Muhammad had bugs.
Funny thing about
in his hair. I think he's
you think we don't know our religion. I'm a Christian. I converted to Islam in 2009.
Research. It shows that you left the truth for the lies. Now, again, I want you to notice. It's funny when we're talking about the Quran is confirming that there's no free will. Again, you are telling me that Allah made a mistake when he said that, because you're telling me you have free will. Surah 81:29 says, but you shall not wish unless wished or willed by Allah. So you can't become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it. Again, this is why I can't become a Muslim, because Allah has not willed it. It's not me. Are you saying that my will is more greater, akbar, than Allah's will?
What is the adequate knowledge you have about the term free will? What have you read? What research have you gone through to understand the concept of free will?
Now we have to define, like, bruh, this drives me crazy, I swear, man. Like, I don't,
bro, I mean, face it, I mean, you don't know what the meaning of free will is. Face it, man. You're a kafir. You don't know.
Define a child.
استحملني يا حبيبي استحملني. Bro, like, this is crazy.
Your mama.
Yes, hello.
Okay, man. There's a hope. You can focus.
Good.
And don't judge all Africans by those two guys. Even though I'm from Africa, we are not like those two. Please, even though they're Muslim and African, it's like a, you know, don't hold it against them. It's not their fault they were forced into slavery. I'm an African too, just by the way. So, but now we're moving on. Again, my question to you again would be: can I become a Muslim? Can I be a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it or permit it?
No, you can't. Okay, I don't know how to explain this, but what I'll say is, like, in the general sense, you can't become a Muslim. Of course, Allah has to permit you to become a Muslim, but it's in His knowledge. It's in His, like, He's all knowledgeable about it.
Okay, so watch this.
He knows whether you're going to become Muslim or not.
So watch this.
It's the end goal, basically.
Before on, we just said Allah wrote down 4 things, right?
Yeah.
If Allah wrote that I am to go to hell,
yeah,
right? He writes it down. He says this dude is going to hell. Say again.
So, like, for example, he said you're destined for hell, for example.
Yeah. That's what it says. It says Allah says He writes down 4 things. One is whether you're going to go to heaven or to hell.
And what
change what Allah has predestined for me?
Now, see, this is what I'm saying. This is a very, you're taking it as an easy question, like it's a surface level question. I'm saying this is quite a complex question.
Okay, let me help you again. See, I'll show you again.
Because we have
is a child. Watch this. Is a child
right
a sinner? A 2-year-old is a sinner?
No.
So a 2-year-old that's not a sinner, would that 2-year-old go to heaven or hell?
Heaven.
Hello.
Okay, let's see if that's true.
God will, but heaven. Yeah.
So let's see if that's true. Nothing. Just 1 second, please. Let's see if that's true, because again, this is where we end up going. Mm-hmm. So if we read, and I'll show it again, and I love the way you guys will interpret this, even though it doesn't say what you wanted to say. So watch this.
Go.
Allah's messenger, there's happiness for this child, who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for it committed no sin.
Okay.
The child committed no sin,
yep.
Nor has he reached the age one can commit sin.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So the child hasn't sinned and hasn't reached the age. Right. Muhammad said, Aisha, peradventure it may be otherwise, because Allah created for paradise those who are to go for it while
they
were yet in their father's loins. And He created for hell those who are to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins.
Yes.
So Muhammad is telling Aisha she mustn't be cocksure about where this child is going, because he could be going to hell if Allah created him for hell. Correct?
As a child, as he's a child before, like it was stated in the thing before, that he's before the age of committing the sin, which is bulugh. Before the age of bulugh, yes, like in a general sense, like for example, okay, this is the hadith here, but say we was to have someone in the community, in our community, and he passed away, he was a child, we wouldn't automatically say he's going to hell. would be like
you don't know,
heaven.
so you can't make that.
No, we can't make that. We can't be 100% sure.
Beautiful.
But the thing is, you know,
so not even. One second. So even a child have the assurance or the guarantee of paradise, because it might be that he was created for hell while he was in his father's loins.
I mean, he could grow up to become
the child is not a sinner. He died as a child. He's not a sinner. But he's created for hell. His free will doesn't kick in. He doesn't have the free will to decide where he's going.
I don't think that's
decided for him, correct?
No, I don't think that's a.
The thing is, your mama, you see it, my man. You don't have to answer.
Yeah, I can see it.
Let's give nothing a chance. Let's give nothing a chance. You just sit back and ponder on that, because now I can hear that you actually see what it says. So nothing. This child committed no sin, and hasn't even gotten to you can commit sin. Say again?
I said, could we go back to the topic when you said, do we have free will?
This is talking about free will. Does this child have free will to decide where he's going, or has Allah predetermined where this child is going?
Any child that under the age of puberty and has died will automatically heaven.
Beautiful. So then this is a lie.
No, wait. No, that hadith is talking about like when you should assume that you shouldn't assume something about someone just because they have died. You do not.
Even if it's a child. No. We're talking about someone. Hang on, nothing. We are talking about a child that committed no sin. So we're not talking about just any Tom, Dick, and Harry, or any Kutam, Ahmed, and Muhammad. We're talking about a child that committed sin. There's no guarantee for that child, correct?
Could you? No, because the Prophet never mentioned that there's no guarantee for that child. He just.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
because
but could you also mention
Allah created for paradise those who are fit for it while they were yet in their father's loins.
Yes.
What did Allah create? What did Allah decide when the child was in their father's loins?
Allah decided that child would die on that time, and when a child,
whether the child is going to paradise or fire.
Okay, but that child has no sin, so it should go to heaven. Jannah.
It should. Okay, watch this.
This is the problem.
Watch this.
This is the problem. This is why we're asking you this.
So let's see another one. The woman who buries alive her newborn girl. Newborn girl. Can you tell me what sin does a newborn child commit?
Is that but is that
Sahih? Sunan Abi Dawood 4717. Sahih. Now again, what sin does a newborn child commit? Because it says the woman who buries alive her newborn girl and the girl who is buried alive both will go to hell.
The number of the hadith again.
Sunan Abi Dawood 17. Yo, mama, what sin did this newborn child commit?
It is sinless.
Okay, so then why would this Allah, the just God, your merciful God, throw the child in hell if the child is sinless?
All I can answer is Wallah alam. Allah knows.
But you know, that's a good enough answer, and
that's honest. Thank you. Thank you for being honest.
I can't give you the reason behind it, but there's loads of things.
But hang on, your mama. This is where we're heading now, brother. This is where I'm going. But if this is true, hang on, your mama. Wait. If this is true, does this make Allah merciful and just?
Allah is just. I would say Allah is just.
Listen to my question again. Listen to my question again.
Yeah, just because I don't know the reasoning for something doesn't mean.
If this is true,
brother,
does this make Allah merciful and just?
Let me speak. I said, just because I don't know the reasoning for something, I'm not going to label God unjust. I don't know the reasoning behind it. I don't know the divine wisdom behind something. You understand? To us, in the sight of us, yes, of course, it looks unjust. But
maybe it's because he would grow up and commit sin. So because Allah knows that, he stopped him from doing that.
No, it's not that. Look, I'm not gonna. This is what I don't do.
So let me ask you a question again, your mama. Let me ask. I get your understanding. Here's the question. Again, do children that have not committed sin in Islam, do they go to hell?
Sorry, say that again?
Do children in Islam that do not commit sin or haven't reached the age of where they can commit sin, do those children in Islam go to hell?
In a general sense, no.
So either you are telling the truth or Muhammad and Allah are telling the truth. Which one is it?
I don't know how to reconcile that, because we've got
That's okay, my man. I don't need you to. I just want you to think about it. So next time, hang on, here's the question. Here's the thing now. Next time if someone says to you, your mama, in Islam, do children go to hell? You must say yes. You mustn't lie to them and say no, it's because you say yes, innocent children that have never committed sin nor reached the years when they can commit sin do and can go to hell. Why?
It's a
because
possibility.
Allah decided that while they were yet in their father's loins.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I'd say it's a possibility.
But that shows you that that's not a fair and just God if he's throwing people in jail, in hell for no reason.
So
that's okay.
But then there's
this is what we've heard.
There's a lot of things for us to be critiquing, and if we started critiquing, that's like me saying, okay,
it's fine.
Wait. I'll give you an example. People are being massacred, in this day and age, For example, why isn't God coming to save them? That's like me saying, that means God's unjust.
Well, no, that's different.
Why is that different?
But even that's different, because to us, we believe that people have free will to make decisions. But in your paradigm, it's actually a law that's making people do that.
And God did come down and save them.
No, I'm talking about.
But God did come down to save them. Knowing Christ is your salvation, then you will be saved.
Saving people from rockets is knowing Christ. Come on.
Where will you go to in Christianity? Watch this then. Watch this. In Christianity, the children go where? In Christianity, the children don't go to hell. They go to heaven. The children in Christianity go to heaven, but the children in Islam go to hell. So I'm going to mute you again, your mama, because I can hear you excited. Nothing. What were you going to say? Besides nothing.
I don't think they fail to realize those examples that they gave about, and I'm assuming he's alluding to the war, and where I don't want to say it because of the live, but like what James said, those children, according to our scriptures, they go to heaven. In your paradigm, all of those children that have been unalived in the name of war, some of them went to Jahannam, bro. Some of them did, dude. It's very clear. You can't even say which ones did or which ones didn't. And what we're trying to explain to you is that's not fair.
As a general, like I said, as a general principle, kids before the age of bulugh.
Now you saw that it's not true. You just saw that, man. Come on, man. You just saw it. I showed it to you.
But that's the opinion I take.
Yeah, again, it goes against Islam, and that's because you're using common sense and logic, and you don't want it to be true because you know that it's awful if it is true, because all those innocent children that have passed on in the name of something could have gone to hell, but you'll never know because that's the type of God you follow. So nothing. What do you want to add?
When it says both will go to hell.
Yes.
And most of the scholars, they say it is the one that helped and the one that buried. So the mother that buried and the one that helped the mother, not the child.
What is this? Oh my God, not this explanation. We heard this 1,000 times. Show that from the hadith, please.
Because the child is innocent.
So the midwife is going to go to hell.
No. The point is the child is not innocent enough to go to Jannah because Muhammad said,
wait.
Hold on. According to your prophet, there is a possibility for that innocent child who clearly is not innocent enough, that he will go to hell. So no.
Because the prophet said no child has a sin until you reach the age of puberty.
Did I just show you, just out of curiosity, guys, did I show you guys on the screen what the hadith said?
Yeah, but did the prophet mention the child will go to hell?
No, he said that
the child he did not say that. He did not mention it.
You can't just pick up something online and start talking about it.
Jay, just shut your gob for a second, bro. Just sit quietly in the corner. Just 1 second. Shut it. Sit quietly. Thank you. So again, nothing. Watch this. According to it, it doesn't say that they don't go to hell. It says that it may be so that this child, this particular child, may have gone to heaven or he may go to hell. But the thing is, what is the determining factor? The determining factor is what Allah, again, let me explain it. The determining factor is that Allah decided while they were in their father's loins whether they are going to go to heaven or hell. Do you disagree with that or agree with that?
Allah already decided that the child will go to heaven.
Exactly. So Allah decided. Now, the hadith that I was going to show you, Sahih Bukhari, when it says Allah sends an angels and orders them to write 4 things, correct? Allah sends the angel and he writes the provision, his age, and whether he will be wretched or blessed. And then it says that even if this person is going is doing all the deeds of the people of paradise, meaning all the good deeds, if Allah wrote that they will be going to hell, then just before they pass on, they will commit sin so that they go to hell because of what Allah wrote down.
Okay, but there's a hadith or a story about a man that was a righteous man. He and then afterwards, these 2 brothers, they wanted someone to look after their sister. They went to that righteous man. He looked after their sister, but Don whispered stuff into his ear. Slowly by slowly, he committed zina with her. At the end, he killed her. And then afterwards,
if you don't have the hadith, listen. If you don't have the hadith, please, I don't want whataboutism.
No, but the thing is, look, you have free will.
I don't want. There's no. Watch again.
Okay, look.
Watch again. Watch again.
Okay.
Watch again. Let me show you again. Let me show you again, dude. Stop with the trust me, bro. I'm giving you hadith. Watch this. It is narrated from Muslim bin blah 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 blah, and he said, "And when your Lord brought forth from the children of Adam from their loins, Umar said, I heard Allah's messenger being asked about it. The message of Allah said, Allah created Adam. Then he passed his right hand over his loins and brought forth from him offspring and said, I have created these for paradise."
Okay, and don't you believe? Okay, don't you believe God is the all-knowing, though?
Dude.
No, yeah, I'm going to. This is going to answer you. Just
and
answer
there's a difference between.
No, answer my question.
You're not listening.
Do you not believe that?
Thanks for coming, bro.
Wait, bro. I'm just gonna answer.
This is rubbish. This is stupid.
It says that he created them for that. So it has nothing to do with foreknowledge. It says he actively is the one who did it.
James, can you do us a favor and put the hadith about the left shoulder on the screen? Let's see how much free will there is in that hadith.
Yeah, well, this is basically alluding to it, and I'll get to that after this. So again, to notice what it says. He says that he took Adam, he put his hand over the loins of Adam, and he brought forth his offspring and said, I have created these for paradise. These are the white people, in case I'm a left shoulder, as you can see. So this is for the white people. These white folk, they went to paradise. And they will do the deeds of the people of. Then he passed his hand over the loins and brought forth from him his offspring and said, I have created these for hell. I have created these for hell, and they will do the deeds of the people of hell. So Allah is not saying you have free will to decide what you're going to do. He created them specifically for hell. A man said, O Messenger of Allah, then why should we strive? Why should we strive if everything is already predestined, predetermined? The Messenger of Allah said, when Allah creates a person for paradise, he causes them to do the deeds of paradise. Who causes them to do the deeds of paradise, your mama?
Allah.
Beautiful. So he causes them to do the deeds of paradise until he dies going one of the deeds of the people of paradise and is admitted to paradise thereby. And when he sets a person for hell, Allah causes him to do the deeds of the people of hell. Your mama, who is the one that causes him to do the deeds of the people of hell?
Yeah, Allah.
Beautiful.
Allah. Okay, can I explain?
Until he dies, let me finish. Until he dies doing one of the deeds of the people of hell and is admitted to hell by.
Yeah, but that's like in a general sense as well, because Allah knows, he knows everything. That's his,
Dude, there's a difference between, again, your mama, you're missing it. There's a difference between having foreknowledge and causing someone to do something. Who is the one that causes him to commit sin?
I mean, even so, okay, wait, can I just
answer the question?
I said Allah.
Okay, so Allah is man commits sin, and the punishment for sin is hellfire. So who has sent this man to hellfire?
Allah has sent him to hellfire.
So Allah caused him to sin and go to hellfire because he was created for hellfire, correct?
And as a Muslim, I would say, who am I to say Allah can't do what he wants to do?
That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, I'll tell the truth.
But that's what I've been waiting for.
Allah
so
created
yeah, but now it's not about free will anymore.
Your mama, I don't think you understand the hadith, your mama. There is a sharhi of a hadith. One has to understand the sharhi.
What's the sharh? Yeah, what's the sharh? Go on. I don't know the sharh.
Every hadith has the sharhi.
Yeah, what's the go on?
Thank you very much. So that is the reason why we're talking about, you have to go deep into hadith.
Yeah,
that's why we
explain it. Research. You did the research. Tell us what is it?
Into English. It does not give the full. Can I arise, please?
Do you speak Arabic? Research.
When you
speak Arabic?
take the Arabic context of hadith.
Do you speak Arabic?
Do you speak Arabic?
Can I finish? For God,
no. Do you speak Arabic?
For the love of God.
I speak Arabic.
Do you speak Arabic?
For the love of God. Can I finish?
No, don't say for the love of Allah.
Not worry.
I'm asking you. You said that you need to understand it in Arabic. I'm asking you, do you speak Arabic?
Answer.
I speak Arabic.
Wait, your mama, just sit quietly. Wait.
You just muted me.
Do you speak Arabic?
I don't have to answer the way you want me to. Let me answer the question. People are listening.
But it was your claim that you speak Arabic. So do you speak Arabic?
Again, your mama, notice what he did. He doesn't speak Arabic.
You know what? You people are just like, you can't just speak something online. You can't just speak something and start talking about it. No, it doesn't work like that.
You think that this is a washing line where you can go shop for free?
Listen. Now, is it?
My goodness, dude, this is not a washing line where you can go shopping. Okay?
Where did he go?
Who knows, bro? These guys run like Forrest. Run like Forrest Gump. Musnad Ahmed 311. Musnad Ahmed 311. He's circling the Kaaba.
Let's stop. Wait.
Okay, but again, I just want you, especially you, your mama, because you see it, you try to make excuses for it.
I didn't make excuses. I'm saying Allah is the one who caused it. He is. That's my belief anyways. I actually believe that.
Okay, so now again, why are the people being punished for what Allah made them do?
For example, when people commit atrocities, for example.
Brother, just answer that question. Just answer that question. Why are they being punished for what Allah made them do?
Well, he hasn't mentioned why. He hasn't mentioned why.
Does it sound like it's fair and just to be punished for what you are made to do?
The same way like people are made to do certain things, like for example, that was the intended purpose of that creation.
So you can't change what Allah created you for.
Bro, come on, man. Like
but that's not related though. It's not related.
Hold on, wait.
Because the other hadith, the beginning of the hadith no, but I'm saying the beginning of the hadith, the beginning of this hadith, the same hadith we're on. Yeah, the same hadith. The beginning of it that about, like, for example, like the correlation is not there. So if a person is like, he might say a word and he will get thrown into the hellfire, for example, or might do the actions of the people in the hellfire just before he's gonna go, his whole life he's been.
No, but who is the one making you do the actions? This is what we're saying. Okay, look. This is all I'm saying.
But ultimately, it's God.
Okay,
but you
thank you.
No, because God gave you free will. He gave you free
Ultimately,
will.
Oh my God.
no,
Hold
you
on,
have free
guys,
will.
please, let me just say this, man. I'm
Yeah,
starting to
go
get a
ahead.
headache, bro.
Go ahead.
This is all you have to do, bro. Like, I'm serious, bro. Like, if I was in your position, this is what I would do, and this is the best solution. Just say, you know what? I affirm it, but I don't try to explain how. Allahu alam, only Allah knows. This is my position.
I did do that.
Okay, but then after you do that, you go behind that and you say, but let me try to explain it.
No. What I'm trying to say is
just affirm it and move on.
I affirm it. I didn't say I affirm it.
Okay. Okay. Well, then that's it. Stop. With that being the case, then the question becomes, okay, do you believe that that is fair? And that's what James is asking you.
Do I believe it's fair? And then I go back to saying, who am I to say it's not fair?
Can I answer?
That's also a good answer. That's a perfect answer.
Who am I to say it's not fair or it's fair?
And it's perfect because it shows everybody that you, in your religion, you don't understand. You need to make excuses for this, and you know that it's not just. You know it, man.
Host.
Michael Schofield.
And this is why, James, he's struggling. Everybody's seeing how he's struggling. And it's good to struggle because now your brains are functioning and you're seeing that Allah cannot be just. Allah is an unjust God.
Can I answer, please? Please.
And you know
nothing. Please go on, nothing. Tell us.
Okay.
Make it make sense.
If Allah knows everything, so he will know everything about you. So Allah already knows what you would do. He knows you better than you know yourself. So he knows if you will be guided.
It's okay. I mean, let him finish. I want people to notice what he just said now. The ridiculousness of what he said. Foreknowledge is okay. So Allah, you are saying to me now that a child who dies at the age
I'm not
of
talking
2,
about the child. I'm talking about
I'm giving you an example.
No, because
so the child, why would a child go to hell just because Allah created him for hell? What sin did the child do?
Okay, if Allah's the most merciful, why would he just throw a child into hell when they've done no sin?
Were you paying attention when I showed the hadith?
Is the question.
I even explained the hadith.
Nothing. I'm just going to mute you, dude. I'm just going to mute you.
I want to drop in. It's okay.
This is why I said, guys, please, for the love of God, man, please, man, stop trying to explain it. Just affirm it. If you affirm it, then you can say, okay, there is that I believe is God and he knows more than I do. I don't know why he's the one who was actively causing these things. But for me, I just trust that because he's God, then he understands or whatever. But then the question becomes, okay, is that reasonable? And this is when your brain, like as Rob said, it starts to work properly, because then you start to realize, Mishma'ul, that this is not reasonable. At that point, because of how you see how this affects your life, you realize this cannot be God. And that's what we're trying to get you to do. But if you keep fighting what you're supposed to believe, you will never get there. You can't even have that conversation because you keep trying to tell him what he's supposed to say. How are you going to tell God what he tries to say?
Salim, if you're in the chat, Salim, request. We all love it when you come up and you try to make it make sense. Yo, mama, man, this is where the dilemma in Islam is, and why this is one of the.
I still don't agree. You know what? I still hold the opinion God is just, even if that is the case. Well, do you know why? I'll give you the reason why. There's people on this earth that God wants them to not reach that salvation so they can be punished for their misdoings.
Hang on, again, you're not realizing what you're saying, dude.
But do you know,
Allah is the one that causes them to commit these.
Say Adolf Hitler, for example.
Dude, no, don't say the name. What are you doing, man? I've got to drop you now. You can't say those names, man. You know TikTok don't like all that nonsense. The hadith that we've just read
James?
says, yeah.
No, I was just going to say, like, this is the problem. And this is what Rob was saying. And I agree with him 100%. when you get to the point, and it's hard for them, and I understand, because honestly, like if this was my position, like as a worldview, I would probably, same thing, I would try to fight it. But there comes a point where you say, you know what? I'm not God, so I just believe in what he said. I'm just not going to try to explain it. I just affirm it. Okay, fine. When you get to that point, then your brain starts to work, because you now have to find a justification as to why it's reasonable to believe. Those are two completely different things. In order for you to get to a point to where you understand if something is reasonable to believe, you have to believe it first. And we've spent 3 hours trying to get you guys to believe what it says. Imagine 3 hours getting you to believe what it says. You're fighting what it says. When you come to the point where you say, I believe what it says, and I'm not going to try to explain how this happened, I just believe it, then you can move on to the next step, is it reasonable to believe? And what we're trying to explain to you is it's not. There is another and better way, something that is reasonable, and that's Jesus Christ. All we're saying.
Mufasa, have you been paying attention to the conversation so far, sir?
Yes, I have been paying attention. It has been really interesting.
So tell me then, do you agree with these other guys? I mean, you've seen that. Oh, hang on a second.
Am I still up here? I'm seeing myself in 2 boxes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to, my phone made me do something. You there? Can you hear me?
Can I drop and come back?
Sure, my man. TikTok, are you a Muslim, sir? TikToker? Yeah, I think we're going to have maybe Mufasa, the last one, and then we can end for the day.
Tough topic, bro.
Zara Zen, stay a Muslim. This is why you end up where you're going. Sorry again, Tamim?
No, I was saying it's a tough topic, and for people like Zah or Zen or whatever, because they're prideful, they just they can never progress, man. Like it's just like all we're doing is asking you to use your brain, but sorry.
I'm gonna read a hadith for you. Let's just start with this, right? Because you obviously believe that you have free will, correct?
Well, I do believe that there is a mix of free will with some things that are predestined or predetermined.
So now we have a mix. Okay. So
it's really an intricate relationship, right? Because there's the will of God, and then God has given man some sort of will.
Well,
so
we'll see. That's true. Let's see. Read the hadith, and let's see what the hadith says. It says, and when your Lord brought forth from the children of Adam from their loins, Umar said, I heard the messenger of Allah being asked about it, and messenger of Allah said, Allah created Adam, and he passed his right hands and brought forth from him his offspring. And I said, and said, I have created these for paradise, and they will do the deeds of paradise. Now, here's my question. Right off the bat, Allah is making it extremely clear that he created people for paradise, and they will do the deeds of paradise. Then he passed his hand over the loins and brought forth his offspring and said, I have created these for hell, and they will do the deeds of the people of hell. So they were created specifically for, and they will be sinners to go to hell. A man said, O Messenger of Allah, why then should we strive? Now that's a big question. Why then should we be bothered? Why should we pray? Why should we do anything if everything has been predestined, preordained? Allah said, when Allah creates a person for paradise, he causes him to do the deeds of the people of paradise until he dies, doing one of the deeds of the people of paradise, and is admitted to paradise thereby. And when he creates a person for hell, Allah, he causes him deeds of the people of hell. That's why the man said, why should we strive if Allah is the one that makes us commit sin? He causes him to do the deeds of the people of hell until he dies doing one of these deeds of the people of hell and is admitted to hell. Now, why should people be punished for what Allah has willed them to do?
Well, to be quite honest, I really don't have the answer to this hadith. I'll have to look into it. This is the first time I'm coming across this hadith. I'll have to do an in-depth study, right? Why I said free will and predestined there's a nuance to it. But when it comes to this hadith, I will do my research and look at what the scholars have to say about it.
What do you mean by
and I'll
there's a
come back with the
nuance to
scholarly opinion.
Because this is the first time we've heard this from a Muslim today. I'm just curious what you think about it. Like, what do you mean by there's a nuance to it? Like they're interrelated? How?
Nuance, I mean, like we know that we are conscious of what we do, right? You and I can agree that you know yourself. I think, therefore I am. You know that you exist. You know that you take actions. You know when you do certain things. You're aware of those things. And but yet still there are certain things that occur that you have no control over. Someone might slap you. You don't have control over that. Someone might, or a car might hit you. So nuance, there's this sort of complexity.
Oh,
or you can
okay.
say,
So you're saying
interlink between free will and what is predestined.
So you're saying something like compatibilism. So you're like
yes, compatibilism.
Okay, so for the people in the chat that don't understand compatibilism, because it is a little, it's an interesting position, but it seems to be like it's a philosophical idea that there seems to be some kind of interrelated play between free will and determinism. So the example that sometimes people give for this is like when you get thirsty, right? Like you're thirsty, so you drink a glass of water. Well, you're free to drink the glass of water, or you're free not to drink the glass of water. There are prior events. Yes. Yeah, there are prior events that basically are forcing you to drink the water because you're human. You get thirsty. That's inevitable. And because of that, if you don't drink the water, you'll die, although you have the free will to drink it or not to drink it. So that's what compatibilism is. Even within some kind of deterministic worldview, you still have some aspect of free will. But I would just say this.
It's soft determinism.
Right. So I'm very well aware of it. This is what I would say to you, though. I would say that I don't believe that this is the case in your worldview. And the reason I say that is because of the things that we read in the hadith and in the Quran and things like that. All of the examples we gave show that it really is just hard determinism. It's not soft. There's no compatibilism.
Why I will say it is soft determinism is because you are aware, if you are a Muslim or if you're someone of consciousness, you are aware that if I'm gonna do this deed, it's a deed of the people of hell. It's going to be something that will be counted as a sin. You have this knowledge. You know it. You are aware of it. It's not like you're
not in every case.
Can I?
And that's why.
Because
the children.
For example, let me make myself an example.
No, Mufasa, hold on. I want to say something about what you said. When Imam Abu Hanifa, you know Imam Abu Hanifa, right? When he was asked about this, he said, what will happen to a Muslim man who decides to unalive his father, sleep with his mother, and drinks alcohol? Imam Abu Hanifa said, yes, he is a believer. Huwa mu'min. What do you have to say about it? Go ahead.
Yes, of course he's a believer. He has done the act of the people of hell, but it doesn't take away from him The fact that he's a believer.
So
right?
he's a real
let me
Muslim.
finish.
When he sleeps with his mother, unalives his father, and drinks alcohol, he's a real Muslim?
Well, he has not denied the existence of Allah. He has not refused to pray.
You can do all of this and you're still a Muslim. Got it. Thank you. Got it. Thank you.
Let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
So he has not refused to pray. He has not denied
Thank you.
existence.
Thank you. I only wanted confirmation.
Let me finish.
Well,
Please, 1 second.
well, Mufasa.
So even it doesn't say that he's not going to be punished in the hereafter, because situations where people are going to be sent to the fire before they are placed in heaven. He might just be one of those people.
But your idea is, okay, the person is aware of what they're doing and they choose to do it. So that way, that is your stance, saying that there is some aspect in which they have free will, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I say that compatibilism does not work in your worldview, because there are individuals like children, and this is what we read from the hadith, that go to Jahannam and they have no sin. They're not even cognizant, yet they go to Jahannam. So how do you explain that? That's not compatibilism.
Can someone
compatibilism requires compatibilism. It requires an agent to be able to choose. 7047.
Can someone look at?
I don't have a computer in front of me.
Yes, Sahih Bukhari.
I mean, can you give me the screen for a second, brother, if you don't mind? Or brother James?
Sir,
I want to show him something, and I want to ask him what he thinks about it.
Yeah.
Let's see how much free will you have.
I can show my screen.
Hold on. Yeah, no problem.
I have the hadith. A second.
Yeah. Look, Mufasa, or whatever your name is. Look, let's see how much free will you have to believe in free will. Let's double up, by the way. Yeah. It's not a gotcha moment. Again, let's see how much free will you have as a Muslim to believe in free will. Look, here is the oldest collection of hadith that Muslims have, is Al-Muwatta Malik. Al-Muwatta Malik is older than Bukhari collection, for the people who do not know. Al-Muwatta Malik by Imam Malik bin Anas. Okay? And this is the translated by the Royal Moroccan edition, which means the King of Morocco gave his blessing about it. This translation. And I have also the Arabic, if you want to see the Arabic. Page 738, Muwatta Malik, Al-Muwatta Malik, page 738, this is the translation. We go down, we have a hadith with number 2576, Muwatta Malik 2576. And you can find the collection on archive.org, guys. Just type in Muwatta Malik translation, archive.org, okay? Page 738, hadith number 2576. Let's read. According to Malik, his paternal uncle Abu Suhail bin Malik said, once I was walking with Umar bin Abdul Aziz, and he said, what is your opinion of the proponents of the people who believe in free will, al-Qadariyah? So I said, I think that you should ask them to recant their false doctrine. So according to the early Muslims, to believe in free will, it's false doctrine. Let's continue. And if they do not, pay attention, and if you do not stop believing in free will, they should be put to the what? To the sword. Omar said, that is my opinion. To Malik, Imam Malik, the Mufti of Medina himself, that is my opinion too. So according to Imam Malik, if you believe in free will, you'll get the sword on your neck. You see how much free will you have to believe in free will?
I don't have to accept what Imam Malik says. No.
I don't
have to accept what Imam Malik says.
The Mufti of Medina,
no, I'm not saying he's a kafir.
Scholar among the 4 top scholars, doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know the religion of Islam. Listen to the Mufti of Muftis, the top Mufti of Medina. When he was in Medina, no
I don't have
other
to necessarily agree with him.
Would dare to open his mouth and issue Islamic fatwas. So Imam Malik doesn't know what he's talking about. Thank you. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, Mufasa, what was the hadith you wanted us to go through?
I'm not saying that.
Mufasa, what hadith? My man, you just threw Malik under the bus, bro. Come on. What hadith?
7047.
Bukhari 7047. It's a long hadith.
It's a long hadith. Well, you can. It's a very long hadith.
Just tell us what it says, and tell us what it says and where to go.
You can go to the last. I think is it the last paragraph of the. No,
last paragraph.
I can show
on
you
the screen and I'll show it to you because this is way too long and I'm actually
my screen has frozen. Can you give me a minute?
I'm over here. Just tell me where you want me to go. What? Give me a word.
Go to the bottom. Go right at the bottom.
Give me the word.
Messenger. Begin from this.
Oh, Allah's messenger. What about the children of the pagans? The Prophet replied, and also the children of the pagans. The Prophet added, my two companions added, the men you saw half handsome and half ugly were those persons who had mixed an act that was good with another, but Allah forgave them.
Precisely. But if you go to, sorry, I want you to go to the top a bit. And the tall man.
And the tall man.
Yes, and the tall man.
And the bad-looking man whom you saw near the fire, kindling it and going round it, is Malik. You just put Malik under the bus a second ago, the gatekeeper of hell. And the tall man with whom you saw in the garden is Abraham. And the children around him are the children who die with al-fitra, the Islamic faith. The narrator added, some Muslims asked the Prophet, O Allah's messenger, what about the children of the pagans? So in this over here, it says, replied, and also the children of the pagans. The Prophet added, my two companions added. The men you saw half handsome and half ugly were those persons who had mixed an act that was good with an act that was bad, but Allah forgave them. So the Prophet added, my two companions added. So Muhammad didn't say that, somebody else added that. See, the Prophet added,
so my two companions so
added.
Remember when he was doing this is about the night journey. This is about the night journey. So when he's talking about his two companions,
the night
two
journey
angels
where he
that
never
escorted him during the night journey.
Okay, again, this was a vision.
Yes, but this is in relation to the night journey.
Okay, but again, that has nothing to do with the price of eggs at the
even
market.
if I take it that it is a vision, but in the vision he had companions with him. In the vision.
Okay, but that again was a vision. It never happened.
Yeah, we can say it is a vision. It doesn't really matter. But I'm talking about the context of what he saw. If we can say,
yeah, but then again, it's just a vision.
He saw in the gardens of.
My whole point is,
he saw in the
showing you
gardens
from
of,
Quran,
so,
I'm showing you from Hadith, I'm showing you from the sources. You agree that Allah is the one that makes them commit sin, and then Allah punishes them for committing the sin. Correct?
No, I don't. Like I said, it's an.
And then again,
right?
when you talked about the children, children go to hell in Islam.
Mm-hmm.
Children go to hell in Islam before they.
No, I don't think children go to hell. No.
So the Prophet lied again.
No.
Muhammad said it might be otherwise because children can go to hell too, according to Allah.
No.
Let me show you the verse again. Right? The hadith says the woman who buries alive her newborn girl and the girl who is buried alive will both go to hell. What sin does the
Can I show you this?
Just tell me, man, what sin does a newborn girl commit?
Can I see the hadith? Can you show me the hadith?
Sure, absolutely. 1 second.
Okay.
Islam is fun, man.
Okay. The woman who buries alive her newborn girl.
Let me read.
And the girl who was buried both alive will both. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Did the newborn girl commit to go to hell? Where's her free will?
So let me read again from the beginning. Let me read.
It was a bad baby, James. Very bad.
Can I go?
Baby.
the
woman who
woman,
buries alive a
and Amir
newborn girl.
reported the messenger of Allah.
If you have it, Nish, Ben, let me just show you.
The woman who
Read it.
buries alive her newborn. The woman who buries alive her
And the
newborn
girl who is buried
and
alive,
the
both will go
girl
to
who is
hell.
buried alive, both will go to hell. Let me read
This
this. Tradition has also been transmitted by Ibn Mas'ud.
So Mufasa, it's
From
not
the Prophet.
cool, but it's
May peace be
bad,
upon him.
baby. How dare you?
To
Sorry.
the same effects through a different chain of narrators.
So again, what sin
Okay.
does a newborn girl commit to go to hell? Where is her free will, and why is she being sent to hell?
This is why I said compatibilism doesn't work, Mufasa, because in order for compatibilism to be true, the agent has to be able to choose. You have to be able to choose. But in this particular case, the child is not an agent that can choose. How can they choose to commit sin, or how can they even know anything about it?
Like I said, so for this hadith, I don't have the knowledge. I'll have to go and look at what the scholars have said. Then I will come back. That is what I'll have to say.
Last hadith.
Answers always.
Last hadith, and then we can call it a day.
We are taking from the scholars. No, they have the sharp.
Again, we'll take.
Well,
I want to show you something before we go to
the
the
bus. Hold on, guys. Look at the hypocrisy. Mufasa, when I showed you Imam Malik, you said Imam Malik doesn't know. I don't take Imam Malik. Now you want to go back to the scholars that you threw under the bus? Ya munafiq, ya zindiq, ya munafiq.
Bro, it is clearly in the Quran that we shouldn't take the rabbis. Let me finish, bro.
The king of imams, Imam Malik. You throw him under the bus, and now you want to go back to Imam Malik again?
1 second.
Yeah, Allah, how dare you?
Bro, 1 second.
1 second, bro. Don't cook me, bro.
You have the major schools. Let me finish.
Yeah, these are the major schools. Imam Malik is the founding father of the Maliki Sunni
I'm not gonna
school.
speak.
That's Imam Malik, yes.
I'm not gonna I'm not gonna speak on something which I haven't seen the opinions. Which I haven't seen the opinions of the scholars on.
Mufasa,
If I go and look at the
again,
scholar
because
opinion,
this is taking too long. Mufasa, Sahih Muslim says that a child that has committed no sin, nor has he reached the age when one can commit sin. Muhammad said that it can be otherwise. He can go to hell if he was created for hell. What sin or what reason is necessary to send this child that committed no sin to hell?
I don't know. For like I said, all of this hadith, I don't know.
That's the good answer. That's the good answer. You don't know, leave it to Allah.
If I don't know, I'll have to say I don't know what.
No, I agree with you. I'd rather you say that.
Unbelievable.
So let me show you something before we go, right? Let me show you something before we go. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, tell me and I'll put on my screen, my brother.
So this is Imam al-Nawawi.
Oh, you do take the scholars. You take the scholars. Because if I show you what Imam al-Nawawi said,
non-Muslim children.
Hold on, Mufasa. If I show you what Imam al-Nawawi said, you'll throw him under the bus because Imam al-Nawawi. Hold on, before you quote Imam al-Nawawi. Hold on, before you quote Imam al-Nawawi. Hold on, we're not here to fight. We're not. Because if you're going to quote Imam al-Nawawi, then you have and choke on Imam al-Nawawi because Imam al-Nawawi said you can eat apostates raw. Do you agree with Imam al-Nawawi? That you can eat apostates?
I definitely disagree. One second.
Okay, so don't
have to agree with the scholar on everything. So one finish.
Unbelievable.
Let me finish, bro.
This is
let him finish, guys.
So
let him finish.
It is very common within Islam for even the jurists to disagree on matters. It is very common. It is seen over matters where we've seen the.
Okay. Just see what you're gonna say.
So let me show you this. Fate of non-Muslim children. So children of Muslims, we expect to enter in paradise. Imam al-Nawawi says This is the sound view held by eminent scholars, and it is supported by Allah's words. We will not punish anyone until we have sent a messenger. From Surah Al-Isra 17:15.
Okay, but you can eat them first and then send
So
them.
this is just what I wanted to. I think there is
Imam
more.
al-Nawawi, can I now show you what Imam al-Nawawi said about pagan? Hold on. Can I show you what Imam al-Nawawi said about pagan children? How you can eat them with raw? These same children, you can eat them. Would you accept that? Women and children.
Of course, on that. I'm not gonna agree.
Well, that's
with
Imam al-Nawawi.
I'm not gonna follow.
That's Imam al-Nawawi for you.
God. No. Listen.
Well, you
it is
are
perfectly
taking
fine
Imam
for you to
al-Nawawi.
take from
Okay,
scholars and reject certain things from them.
Let me show you Imam al-Nawawi.
One second.
No, 1 second,
Rob.
brother. 1 second. One second. You want
Again,
Imam al-Nawawi?
I disagree with him on that.
Imam al-Nawawi.
Yeah, you listen. I'm
I disagree with him on
Let's just give him a chance. You keep saying the same thing. Let's just see Rob, and then we're done. You've had your chance. I gave you the screen.
Thank you. Look, before Muslims say, Rob, you're lying, I'll put the books in front of you, and you can decide to either throw them under the bus or accept them. And don't say Imam al-Nawawi doesn't know what he's talking about. Here is Imam al-Nawawi. In his very famous book, let me open the screen. In his very famous book, Rawdat al-Talibin wa Amdat al-Muftiyin. Okay? And I'll provide the English translation too, so everybody can take screenshot and whatnot. Here. Let's start with the cover of the book, because guys, we have the book. Clearly, Mufasa doesn't have. Rawdat al-Talibin wa Amdat al-Muftiyin by Imam who? An-Nawawi. And here's the cover of the book. Okay, volume 3, Juz' al-Thalith, volume 3, by Imam al-Nawawi. And Amin can confirm, Imam al-Nawawi.
Yep.
There you go. Volume 3, everyone, take notes. Page 284. You can do what? You can eat, unalive an enemy who fights you, an apostate, and eat them immediately. And this is about also someone who commits fornication. So if you commit a fornication, according to Imam al-Nawawi, people can eat you as a Muslim. And the warrior who fights Islam, and the one who leaves prayer. If you stop praying as a Muslim, people can eat you. What do you think? Look, and I will
all of these matters.
Hold on. It's permissible for a Muslim man like you, who is forced out of hunger, to unalive the fighter. Hold on. An enemy of Islam, in other words. An apostate, if it's a child, a woman, and eating him. You can also unalive and eat an adulterer who commits fornication, for example. A Muslim who stopped praying the 5 daily prayers. So, brother, if you skip one day, you skip prayer, people can eat you. This is Imam al-Nawawi. Now let's go to Al-Khatib al-Sharbini. Al-Khatib al-Sharbini say, look, Al-Khatib al-Sharbini said in his famous Al-Iqna' fi Hal Al-Faz Abi Shuja', volume 5, and look how old the copy is that I have. It has a stamp and it even has watermarks and everything. Very old copy. Could be 200 years old or something. Same. Oh, it's a little bit too big. Let me make it smaller. Look, page 102, and Amin can confirm, same book. Look how old the copy is. Okay. Page 102, and it says that you can eat a human being. Okay, you can eat a human being. Okay, you don't need to cook or fry that human being. Eat them raw. And this is also for the small ones, the little children. صغير ولو صغير أو مرأة. والله صغير. Or a woman. Translation. Let me put the translation on the screen, guys. I translated all of these beautiful books. Eating a dead human without cooking or grilling a human body. We continue, it becomes more worse. This is Imam al-Nawawi and Imam al-Sharbini. Okay, it's halal to unalive an apostate and eat him. And even if it's a young boy, a young child, or a woman, and eat them because they are not infallible. This is Islam, guys.
Again, if you find right, this is a view of very.
Bro, what the hell, bro?
Speak.
So, okay, thank you, Rob. So if Imam al-Nawawi holds to that view, of course I don't have to agree with him, but because I have other scholars to go with that totally disagree with him. They don't hold to his view, right? I can perfectly take the position of other scholars on this matter, and it is perfectly okay. It doesn't take me out.
It's just like your Mufasa, I'm going to jump in there. It's like your Hafs Quran. Hafs was too much of a liar and a plagiarizer and a forger to give you hadiths that were sahih, but he gave you a Quran that's daif. But okay, this is the end of it now, guys. I'm going to give you one more hadith.
He doesn't know who Hafs is, by the way, James. He doesn't know who Hafs is.
You're talking about the Hafs Quran or Hafsa?
Hafs, the man, Hafs, the guy that gave you the Quran that you guys read.
Oh, okay.
The same one was a liar and a forger, a plagiarizer. That you guys don't take hadiths from. But yet, that's not my point. I want to do this now. Since Mufasa, since you're left shoulder, I got to end with this one. Still to do with
I know the hadith, bro. Let's not go there.
Where it says,
let's not go there.
Allah created Adam, and when he created him, he struck his right shoulder and brought forth offspring, white like small ants. Okay. So the white offspring came from the right shoulder, and he struck his left shoulder and brought forth his offspring, black. African left shoulder charcoal people like me and Mufasa and Amin. So he touched him on the left shoulder and his offspring were black. Then he said to the party on the right side, this is the white people, to paradise and I do not care. And he said to the party of the left shoulder, the charcoal black people, he said to hell and I do not care. If Allah created you as a black person for hell, Mufasa, can you change what Allah created you for?
Well, you cannot change the fate, right? For example, let me say.
So he created you for hellfire, correct?
One second, right? So I don't think this has to do with you being a black person or a white person.
Oh my gosh, it says there. It says, and he struck his left shoulder and brought forth his offspring, black as though they were charcoal. He struck his right shoulder and brought forth his offspring, white like small ants. So white, black, right shoulder, left shoulder. I'm a left shoulder, you a left shoulder. According to the left shoulder status of the world, where do the left shoulders go according to Allah?
If it's not talking about race, then what is it talking about?
Where's the left shoulders going?
The tarqiyah, I mean, is huge on this.
So yes, those who are from the left shoulders, you go to hell.
Can you tell everyone, just to confirm, are you a left shoulder from Africa?
No, I'm not a left shoulder. So where
are you from?
Middle shoulder.
No, where are you from?
So I'm from Sierra Leone. I'm from Africa.
So you are a
left shoulder. Thank you for coming.
What an ending of the live show, guys! Unbelievable. Of sugarcoating and deflecting and why would you? You know, guys, a long time ago, I created a sentence and people are using it. To be a black person or a woman and you happen to trying to defend Islam is like a chicken who's defending KFC for slaughter. Why would you do that? You defend this religion as a black person or a woman, knowing that as a woman you're nothing but an animal and you're a left shoulder for hell. What would you do?
Oh my God, man.
I will never understand it. I will never learn why these people would defend Muhammad. Why?
Man, you know, Rob is like that guy in class when the teacher would ask a really hard question and nobody would know the answer and his hand would be up the whole time.
Ignore him.
Oh yeah, that reminds me of a movie, if I'm not mistaken. That's a good one.
Okay, guys. It's been a long day. I want to read this quick super chat, and it says, this is from Muslim Raisinhead, Sahih al-Bukhari 7142 says, like and subscribe. So to the Muslim Raisinhead. And this is just, quickly, guys, just, like, subscribe, follow. I appreciate it. Tomorrow, I think we should do the topic again tomorrow because, again, we have
this is good.
Bit of people coming in and trying to make it make sense. And I just hope you guys that are in the chats, you guys that are Muslim, honest and ask yourselves, how can this be true? How can we follow this religion where Allah makes you commit sin just so that he can punish you because he created you for hell? So guys, tomorrow will be a new day. I saw that there are people that were asking for prayers. I can't remember the names of those people, but guys,
was it Veronica? Veronica.
Yes, Veronica as well.
Yeah.
So Veronica, in your prayers, and all other people that need prayer. I need prayer. I think, Rob and Amin.
Oh, sure. I need the prayer the most,
and
guys.
when we are on the stage and we're getting these attacks and these things said to us and messages, non-stop, sometimes it doesn't wear us down, but it drains your energy.
Oh, yes.
But again, so we want to come back stronger and more equipped the day after. So please keep, me as well, in your prayers, because I do need them. I'm not afraid to say that. And for all the other brothers and sisters, and even the Muslims, guys, keep them in your prayer, because the guy, your mama, came up today, at least if he's not going to change his religion, he now knows what's out there. And our job is just to, to introduce them to what the Quran and the teachings are. And it's a brilliant topic. I love this topic. It's really an interesting one. So God bless you guys.
James, I was gonna say, James, look at the guy in the comments. He says, he says, we Muslims, we pray you enter Islam. Ameen, ya Rabbi Alameen. But the problem is, as we've gone over for the past 4 hours, if he doesn't will us, or if he doesn't permit us to be believers, we can't enter. So like this is the whole thing that we've been doing today. And we're saying that it's just not reasonable. So it's just
it's about choice. At the end of the day, it's about your choice. If you choose,
how can I choose it, dude? Have you paid attention to the live?
No. Okay, for example, I'll go with Satan. When Satan was asked to bow down.
Oh my God. Isa, here's one question for you.
Yes.
Answer this one question.
Yes.
One question. Can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
Because
answer the question. Can I become a Muslim if Allah doesn't will it?
Allah will give you a choice. Whether if you choose to become Muslim, you will become.
No, guys, the answer is no. There's no free will.
Watch your head. Thank you, Brother James. Thank you, all of you. God bless you guys. Thank you for having us. And guys, I only joined to just, jump to take over for the people, or maybe think, or why is Rob Kuch not talking too much? No, I'm not here. I'm here only to support. James is doing a wonderful job. He doesn't need my help. Brother Amin as well. So thank you, Brother James, and thank you for having us, and God bless you.
Amin, you want to say anything, bro?
Yeah. Definitely. God bless you as well, Brother Rob. I believe live streams for the past couple of days. I haven't got a chance to watch all of them, but they're always super informative. He just did a live stream, I believe it was yesterday, Libiano and Christian Prince debate. So Christian Prince debated Libiano. So I tried to watch the original debate. It was just a bunch of screaming and shouting. So but he did a review on it yesterday. So you guys should check that out. It was really good. All I would say is, for me,
Islam.
Okay, mashallah. I would just say, as you guys see, just go and look at the sources, check the replay of the video today, equip yourselves, and again, this to quote unquote cook anybody. We really do want to have honest conversations with people about this and kind of get the cogs to spin in your brain. Last announcement for me, this week we will finish Clement's epistle to the Corinthians for the audiobook. There's a couple more chapters left. They've already been recorded, and I'm going to upload them today. And then I will finish on Not Three Gods by Gregory of Nyssa. I will upload the audiobooks for those probably close to the end of this week as well. And we're going to be doing some more of his works as well. And then the last thing, if you haven't already checked out the first section of the Learning Arabic Alphabet series that I created, you can go to my channel here on TikTok, click on the YouTube link in my bio, and it will take you to my channel. and it will equip you guys with to learning Arabic. I get a lot of messages from Christians who want to learn it. So that will be your first introductory video. There is a worksheet that I've created in the description box of that video to kind of help you start writing the letters and things like that, and to get your feet wet with the language. So the second part to that, preferably, if God wills, will come out either this week or closer to the end of this week. So anyways, James, God bless. God bless you for your I will see you tomorrow.
Beautiful, man. Mufti Meng, Mufti Mali, I send you an invite, bro. Don't bark in the chats. Show me.
Yeah.
Patriotic.
What's up? God bless you, James. Yeah, for us to choose supposedly, quote unquote, Allah will have to will us to have the idea in our mind, because he rewrote it as we were being born, like Adam said, right? You wrote this 40 years before I was created. First, Allah will have to give you the permission to then be like, you know what? I'm going to be a Muslim. And as the Quran says, right? Allah guides who he wills and misguides who he wills, and sends the jinn to misguide, right? So it's kind of difficult. It's kind of an position they can't really defend.
Well, they can try again tomorrow. With that said, guys, please just remember to humble yourselves, remove the hate, the ego, the pride, put Christ first. Notice that Muslims have been lying the entire day because they're allowed to lie. We have been the only ones presenting verses and pointing to what Allah said. But Muslims are like, yeah, we know he said that, but that's not what he means. But I've got a visitor that just popped into the house, guys. I need to run.
See you guys.
Every single one of you, and I will